Good morning, I'm Tanya Iser. I'm an investigative reporter here at Channel 8, joined this morning by Tali Hafar. Tali is a former federal prosecutor. He's also a former Dallas County prosecutor with years and years of experience, and he has been here with us through other trials, and he will, I know as usual, do a great job helping us understand the events of the day. We're going to start off with a story from our senior crime and justice reporter, Rebecca Lopez, who summarized yesterday's events.
Jurors watched a video from inside Tanner Horner's FedEx van. The video was taken the day before Athena Strand was murdered in her neighborhood. A neighbor testified Horner delivered a package to his home while his two little girls were outside playing alone. One of them went inside to get her parents. The neighbor says that day haunts him, knowing that 24 hours later, just down the road, Athena was taken. An FBI analyst showed the jury what he found on Horner's phone. Horner searched social media for information on Athena, and Google searched the area where he disposed of her body. But the more emotional testimony came from two women who have accused Horner of sexually assaulting them when they were only 16 years old and he was in his 20s. They say Horner gave them drugs and alcohol, then raped them. They say they regret not reporting this to police until after Horner was arrested for Athena's murder.
It has been very hard on me. I have felt guilt due to the fact that if I had reported, things may not have happened to other people.
Prosecutors say they are building a pattern of violence that Horner has against young girls. They say they are trying to prove to the jury that he poses a future threat and should be sentenced to death. In Fort Worth, I'm Rebecca Lopez. Back to you.
Now that Tanner Horner has pled guilty to capital murder for the killing of 7-year-old Athena Strand, the trial has gone into the punishment phase. That's where jurors must answer two critical questions that will determine his sentence. They're called special issues. First, jurors must decide whether Horner would be a continuing danger to society. If even one juror says no, the death penalty is off the table, and the sentence automatically becomes life in prison without parole. But if all jurors say yes, they move to a second question. Are there reasons to spare him from the death penalty, including evidence about his character, background, or mental condition? If all jurors reject those reasons, Horner will be sentenced to death. If they cannot agree, the sentence again becomes life without parole. Attorneys say much of this phase could hinge on expert testimony. Horner's lawyers have argued that his autism should be considered as a reason to spare him from the death penalty. Jurors will now weigh those questions as they decide Tanner Horner's final punishment. Will he spend the rest of his life in prison or be sentenced to death for the killing of Athena Strand? Well, Tali, here we are in day 7 of this trial, and I'm given to understand that today will be mostly DNA testimony, because we ended the day with a DPS crime lab analyst testifying that they had found male DNA on a vaginal swab, and also that there was semen found on a gray sweatshirt, and also semen on his underwear and his jeans, and so I think we're like I said, we're given to understand that that is what we're going to hear, and so just your reaction to just what we know so far about this case.
Yeah, it's just difficult to comprehend. These are commonly called slow pleas, where somebody admits their culpability early on and they're just seeking some sort of leniency from a jury. And that's what we've been going through. The prosecution has decided to go ahead and put on their case, much like they would normally. They've done all the prep work already, and so the witnesses and the testimony we're hearing is the exact same that you would hear if they were trying to convince a jury of his guilt. So I'm not surprised by the amount of evidence that's been put on about the DNA. I do think the prosecution could be a little bit more efficient. Right. And get to the point.
So they could have streamlined it a little bit?
Maybe streamline it. Their strategy should shift, or should have shifted, from, hey, we need to put on overwhelming evidence of his guilt, to compelling evidence as to why you're asking for the death penalty.
Interesting. It seems like what they've been trying to do is sort of build up a narrative, one, to walk people through how they identified him, what he told law enforcement, and just build this step-by-step narrative of his continuing danger.
Right.
to other people, basically.
Yeah, I agree, and I think that there's a little bit of a twofold situation here. One, that he's a continuing danger. We heard, unfortunately, those two young women who came forward, and that's often presented. When I was a prosecutor, we used to call it a resume. And unfortunately, some criminals have these resumes where they've done some other bad things, and you want to let the jury understand and see that, much like somebody presenting to an employer, from this time to this time I worked at such place or I had such education. Well, this is their background, and unfortunately we're seeing an escalation. And if you let him out, or if he were to remain in jail for the rest of his life, would he still be a continuing danger? So that's one issue. And then two, I think they're going about showing different ways that we've seen a little bit and heard about this alternate personality and his autism issue. What clear decisions was he making? What specifically was he doing to maybe conceal evidence or hide something from law enforcement? Right? You're taking him to two different locations, and he kind of wants to accept responsibility, but he kind of doesn't want to give up all the evidence. And I think you're painting the picture to a jury that this is somebody a little bit more calculated than someone just sitting there not knowing what's going on.
Yeah, based on what we've seen so far, it seems like he was looking for the opportunity.
Yeah.
I mean, it may not have been so much. It could have been almost any little girl.
Yeah.
He was like he was ideating doing something like this.
Right. Right.
And then in the testimony we heard from these two women yesterday, who were 16 at the time that they say he sexually assaulted them. One of them testified that he told her that he was into BDSM, which is like sadomasochism,
right,
and rough sex and this, that, and the other. And she described that at one point she was wanting to leave his residence, and he wouldn't let her leave. He was barring the door. He wouldn't give her the address, that sort of thing. And so it feels like they're building a narrative that this is a guy who is escalating over time, because these incidents would have been about 10 year-ish, about a decade before this. So it seems like they're trying to say he was already on this path.
Right. Yeah, I agree. And with a lot of these situations and a lot of cases that involve sexual assault, we're talking about something else. It's not about sex. It's about power and control, and about exerting, your influence over somebody and holding them against their will. And so that somewhat could be a little bit scarier. Sexual assault is obviously so horrible, but the idea that somebody might keep somebody against their will, or take a young girl, and God knows what his plans were.
Oh, I don't know. I don't. What they said in the opening statements was that there was only one thing that Tanner Horner told the truth about, and that was that he killed Athena Strand.
Yeah.
That what they promised jurors in the opening statements is that they would see lie upon lie upon lie upon lie, and over the course of 6 days so far, we have seen that.
Right.
From him initially telling law enforcement when the FBI agent approaches him that there was a man in a green Astro van. Mm-hmm. Go look at the Hispanic guy in the green Astro van, and trying to, I guess, throw law enforcement off the trail. And then when they come back to him, because they narrow it down, they find the package, right? They find the package discarded, but the system didn't show that the package had been delivered.
Yeah.
So he clearly had been there.
Right.
And then there was also this weirdness about the fact that he had not delivered the other packages that would have come after that. And then he had this weird story about, that he had gotten sick, and it's made up story. And then ultimately they start to get him to acknowledge, in this Texas Ranger. I cannot speak highly enough of this guy, Espinoza. Espinoza does an amazing job. I don't know if have you ever met him before?
I have not met him, but I got to watch him testify. Yeah.
It was masterful.
Yeah.
What they did. What did you think of the progression of those interviews that they did with him?
Well, it's interesting. And before we get into that, I mean, I do wonder, as a current defense attorney, how much communication his defense counsel has had with him. Because it seems like leading up to the trial, even beforehand, we see this pattern of, again, somewhat accepting responsibility for his actions, but at the same time not. He wants to get things off his chest, but he also wants to conceal things. He wants to lead him in a different direction, but at the same time, and that's kind of what we're seeing here with a slow plea, waiting till the last minute and then accepting responsibility. And then you go back and, as a defense attorney, maybe you start thinking this is a strategy of, again, him not fully comprehending everything, but it's getting more and more difficult when he's making certain bold admissions. So in terms of going back to your question about the interviews and building them up, I don't think it's highly unusual. I think the amount of time kind of is. A lot of times the first time you talk to somebody who's accused of a crime, you'll get a certain story, be it truthful, be it not. It'll have some pieces here and there. Sometimes it's just an issue of building trust, and then over the course of time, more and more comes out. And then the question becomes, is the person truly accepting responsibility and getting out there? Are they truly innocent? And they're trying to put forth a story, and law enforcement has to match it up. But with this individual, you could see that his story would change. Sometimes small, sometimes a little bit more drastically, but it was never the same version of events.
Well, sometimes he was pretending that Zero was taking the wheel, and other times, but he wasn't consistent about it. So if you're going to, the one thing about when you lie is it's difficult to be consistent.
100%, yeah.
What do you think, and I've asked every attorney who's come on, I think I asked Jen this yesterday, Jen Falk, I have asked every attorney, would you have pled him guilty? What would you have recommended to him?
Yeah, again, this comes back to the communication with your client. One, is he being completely open and upfront with you about as much as possible, and then coming up with a good strategy. Personally, if the idea was mitigation, and look, we know in all likelihood, based off your statements, based off the evidence, you're going to be found guilty of this. So is it worth pleading guilty and just throwing yourself on the mercy of the court, tell the jury, listen, I'm owning up to this, just spare my life?
Mm-hmm.
I do think if the issue was going to be presented that we're anticipating with all these potential defense witnesses being called about his mental health and autistic issues and personality disorders, I would not necessarily have pled guilty. By pleading guilty, you are clearly defining he understands right from wrong, he understands his culpability. It takes away the idea that there's a gray area there, that he didn't really understand everything that he was doing at all times. Mm-hmm. And so if you wanted to lean into this Zero persona, or he was disassociating, and there are times where he didn't really understand what was going on, by pleading guilty, you've taken that away. Mm-hmm. You're telling the jury, hey,
he did it.
He did it. He knows you did it.
He did it, and he accepts responsibility for it.
That's it. And so it really takes that part away. And now if you're putting on experts to say, well, he didn't really understand everything, I don't know. I think that weakens their case. Right. So personally, my advice to him is, we know that you're more than likely going to be found guilty, but let's go ahead and lay some groundwork down. If you really didn't understand all the facets of what was going on, you might not raise the level of being able to plead insanity or having a competence issue, but at least we can start putting this out there.
But
they didn't.
No, they didn't.
So I'm not really sure. And again, this comes back to the communication factor between the defendant and his counsel, and waiting until the last second. That as a trial is about to start, somewhat rare, somewhat unusual. Typically, a counsel would know, at least a few days in advance of, hey, this is what's going to happen. This makes me think that the day of trial, they sat down with him and he said, you know what, I don't want to go through with this.
Do you think he thought that it would shorten the trial? I mean, I'm trying to understand the thought process behind that, because I had Mike Howard on day 2, and Mike was like, even if there was a less than 1%,
a scintilla of a chance,
he says I would not have pled guilty.
I mean, look, you preserve your right to appeal. Maybe one juror thinks, you know what, this guy was out of his mind sometimes. I was actually talking about this with my wife earlier. There's this old Richard Gere movie called Primal Fear, and it's very similar to Ed Norton, and it was this idea of, a young man who kills a priest in that movie, but after his defense attorney starts talking to him, realizes he's got multiple personalities. And what if that is legitimate and that is a claim, and you've got defense, the defense has got some expert witnesses lined up to do so or to testify as much, then why not go down that road? Unless he just thought, you know what, this is my way, it's saving my life, a jury is going to feel bad for me, I'm owning up to it and be done.
I think that's going to work. I mean, we've seen a lot of evidence.
Yeah, I don't know. It's very difficult. Really what it comes down to at this point is, those jurors and their personal views on the death penalty. I think more than anything, people at their core are either lean towards it, lean away from it. And the questionnaire that gets filled out, when I was working at the DA's office, I helped prepare those questionnaires for a death case once. I wasn't part of the team or anything that tried the case, but trying to get an understanding of the jurors and see what their responses are, and if they would be okay with it. And obviously everybody on this jury said that they could apply the death penalty if the facts supported it. But inside, everyone's got a different view. And so that's really what it comes down to. I mean, of course, we're hearing some pretty egregious things. And, this is kind of a nightmare scenario as a parent. I can tell you, and there's a lot of studies out there, that a lot of crime, a lot of violent crime happens with somebody you know.
Yes.
Kidnapping victims, assaults, sexual assaults. It's, a family member, a friend. There's usually some connection. The nightmare scenario for everyone is when it's stranger on stranger.
Right.
And of course, everybody fears that, but in reality, that doesn't really happen that often. So when you have something like this, where it is a perfect stranger kidnapping somebody and him admitting to doing so, that's terrifying. And I think that's going to be very difficult for a jury to get past.
Yeah, and I think that, it's going to, I know I have a hard time. It's impossible, I think, Jen said this yesterday, that it's just impossible to try to understand this.
Yeah.
Right? It's just impossible
Yeah.
why someone would do this. But you're right, statistically, a child is way more likely to be sexually assaulted or kidnapped or harmed by someone they know, someone they trust.
Right.
So this is truly that nightmare.
Yeah.
But it's also why when my son was little, I didn't let him play out in the front. I mean, I always had eyes on him. I'm not blaming anybody here.
Right.
I mean, because I remember being a kid and we ran all over the neighborhood. Nobody,
Yeah.
you didn't think about something like that happening. And these people are living out in a rural area.
Yeah.
They probably, and I don't know this for a fact, but they, maybe they moved out there because they wanted to be out of the big city and they wanted to be out, rural area. You just don't imagine something of this nature.
Well, and you don't know. I mean, you talked about it and it being opportunistic. We heard testimony from that other father who had 2 daughters, I think, playing in the front yard, and there was Horner did a delivery the day before, a couple days before, something like that. And
it was the day before.
Was it the day before?
Like less than 24 hours.
And I think he had 2 daughters, 2 young daughters.
7 and 10-year-old.
That's haunting.
Oh.
I mean, and unfortunately, that's what you have sometimes. So you have somebody who's got this ill intent, and it just came out at a certain time, and it was opportunistic. And yeah, that's terrifying because if I'm a prosecutor, I paint it as this is the background of this individual's brain, and you just never know when something violent, something dangerous is going to happen. And so if that's the case, really, can you trust him in any situation, in any scenario?
I don't know. It's real. Yeah. Certainly, that's what they're going to argue, is that you can't,
right.
And that they're going to argue that there's nothing mitigating and should be put to death. So while we're waiting for court to get started up for the day, we're going to start answering. I see questions in the chat. Folks are asking. Some people want to know. One person asked, how often is it that you see jury disagree on a death penalty case?
Well, I mean, as you know, there are not that many death penalty cases. I mean, these are not brought very frequently. It's such a heavy decision, such a large decision, that the DA's office typically will go through several rounds of vetting. We used to call them pitch sessions. You bring in a lot of experienced chiefs at the DA's office, put forth the case, put forth your reasoning for seeking death. Now, this was Dallas County.
This is a small county.
This is a small county, right? So in Dallas, we would have many, many opinions, differing opinions coming in, which is helpful because it really makes you think twice. And are you really going to be able to convince the jury of this? I'm not sure.
Because it's much more. It's a whole different game of.
Oh yeah. Yeah,
thing to try one of these.
Yes, when you're seeking, I think a lot of people can wrap their heads, if not most, around somebody being so heinous, a crime being so egregious that we could put this person in prison for a long time, if not the rest of their lives. It's a whole different level to say that the state should put somebody to death for that action. And rising to that level is not easy. So how often do they disagree? I mean, I don't know the statistics on that. I would say that typically on the prosecution side, you're not going to go forward and ask for a death penalty unless you really think the person is so bad and that you really have a good chance of getting it.
Well, and this is certainly the kind of case that would rise to the level of the death penalty. And I'm not shocked at all that they sought the death penalty, given the nature of what he did.
I agree. Yeah, I agree. I think the only hesitation, the only pushback I would have if somebody were to pitch this to me is really going into his criminal history and how much can you show an escalation. Obviously you have those
which is why you wanted the sex assault.
The sex assault is two young women, right? The more you have in that, I think the more convincing it is of this escalation. You have a little bit of a gap of time there because, of course, this is also just what you know and what's come forward. Of course, it's possible there's other bad offenses that the state doesn't know about, or possibly not. But that's the one thing where if you do have, how compelling were those two young women? Of course, we heard about whether or not it was consensual or not. Of course, there's a statutory issue there because of the age. I think one of them was 16 years old.
Yeah, so they can't consent.
Right.
Even if they had consented, neither of them said they consented.
And
or
again,
even,
I think it's a question of, for a jury, legal consent or 16 and 19, I think he was 20, maybe 22 years old.
I think he was 21. But both of them say that this was unwilling, that it was forcible.
Well, and he supplied drugs, and again, keeping them. So there's just some issues there, but I think it definitely. I'm not questioning seeking the death penalty, but of course, to really go forward with confidence, you would want to put forth as much evidence as possible of that person's background and escalation, bad acts.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody asks, and you might say I'm crazy, but I still think this is a wild card. I think given everything we've seen about this guy, do you think it's possible he takes the stand?
Oof.
I mean, think about how much he talked to the cops. He pleads guilty. He writes the letters, all these letters.
The benefit of testifying, and again, this is part of the issue with pleading guilty early on and admitting you understand. I mean, and you have to remember, and I'm sure a lot of people watching get this, when you plead guilty, the judge, they're going to make sure that you understand what you're doing, that it's truly voluntary, no one's forcing you or threatening you to do it, that you've talked to your counsel about it, and that's really what you want to do. And so he's he's conceded that. Mm-hmm. So when he testifies, the only benefit, if he testifies, would be maybe to demonstrate this other ego or this alter ego exists, and that there's
so
some
maybe
kind
if we
of
get
gray
zero
area.
in the courtroom.
I mean,
wow.
If that's what you're trying to put out there, that we can't put him to death because there's all these other issues mentally with him. Now that, of course, could greatly backfire, because if he gets up there and that there is no it's not very believable.
I don't see much
He
good
doesn't
coming
put
out of
on
that for him.
Yeah, and as a prosecutor, I mean, you really, your career kind of builds up to moments like that. You know, when you get to cross-examine someone, and it's happened to me before. I got to cross-examine somebody who was pretty dangerous and thought that he could explain his way out of everything. And prosecutors love those moments.
Did that work?
In my situation?
For him?
No.
I'm assuming he's spending the rest of his life in prison?
Spending a long time in prison, yes. I think the jury came back with 65, 70 years in that situation. And yeah, it's, again, this comes down to defense counsel and the defendant and whether, what level of communication they have, how much Horner wants to get up there. And, at the same time, maybe the defense attorney is saying, listen, don't do this. And Horner's thinking, I can talk my way out of this. I have at least a death penalty. I can convince a jury why I need to just remain in jail for the rest of my life.
Well, that would be very interesting.
Yeah. Personally, I would not let him anywhere near the witness stand.
I don't know.
If I could. Yeah.
This guy, he has shocked me throughout. So I would not put it out of the realm. In a normal world, I'd put it outside the realm of possibility.
Yeah.
Given the nature of this case, I wouldn't.
Right.
So here's another question. Somebody says, this is about the parents taking the stand. He says, I was under the impression if you take the stand, you would not be able to be present in the courtroom hearing other testimonies.
Yep.
They are in the courtroom, by the way.
Yeah, we often call it the rule, just as a nickname. There is a rule that in either side can invoke it at the beginning of trial. If it's not invoked, which we rarely see, but then all witnesses can remain there. So typically one side or the other invokes the rule, asks the judge to make sure that no witnesses can remain in the courtroom. Now, after somebody testifies, in a situation like...
But they can waive that, right?
You can waive it. And in this situation, the prosecutor, like the prosecution team likely approached the judge and asked, if they can waive the rule and allow them to remain in the courtroom. Typically, you'll see the judge allow that if there is a belief that those individuals won't be called back for any additional testimony. So in this situation, there was likely no reason to call them back. There's not going to be anything to be refuted that they would need to be brought back to the witness stand to clear up.
Well, they haven't testified yet, but we are hearing that they will take the stand, and they have been in the courtroom. But can you give special dispensation ahead of their testimony to allow them?
You can. I mean, again,
I feel like that's maybe what
you'll
happened.
have those restrictions of you have to understand why they're here. And the other issue is, again, we're not talking about a guilt innocence phase.
Right.
You're just talking about the punishment. So the rules will be a little bit more lax, again, we're not talking about, for example, having a detective in there or an expert witness in there listening to somebody else's testimony on the other side, and then them coming up to contradict that. That's not what's going on here.
Okay, so somebody wants to know, somebody asked, did Horner deliver packages to Athena's home in the past? Well, I'm not aware of him delivering packages to her house before, but it's clear he'd been on this route because we had that neighbor on the stand yesterday, and we saw that video of him delivering a package just a few houses away at this home of this constable, and there was a 7-year-old and a 10-year-old in the front yard. So he definitely had been in that neighborhood before. And somebody asked, if he gets the death penalty, how long is it till he gets executed? I mean, talk to us about the process. I mean, there'll be an automatic appeal,
Right.
assuming he gets the death penalty.
Right.
But it takes a long time.
It takes a long time. As we know, I mean, with that old Texas 7 case, right? I mean,
Oh, yeah.
It took almost 2 decades for some of those individuals to...
and one of them's coming back again.
And one of them's coming back. And so I would say, as a defense attorney, both as a prosecutor and as a defense attorney, this is obviously the ultimate punishment. We want the appellate process to be thorough and exhaustive. When you talk about putting somebody to death, you want to make sure that everything is reviewed, everything was done properly, there were no issues from the judge, from both sides. But it does take a while, unfortunately.
Oh, yeah. Somebody was asking about Darlie Routier. I'm trying to look up. She is on death row. She has been on death row for, it says nearly 30 years.
I was going to say, it feels like it's been 25 or 30 years.
It has been a long time.
Yeah.
So, folks, this is not a quick process. Although I think her situation's a little different, just given all the nature of the circumstances surrounding.
Yeah, regardless of the facts of the case, everyone is entitled to the same legal process and the due process of a review and the appeals and going to an appellate court. So that's going to happen regardless.
Yeah. So I covered, and I've said this before on the live stream, I covered Eric Williams. Eric Williams was the former justice of the peace who killed the Kaufman County DA, his wife, and another prosecutor. And this was a crazy crime. I mean, it was like a crime spree, and he had a list of people he wanted to kill there in Kaufman County. And the way they cracked the case was, I mean, just also some amazing detective work. And more than that case was tried in 2014. We're 12 years out, and he's still on death row and still fighting it. So Tanner Horner gets the death penalty. It's going to take a while.
Yeah, I mean, I would say at least 15, 20 years before we get there. Yeah.
And there's really no way to shorten that, right? I mean, that whole appellate process is just the way it works.
Yeah, I mean, there's this notion that when somebody is on death row, I mean, they are no longer a threat. They are kept at a separate facility, and they just let the process work its way out. And again, a lot of this is also dependent on the defendant, but they're going to be entitled to this appellate process, and there will be some attorneys who get involved in how thorough and how much they want to fight for this individual, right? That also kind of plays into it. But the process as a whole, it does take a long time.
Yeah, it's a lengthy process. And by the way, we also want to mention that, so on Friday, Monday, and Tuesday, we have been given to understand, Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter who's at the courthouse covering this, they've been told by the judge that they're going to be doing hearings. I think they call them Daubert hearings. Mm-hmm. Is that right? Am I saying that right? Where they're going to be, and I'll have Tali explain it. During those days, though, they are not going to allow us to live stream from the court. That's just been the judge's rule. In general, he has not allowed us to live stream when the jury's not in the room. We've had occasional times when witnesses have been taken on voir dire that we've had some of that, but for the most part, whenever the jury's not in the room, we haven't been live streaming. What's the necessity of those hearings? Oh, hold on a second. Can you bring that live look up? Tanner Horner's in the courtroom. I can see him. Let's bring that stream up. And Zeke, when we get sound in the courtroom, when we get like actual sound, just kill our mics. It sounds like we're.
I wonder what they're
about to start. You can see Athena Strand's mom there. She is right beside, and then on the other side of her is her stepmother. Is one of the sad things, and we'll explain those hearings a little bit on the next break and kind of walk people through what the purpose of those hearings is. And you can see we're just about to get underway. Our understanding is today will be mostly DNA. This is supposed, and I don't know what else they'll do besides DNA, but I've been given to understand that's the main part of this case today. I cannot imagine being Athena Strand's mom and her dad. I mean, that's just got to be.
To be in that proximity with an individual who admitted to an offense like this.
Oh, it's my bad.
Unbelievable.
Thank you. Now we're good. Operator, we're ready. may be seated. I think we're still waiting on one juror. Here's- Good morning. We are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Who is this? Mr. Barrett.
Ms. Reynaga, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court reporter?
My name is Erica Renaga, ERICA-REYNAGA.
And Ms. Reynaga, what do you do for a living?
I am a forensic scientist with the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland, Texas, in the Biology and DNA unit.
And how long have you worked there at the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland, Texas?
It will be 8 years in June.
And what type of work do you do there again?
I am trained to examine evidence for biological materials, as well as the DNA analytical process and DNA interpretation. Within each of these areas, I can issue reports, document my findings, and testify when necessary.
And what type of training and education did you have to qualify you for the job that you now hold?
I have a Bachelor's of Science with a major in biology and a minor in chemistry from Bowling Green State University, and a Master's in Forensic Science from the University of Central Oklahoma. In addition to that, DPS does have a very extensive training program. It's modular based, so we will start with basic DPS and court proceedings, as well as the readings and our licensing exam that is required by the state of Texas. From there, we will move into our specific training field. I started with screening, and then we, as the years moved on, I added on to that with the analytical and interpretation processes.
And with regard to your ability to do your job on an ongoing basis, do you have regular proficiency testing as well?
Yes, we are required to proficiency test twice a year.
Now, the lab itself, is that lab accredited by some organization?
Yes, we are accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board to international and FBI standards.
And are they also recognized, accredited lab with the Texas Forensic Science Commission?
Yes.
Now, with regard to when a case comes into your lab, is that case given a specific number assigned to it to help track the evidence through the laboratory procedures?
Yes.
Can you explain how that takes place?
Once the agency brings in the evidence to our evidence receiving section, they will enter the, they will open a case within our laboratory information management system, and it gets its own unique case number. So for our lab, the first three are letters, so GAR for Garland, because that is where the case originated within the DPS system. And then it will be the year and month, a 4-digit series, and then followed by that is the case for that year, just chronologically, how many cases we've gotten in the year.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
Yesterday, a different witness testified, and several documents were admitted in evidence at that time. And I'm going to show you, first of all, State's Exhibit number 297, State's Exhibit number 298, and then State's Exhibit number 300. Do you recognize those documents? You don't have to look through every page, but just as far as looking at the outer document, does it appear to be associated with the same case that you're testifying on today?
Your Honor, I would prefer that you look through it.
That's all.
Yes, these would be the submission forms that was submitted with the evidence, as well as the DNA mail screening and biology laboratory reports that were issued by Jacqueline Ferreira.
Okay. And does it indicate on the date in which the case was submitted to the lab there?
Yes, this would be the date that this evidence was submitted.
Okay. And for purposes of the record, is that 2/21/23?
Yes.
Okay. And the number that you were talking about being assigned to the particular case, is this number start with the letters GAR?
Yes.
And would you read that for the record, please?
The case number is GAR-2302-028663.
And would that number be associated with any lab reports or any work that is done on this case throughout the entire process?
Yes.
How do you make sure that that takes place when you work on a specific piece of evidence?
So when an analyst gets the evidence to analyze it initially, they will look at the evidence and make sure that the case number, as well as any identifiers that are agency related, match what we have in our system with the submission form. As they work their case, they will also add our case number as well as their initials and date for when they worked the case. Any samples that are cut or collected will get its own unique item number, and our agency case number will be associated with that as well, and that's through the entire process. So for examination of the evidence, as well as the analytical process and the interpretation process.
And so for tracking purposes, if a certain item is given a certain number and then a sample is taken from that item and then sent further in the process, and maybe that is further divided, how is that documented through the process?
So we have an outer item of packaging, say it's 01. Any samples or items within that packaging will be 0101, 0102, so on and so forth. If we collect, say we swab an item from 0101, it will then be 0101AA, and it will kind of go further and further. So swabbing will be one, the cutting that we took for the DNA extraction or analytical process will also be a further number.
Okay. And so numbers kind of get long over time as far as what you're looking at, but if you look at those original numbers, you can tell where it came from, what item that came from, correct?
Yes.
Understood. All right, so as far as you personally, have you ever testified as in the area of DNA comparison and the analytics that go with it?
Yes.
Here in courts in the state of Texas?
Yes.
And about approximately how many times have you testified before?
About 25 times.
Okay. And specifically in this case, are you familiar with this case, the GAR 2302-02863 that we just showed the jury?
Yes.
And can you tell us specifically, is that a case that involves a victim by the name of Athena Presley Monroe Strand?
Yes.
And a suspect by the name of Tanner Lynn Horner?
Yes.
And can you tell us, just describe for us what part of the testing process that you took part in?
I took part in this case by doing the analytical process for a portion of the evidentiary samples as well as the known samples that were submitted in this case.
And what was it? Okay, so you talk about samples and known samples, kind of boil that down for us a little bit more so the jury kind of understands the difference between the two things.
Yeah, so evidentiary will be any samples that we collected from the evidence that we received. Known samples are samples that came from an individual. We know exactly who it came from, so we can say that it's definitely their DNA on whatever that sample is. So it can be either a blood card or cheek swabs, which we call buccal swabs.
All right. And did you have both of those things in this case? I mean, were both of those things submitted, I should say?
Yes, we did have knowns from both individuals.
And that would be from which individuals again?
From Tanner Horner and Athena Strand.
Okay. And just kind of walk through the analytical process that you handled, and describe which items that you handled and what you did with those items.
To start, the analytical process is a 4-step process. It starts with extraction, and that's where we're going to add chemicals and heat to our samples to get any DNA off of those samples, break open the cells to release the DNA into solution. We're going to do several washes to purify it, so at the end we just have a purified liquid sample that is our DNA. And that goes through the rest of the process. In cases where there's, through our analysis, the screening portion, that first step, there's an indication that sebum may be present, we will do what's called a differential extraction. And that's where we will separate that one sample into 2 parts. One part that would contain sperm cells, and one part that could contain any other cellular types, so skin cells or blood. So that's the first step. The second step is quantification, and that's where we're going to see how much DNA is within that sample, and if possible, or not if possible, but if present, we can also detect if male DNA is within that sample. The third step is amplification, and that's where we're going to make millions of copies to better visualize our DNA profile on the last step. And then our fourth and final step is separation, and we're going to put the sample through an instrument that can separate out the DNA strand based on size, and it can give us a graphical representation of the profile. That profile is what is used for our interpretation process. Within this case specifically, I mentioned I did do the knowns for each individual.
Okay, hold on for a second. So you said the knowns, you're talking
Yes.
about the buccal swabs and the blood count, is that correct at this point?
I believe it, yes. I believe that was a blood card and buccal swabs.
Okay.
I'm not for sure on the blood card, but it was definitely buccal swabs from Tanner Horner.
Okay. On the buccal swab from Tanner Horner, what did you do on that?
It would have been that DNA, that 4-step analytical process.
Okay. So if it would already have been put into some type of state for you to be able to do what you did, correct?
Yes, it would have been cut by the analyst who did the first report.
And who was that?
That would have been Jacqueline Ferrer.
Okay. And then once that tip of the swab is cut off, how much is cut?
For buccal swabs, we will cut a half of a swab.
Okay. And but if there were 4 taken originally, only one of the swabs was used to go forward. Is that correct?
Yes, there would be 3.5 swabs left.
All right. So if any further testing needed to be done, those would be available.
Yes.
So with regard to your part on the buccal swab, kind of walk us, you did tell us kind of, I know that you described the 4-step process, but physically, what did you do, you know?
So Jacqueline would have cut the sample and placed it into a labeled tube. When it was my turn to, before I would get it, our tubes are verified by another analyst, making sure we have all of the correct samples and that they're in the correct order based on our paperwork before we even start the process. And then once I get it, I will also verify that I have all of my samples, and then I will add for that first step, add the chemicals to start the extraction process. But along the way, I am making sure that all of my samples are in the correct order to match all of the paperwork. Some of our instruments do require a second check by another analyst to make sure that the layout of our instruments are correct. After my entire process, another analyst will review the paperwork that I generated within my batch and do the net data analysis step as well, just to make sure they agree with all of my findings.
Okay. And what is the goal with regard to these known swabs? What are we trying to accomplish I don't want to put the words in your mouth, but, you know, what are we trying to develop out of the known swabs, the buccal swab, the blood card?
I mean, there's no real difference between the evidentiary and the knowns as far as the goal. We are just processing them to see if there's DNA present, and if there is, to generate a profile from those samples.
And that's what I was getting at. So based upon the known swabs, are you able to then generate a specific profile that goes one with the suspect, Tanner Horner, based upon the buccal swab, and then one with the victim, Athena Strand, based upon the blood card?
Yes, the samples, the profiles generated from those, we would know came from those individuals.
Okay. And then are those profiles used to compare with profiles that are developed off of evidentiary items?
Yes, that is our interpretation process.
Okay, gotcha. So what other than the buccal swabs, what items other than the buccal swabs did you participate in this analytical process for?
The evidentiary samples that I processed in this case were the sperm cell and epithelial cell fraction from the vaginal swabs.
Okay. And that would have been something that was submitted and initially looked at by Jacqueline Ferrara, is that correct?
Yes.
And what would she have done prior to you looking at that?
She would have done our male screening process, so taking a small cutting, doing a quick extraction to see if there's any male DNA present. If there is, then we will take half a cutting from each swab, if there's only two, to go through the traditional DNA process.
And so was that done with regard to the swab? You did that particular thing with regard to just one of the sets of swabs from
Yes.
the sexual assault kit, correct?
Yes, she would have cut just the vaginal swabs from the kit.
And what did you do with that item? You said you processed it like you did the buccal swabs?
It went through the differential process that I spoke of earlier, but all 4 steps are the same. We just do them separately from, all the evidentiary samples get done separately from all of our known samples.
And if I were to show you, can I approach her?
Yes.
Is there some, is there some markings on what has been admitted as State's Exhibit number 270, the same kit? Are there some markings to show that was processed at your lab under the same number that we're talking about today?
Yes, it has our case number as well as Jacqueline's analyst identifiers.
Okay. And she would have been the one to take it. She would have been the one to take the swab out of here and do the cutting before it happened.
Yes.
Thank you. What other items besides the buccals, the known samples, and then the vaginal swab did you participate in?
Those were the only items within this case that I did anything with.
Okay. And with regard to the work that you did on this case, are there specific procedures and processes that you are familiar with that have to be followed during the work that you do?
Yes, we do have a standard operating procedure for everything that we do.
And did you follow those specific procedures and processes in this case for the items that you analyzed?
Yes.
Okay. And do you have any other work that you did on this case that you feel is relevant to the analytical processes on any of the other findings in this case?
No.
That's the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Rinaldi.
Good morning.
We got one we talked before. I think I just have maybe one question for you. And you were talking about you processed the vaginal swabs Did you process the rest of the sexual assault kit?
Only the vaginal swabs went forward for DNA during the batch that I did.
And you did not do any microscopic analysis for the presence of sperm?
Correct.
And that is required to confirm the presence of sperm?
It is, yes, it's required to confirm. It is not a requirement for our processes.
Right, not
Yeah.
for you to go ahead and process the DNA, but just to confirm that that is contains sperm and not epithelial cells or something else, you would have to look microscopically for the spermatozoa.
Correct.
That's what it's
Right. Just to, can you explain the reason why you would have only looked at those particular swabs instead of all of the 6 swabs?
So based on the male screening results from Jackie's analysis, she decided that those were the ones to send forward. At the time, we were only sending a few samples forward. We didn't send everything. Additionally, sometimes there isn't enough male DNA within a sample that we know that we would get them within the profile. Sometimes there's too much female DNA that would overpower that male DNA.
Understood. Thanks. Go ahead. And are there, if initially you send some stuff forward, is it able to then make the decision to go ahead and send everything forward that can be tested?
That is a process that we can do. That was just not something that we did in this case, and I'm not sure what her results were, if there was anything else that was eligible.
Okay, understood. So you're not familiar with what other items would have gone forward, other than what you worked on?
Correct.
All right. Nothing further, Your Honor.
So, you worked on the vaginal swab, that would have been for the April 19th report. Are you familiar with that report?
The DNA report?
Yes.
I'm not sure which report that one would have gone. It would have probably been the first one.
It would have been?
Yeah.
So the first report from Kristen Casoda on the vaginal swabs from Athena Strand, it states Exhibit 299. Has not been admitted yet, sorry. In that report, it's the probability of obtaining a mixture of profile in the DNA came from the victim and one unrelated unknown individuals 2 times.
Wow.
Sorry. I'll slow down.
Your Honor, I'm going to object from, if he wants to admit the report at this point, that's fine, but object from reading for some outside of evidence that from a report that she did not issue.
Well, let me start with that. That's a big enough question. Are you familiar with that report?
If the vaginal swabs are on that, I would have done the analytical process for that report, but I did not write the report.
Okay. Now you mentioned Ms. Ferrara's report.
Sorry?
Ms. Ferrara's report, Jackie's report?
Yes.
On the male screening.
Yes.
And on that report for the oral swabs, she did not detect the presence of male DNA.
I am not familiar with her report either. I just know what she sent forward for DNA, and that's what I processed.
And initially in spring of 2023, that was only the vaginal swab.
Correct.
That's what it shows.
Mr. Barrett. Just one thing. Is there a difference between a finding of inconclusive and a finding of excluded? You understand what I'm saying? It says that the detection of male DNA on the item was inconclusive. Is that the same as saying there was no male DNA?
For what type of report?
Well, may I approach you? Yes. Just. I'm going to show you what's already been admitted into evidence of State's Exhibit number 298. Now, this does not pertain to the vaginal swabs. It pertains to the oral swabs. But with regard to the finding on there, it was classified as what?
This is for the DNA male screening laboratory report. The oral swabs, the detection of male DNA on this item was inconclusive, utilizing the Plexer HY quantification kit due to the low male quantification value. So for this report, we are not doing any type of comparisons. So we are not making an inclusion or exclusionary statement. This is based strictly on the quantification results from that male screening process. So this indicates that male DNA was detected, but based on that quantification value, it was not eligible to send forward for our traditional DNA process.
Thank you. No further questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Governor?
Not for this witness, Your Honor. Thank you.
May she be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
State House Amber Moss.
Amber Moss. Come in, please, ma'am. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barry?
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Moss, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
Hi, my name is Amber Moss. It's AMBER MOSS.
And Ms. Moss, what do you do for a living?
I am a DNA Section Supervisor 1 at the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland.
And so you're a section supervisor. What does that mean?
So what that means is that I manage a team of analysts, and I triage cases that are assigned to my team. I'm also still qualified as an analyst, so those duties include examining evidence for the presence of biological fluids, cutting samples and preparing them for the DNA testing, then actually performing the DNA testing itself for either our autosomal testing or our YSTR testing, performing the DNA interpretation, the YSTR interpretation, and then also performing technical and administrative reviews, and then testifying in court if necessary.
With regard to your participation in the case that we're here today on, are you familiar with the Garland Lab number 2302-02863?
Yes.
And is that the case where the suspect is Tanner Lynn Horner and the victim is Athena Presley Monroe Strand?
Yes.
Now, as far as your personal background, what type of education did you have?
I have a Bachelor of Science degree from Texas A&M University at Commerce, and I also have taken postgraduate classes in population statistics and molecular biology from the University of Texas at Dallas.
And how long have you been working as a forensic analyst?
I've been qualified as an analyst since January 2000.
Okay. So approximately 26 years,
Yes.
correct? So with regard to the process or your involvement in this case, was it actually as an analyst, or kind of describe what your part was in this particular case?
So for this case, I did not, I was not an analyst involved in the case, but as the DNA section supervisor, my team handles capital murder cases. And so what that means is that when the cases are received, I will contact the agency to clear up any questions that we might have, determine whether it's going to be a death penalty case or not. And then I communicate with them to determine if we have any questions about what items to test and moving forward with our testing.
And are there specific guidelines from the Texas Forensic Science Commission related to death penalty cases that you're required to make sure get followed?
Yes. DBS has a policy in place that if a case is determined to be a death penalty case, then we will communicate with the attorneys on that case and determine exactly what items will be tested. If items will be depleted, we will let them know that. And then sometimes in some of those cases, those depleted items are processed a little bit differently.
Okay. And that's kind of where I was going with that. Let's talk about you. Do you have some type of special licensing or to do your job, or is it just through the lab that you're accredited?
No, as an analyst, I'm licensed by the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
Okay. And is the lab also accredited by that same organization?
The lab is accredited by the commission, but we're also accredited by an American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board.
And is that sometimes referred to as ANAB?
Yes.
Okay. Or ANAB?
Yes.
With regard to that, those specific rules for death penalty cases, if it becomes apparent that there is an item that would be depleted, well, first, let's talk about what depleted means. Would you explain the concept of something being depleted?
So for us, when we say that an item will be depleted, it means that either the swab that was used to collect cells, or a blood stain, or a stain on an item of clothing, for instance, we would need to use that entire thing, that entire item, either the swab or the stain itself, in order to perform the DNA testing in hopes that we get a complete DNA profile.
And if it becomes apparent to you along the process that certain items would be depleted, you said that you contact somebody about that, is that right?
Yes, we do. For capital murder cases, we do.
And who would that be?
So it depends on each case, honestly. So a lot of times the submitting agency, so like the local police department, is our agency contact, and they are relaying the information to the attorneys. But for a lot of the cases, the attorneys are involved early on in the process, since it is a capital murder case usually. And so a lot of times we're relaying that information to them as well.
And I'm going to just ask you, you talk pretty fast.
Sorry.
The judge reminded somebody we were not in Dallas, so the other day. So just kind of slow yourself down slightly. With regard to that process, you communicate the fact that something's going to be depleted. Is there some requirements for further testing if it is determined that something is going to be depleted?
So our policy, we're required to let the agency know or the attorneys know, and then at that point they can discuss and determine whether they give us permission to actually deplete that sample, and we perform the testing on that, or if we end up not testing it at all, or sometimes if those samples would go to a different lab to be tested.
And in this particular case, you're familiar with Jacqueline Ferrara, or formerly Jacqueline Winston.
Yes.
And she did some of the initial screening in this particular case, is that right?
Yes, she did.
And then we just heard from Erica Reynaga, and she did some follow-up analytical work related to that initial screening.
Yes.
But after that point was done, had there been a number of items that were identified that would potentially be depleted by further testing?
Yes. Since Jacqueline was the biology analyst, she was the one who examined the evidence itself and was the one who determined these certain set of samples would need to be depleted going forward for DNA testing. So at that point, she made a list of those samples, and we relayed that information to our contact information, or to our contact for the case, and I believe the district attorney's office at the same time, and I'm not sure if the defense was notified at that same time or not.
Was a decision made that before we went further and did any further testing on anything, that we needed to get some type of court approval to move forward with the depletion items to determine what lab that should take place at, whether it was your lab or a different lab?
Right, so actually part of the DPS policy for death penalty cases is that we will examine the items of evidence for the presence of biological fluids, collect those samples, but we will not move forward with any DNA testing until we have a court order, whether that is in regards to the depletion samples or samples that will not be depleted. So a court order is required for us to move forward for DNA testing, and then in that court order they need to specify how the depletion samples will be handled.
And was it clear for some period of time, can you tell us whether or not it was clear to you as to whether you should move forward at your lab with those items, or whether it was going to be ordered to be done at a different lab?
There was conversation in this case about, and there was some time where it was being decided where those depletion samples would be tested, whether it initially it was offered like we would test all the samples at the DPS lab, but there were certain conversations that then it was going to be that set of samples, the depletion samples would be tested at a different lab. And then it was some time where it was being determined which lab that would be.
And ultimately, was a decision made to go to a different lab for the depletion items?
Yes.
And was that ordered by the court?
Yes.
And was, when did that transfer of items to that lab take place?
So once we got a court order indicating that the depletion samples would be going to a different lab, in April of 2025, I gathered those depletion samples, put them into a separate container so that they could be shipped out to that other lab. And then there was still some discussion about exactly when we should send those samples. So they had been separated but not sent yet, and then they were sent in May of 2025 to the other lab.
So already in evidence, we have State's Exhibit number 298, which is the DNA male screening laboratory report. And we have State's Exhibit number 300, which is the biology laboratory report. Those were done in March and April of 2023, correct?
The biology report was June of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. You're right, I looked at the wrong report when I was saying the date. So March for the DNA male screening report, March 16, 2023?
Yes.
And then June 14, 2023 for the biology laboratory report?
Yes.
No further reports were issued until after this transfer of evidence was able to be accomplished to the other lab for the depletion items, correct?
Correct.
Right, so over 2 years to get that accomplished, is that right?
Oh, I'm wrong. Wait. So we do have a DNA report, but it's from 2023, but it doesn't pertain to the depletion samples.
Yes.
And then after that, correct, there were no more reports issued until the issue of what samples would go forward for DNA testing and the depletion samples was resolved.
So ultimately, where was the depletion samples, where were they ordered to go?
Where were they ordered to go?
Yes,
Yeah.
where were they ordered to go?
Ultimately, they were ordered to go to a private forensic laboratory called Bodie. It's in Lorton, Virginia.
And is that another lab that is also accredited by the Texas Forensic Science Commission, to your knowledge?
Yes.
Okay. Because there are some specific rules related to death penalty cases as to what type of labs can test those. Is that correct?
I believe the statute indicates that it has to be an accredited laboratory, and I'm pretty sure the statute also refers to the Texas Department of Public Safety laboratory.
Yes.
But any testing needs to be done by an accredited laboratory.
Understood. All right, so that testing took place and was a report issued from the lab, Bodie lab, on the items that have been submitted that were considered to be depletion items.
Yes.
And have you had the opportunity to view that report?
Yes.
Okay. I'm not going to introduce it at this time, but once that transfer was taking place and Bodie had those depletion items, did the DPS lab in Garland then go forward with the rest of their testing? Or sometime during that, when in relation to that, did the DPS lab begin testing the items that they retained that were not depletion items?
In this case, once we had the initial court order listing the samples that would be tested, we knew that there was still discussion about the depletion samples, but we'd already identified those samples. So any of the non-depletion samples we proceeded to start preparing those for DNA testing and then started DNA testing on that set of items at the DPS lab while we were still getting information about the depletion samples.
Understood. So ultimately, it was, what was the date that the final reports were issued here from the DPS Garland lab?
The DNA reports, we have a supplemental DNA laboratory report dated September 15th, 2025, a biology and DNA laboratory report dated September 15th, 2025, a YSTR laboratory report dated September 15th, 2025.
Can you explain the difference between the regular DNA report and a YSTR report?
Yes, so our regular DNA laboratory report, it refers to our sort of mainstream testing. It's our autosomal testing, so that tests for male and female DNA. It just tries to copy whatever DNA is present, human DNA is present on a sample. The YSTR testing is male specific, so it will not pick up any female DNA that's present in the sample. It will only focus on the male DNA present in the sample.
And is that YSTR process, is that, for lack of a better word, more sensitive? How does that work?
It is a little bit more sensitive, but it's more specific because it's only targeting male individuals, and so it is useful in, it's more of a specialized type of testing, I would say, because it's useful in some samples where you have a high amount of female DNA and a small amount of male DNA, and that female DNA overpowers the male DNA in our normal autosomal testing, and so the YSTR testing allows us to only focus on the male DNA present.
Okay. So was there both autosomal, if I call it STR testing and YSTR testing, is that correct, or is that?
Yes, that's correct.
All right. So was there both types of testing done at the DPS lab in Garland?
Yes.
And depending on the item in the sample, is that right?
Yes.
And was there also, to your understanding, both sets, types of testing done at the Bode lab?
Yes. There was.
Depending on the sample?
Yes.
Do you have anything? Oh, I think you actually did do one other thing on this case with regard to preparing some type of samples for one of the other analysts before they looked at them. Something related, I believe it was to Elizabeth Seastrong. Is that right? Yeah, I could be mistaken about that.
Jacqueline was already had already left the DPS laboratory when once we were able to get a list of samples that needed to be cut and the court order listing those samples. So Elizabeth Seastrong is a different analyst who actually cut the non-depletion samples to be processed at the DPS lab. But
I didn't know, as far as, I think it was just separating out which samples she was supposed to be dealing with going forward.
no, I just gave her a list, Jacqueline's list, and they were the ones that needed to be depleted were marked, and so she did not cut those samples.
All right. And you made sure that everything was clearly delineated as to what went to Bode and what stayed at DPS Garland?
Yes.
Okay. Anything else on this case you feel is relevant as far as the ultimate conclusions in the reports that were issued in September of 2025?
No, I mean, I was involved in the review of some of those reports, but no.
Okay. Based upon your involvement in the review of those reports, do you feel like the processes and procedures that are set out in your own internal guidelines as well as the Texas Forensic Science Commission were followed in this case?
Yes.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Cross-examination.
No questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
suspect calls Elizabeth C. Strunk, Your Honor.
Okay, Elizabeth C. Strunk. Come in, please, ma'am. Just have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. C. Strunk, would you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your first and last name for the court?
My name is Elizabeth C. Strunk. That is spelled Elizabeth. Last name Seastrunk.
Pull that microphone a little bit closer to you. Thank
With, can you just kind of tell us what you do for a living, first of all?
I'm a forensic scientist at the Texas Department of Public Safety's Crime Laboratory in Garland, Texas.
And did you have to, what kind of education did you have to qualify you for that job?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biochemistry, Molecular and Cellular Biology from the University of New Hampshire, as well as a Master's of Science in Forensic Science with a concentration in Forensic Biology and DNA from Oklahoma State University Center of Health Sciences.
And as far as your duties, well, let me ask you, how long have you been working there at the DPS Garland Lab?
I've been working at the Garland Lab for about 3 years, but moved into the DNA section about 2.5 years ago.
Okay. And so that would have been after November 30th of 2022, correct? That you moved into the DNA section?
I moved into the DNA section in October of 2023.
Understood. So after you, well, first of all, was there a different analyst that had left as far in conjunction for personal reasons, family reasons, that at the time that you came into the lab, or did you overlap?
What do you mean by that question?
Jacqueline Winston, Jacqueline Ferrara?
I had moved into the DNA section while Jackie was still there.
Okay. And so, but after she left, were you asked to do some work on the case where the suspect is Tanner Lynn Horner, the victim is Athena Presley Monroe Strand, and that has a specific Garland case number, GAR 2302-02863.
May I refer to my notes?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So at that time, what were your duties in the DNA lab?
I am trained and qualified in serological testing, so that includes testing evidence items for the presence of blood or any potential semen stains. I also collect trace evidence. I prepare samples for DNA analysis. I also write reports. I will review other biology analyst reports and testify in court when needed.
And were you asked to process certain samples related to this case as part of your duties?
Yes.
Now let's talk about your sort of training and background to be able to do those things. Can you just briefly kind of give us a synopsis of that?
At DPS, we go through a modular-based training program that includes lectures and readings, as well as us observing a qualified analyst. There's also a period of supervised and independent practices. There's a competency exam as well as written exams. There's a comprehensive oral examination and a mock trial as well. And we go through a period of supervised casework before we are authorized to perform independently.
And had all that been completed by the time you were working on this case?
Yes.
Now, can you tell me a little bit about the specific samples that you were asked to deal with in this case?
I was asked to deal with the samples that Jackie had previously cut out from the physical evidence items, or she had taken swabbings of those items. And there was a coin envelope that contained all of those samples, as well as the swabs that the agency had submitted that Jackie had previously tested and retained as well.
And then what was your duties related to those items?
I had prepared those samples for DNA, so I had cut my own portion of the stain into a label tube. And for the swabs, I had cut the entire cotton head portion off of the swab head and placed that into a label tube as well.
And when you talk about a stain, what are you talking about?
The stain is the physical cutting that Jackie had taken from the physical evidence item. So she had identified stains and cut them out and retained them into a Ziploc baggie. And I had retrieved those cuttings that she had taken and cut my own portion from that.
So, for instance, if the stain was on a pair of blue jeans, whether it's the suspects or the victims, she would have taken and actually cut that stain out and retained that. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And then you came behind her and you cut out a smaller portion of that to send forward for the testing.
That's correct.
Okay. Okay, what else?
And I had cut the swabs that were retained. So I had cut the entire cotton head portion off of the swab stick and then retained the remainder of the swabs.
And did you have any further work in this case that was relevant to the actual results that came out in the final reports in September of 2025?
No, my role was simply to cut the stains and place them into the label tubes for the DNA analyst.
And did you follow all the proper protocols and procedures in doing that?
I did, yes.
Pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
No question, John.
May this witness be excused subject to any potential recall.
Yes, John.
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
State calls Ruby Kelly, Your Honor.
Ruby Kelly. Judge. Your Honor. We can do that, okay? So I'll see you back in 15 minutes, okay?
Okay, Tolly, so we've been hearing DNA testimony this morning. This is the dry part of trials, and necessary?
Yeah, it's interesting. It is the dry part of trial, but I mean the key thing there is trial. Usually you'd see a lot of this DNA evidence getting put forth when you're seeking to convict an individual, but again, Mr. Horner's already pled guilty. So the question is, what is the ultimate purpose? What shoe is going to drop here? Where's this leading to? And I'm not really sure what that is so far. Because again, just to remind everyone, I mean, the question here is not did he do it? It's does he pose a future danger to society?
Right.
Or is this addressing some kind of potential mitigation issue the defense might bring up? Hard to see right now what that is.
Yeah, I'm struggling. I'll acknowledge these are the parts of trials where I really start to struggle. My mind is struggling to pay attention because so far it feels like we're just building, they're just showing us like step by step who handled the evidence and what they did with it.
Right, so we call it chain of custody, chain of events. You want to make sure that you can establish that the evidence gathered was procured correctly, that it was looked after, kept safe, and it went from one individual to the next, and what that person did and how it was treated. It would be a little bit more exciting. I think the anticipation would be there. Again, if this DNA was being used to prove identity, prove that he was at a location, connect him to the offense more, but that's not the situation. So I have to assume that the DA is laying some groundwork for something we're going to hear down the road that has to go towards, again, this issue that he's a future danger.
Okay, so somebody in the chat's asking, can't the defense stipulate to the chain of custody?
They sure can. And
So
a lot of times,
why haven't we done that?
Again, it's a good question. A lot of times the prosecution will do it or asked to do it because they understand also. I mean, you know, we've all been in these courtrooms and we understand that, you know, a typical juror, a typical individual's got about 15, 20 minutes of attention span. And after that, your mind starts to wander. Here we're talking about trying to keep them on track. And so I'm not really sure why. Yeah, you could go up and they would meet with the judge in advance. The defense counsel could stipulate and say, listen, all this evidence is going to come in. We're not refuting it. I mean, we've seen there's been barely any cross-examination whatsoever. For whatever reason, the prosecution wants to put it out there.
Yeah, I struggle with that one. And from what, you know, Rebecca Lopez is our senior crime and justice reporter, is at the courthouse, and she says this is going to go on all day.
Wow.
I know. I'm wondering how many forensic scientists they have at the DPS crime lab, but are we going to hear from all of them?
Yeah, and again, is it necessary? You know, I understand the desire to dot the I's, cross the T's, and present the case as having been done properly from start to finish. But is that taking away strategically from your goal of asking for the death penalty to be applied? It somewhat dilutes it, again, unless this is leading up to something. And of course, what we can assume is that is it leading up to something where there can be an insinuation that something sexual occurred to this young girl.
I have to believe it has to do with the vaginal swab.
Yeah.
Or that there was male DNA found on that vaginal swab. I have to believe that is what we're leading up to.
I would assume so. And again, because that just makes everything that much worse. And if that's the case, then yes, you want to make sure that the jury doesn't have a doubt in their mind that everything was done properly, and that the prosecutors in closing argument can stand up there and say, look, we thought it was this bad, look what else occurred. And maybe that's the little nudge that pushes the jury towards that death penalty.
Yeah, it could be. Somebody, I'll ask it. They're actually asking someone else in the chat. They're saying that if this was your daughter, wouldn't you want every piece of evidence, to be presented?
Yes, but again, to what purpose?
Right.
I guess, we're not saying that they should take shortcuts. We're not saying that they should not present evidence, but you can stipulate to testimony and still present that evidence to the jury. The witness would have testified to X, Y, and Z, and you can easily get that out there in front of the jury without spending, about an hour and a half of hearing about their backgrounds and their education and their training, which I don't think there's any question about. Again, the defense attorneys are not cross-examining them and saying that these individuals are not competent to do their jobs. We're just putting that out there.
And then we took a break. It was kind of an early break, so I'm trying to. Did we get some sense? Are they waiting for another witness, or because normally when we're taking breaks, we've only been in started up for about an hour.
Right. Yeah. Not sure what that reasoning is. It could be anything from a witness wasn't there and prepared. We saw a pretty quick succession. The judge said, "Call your next witness," and they had them ready to go. We had 3 witnesses go through real fast. So it's possible they're moving a little bit quicker than they anticipated, or it's possible the judge wants to address this. How much more of this are you going to put on, or what is the purpose of this? We see that a lot in, I practice mainly in federal court, and the judges have very little tolerance for evidence that's not making the trial progress in a certain way.
Federal judges do not play at all.
Yeah.
In my experience.
You ask the same question multiple times to witnesses, and it overlaps, and they will shut it down almost immediately.
Oh yeah, that's a whole. In many cases, it's a whole different ball game than what you see in state court. So I want to make sure I enjoy answering people's questions as much as we can. I think this is a really good way to help walk us through this trial. So Liz asked, so why does it take so long after he already pled guilty? I think people are still struggling with, he pled guilty, so.
Right. Well, I mean, and you have to understand that the this case is going on 4 years now, I think.
Yeah.
3.5, 4 years old. The law enforcement, the district attorney's office, investigators, they've spent several years building their case, working on this case, developing this with the anticipation of having put forth a case in front of a jury. So to a degree, it's we've done all this work. Let's show them
Right.
what all went into this. Let's show them how important it is. Let's show them how we've treated this case. So you would think that, well, he's pled guilty, all that goes away. That's not really the case. I mean, they still want to put forth everything they've done. Do I think you could probably streamline that? Yes. You could probably make it more efficient. I was a big believer, especially as a prosecutor, that you don't put evidence on that doesn't have an impact.
Right.
If I can put forth my point with 2 pictures, I'd rather do that than 20 pictures, because it waters it down, it dilutes it. Here, you're talking about trying to get to the ultimate goal of asking and justifying why you're asking for the death penalty. Any evidence, any witness testimony that doesn't go towards that seems like it's, again, watering things down a little bit.
Yeah, and I think it's interesting. I remember, and I didn't cover this case. Jason Trahan, who's back there live blogging, and he can correct me if I'm wrong on this, but that was probably 10, 15 years ago. They took the first Holy Land case to trial, and they threw everything up against the wall, right?
Yep.
And it ended up in a hung jury the first time. They come back the second time, they streamline that case, and they get the guilty verdict.
Yep.
And there's a case to be made, and I'm not saying, again, this is a different situation. He's already pled
Sure.
guilty. I mean, there's no doubt here, but there is a case to be made for streamlining. And I know, like, when I'm working on a story, okay, and I'm notorious for my stories being too long. It's an error. My bosses will tell you, and so.
That's why we have editors.
Yes, right? I mean, I'm like, but why can't I have that detail too?
Yeah.
And so when I look at a story, as I'm sitting there and I'm putting it together, and I think trials are a little bit like telling a story, I have to decide, is this in service of the kind of my central thesis?
Exactly.
And if it's not,
Exactly.
then it goes in the web copy.
Yeah.
That's the reality, because it's like, and I have to make some really hard decisions sometimes. And my stories are typically not short. I mean, we're talking typical stories, somewhere between 4 and 6 minutes. So it's not like I'm, getting cheated on time.
Right.
But that's the reality.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, I think and I'm not trying to criticize anyone here. Sometimes you have to get out of your own way, and you have to understand, while you've done all this work and you want to show all this work that you've done and you put into it, sometimes you don't have to ask that extra question. You don't need that extra witness. It's often good to write out your trial outline, go through all your exhibits, go through everything, and then edit yourself, and then have somebody else edit it and say, is that really necessary? Is that what point is that getting us to? And then yes, I mean, somebody asked about the stipulation. We do that in federal court often. If both sides are going to stipulate to evidence, do you really need to have this evidentiary hearing and lay some predicate and put on a witness to say, well, this is what I did to get this photograph?
Right.
If the other side's not contradicting it, why are we wasting everyone's time? Let's just offer it into evidence, saying that both sides have already reviewed it and we're stipulating that this is the DNA evidence, this is what exists, and this is where we're going from. And it lets the jury get an understanding that, okay, well, this is what it is, black and white. Now, what's the purpose of you introducing that?
Right.
Let's get to that witness. And I think that's what we're waiting for. We're waiting to see is somebody who's going to come up next, who's going to come up by the end of the day, to give an explanation as to why are you laying all this predicate right now.
Well, I'm kind of hoping that our next witness, when we get the next witness, that witness is going to be the witness that's going to tell us, okay.
Yeah. Here's why you just heard what you did.
Right.
Right?
I mean, I hope
everything was
so.
collected, everything was done properly. Here's why it's important.
Right.
And I think if a jury doesn't get that relatively soon, you're going to start losing their
Because they're human
attention.
beings.
They're human beings, especially after you've had some already somewhat powerful evidence. You know, you hear about potential, you know, these alleged sexual assaults that occurred with the two young women, and you've heard about different other things that were pretty, kind of got you emotional about it, which I think is where you want to end, you want to lead up to, and now you're having a little bit of, I mean, like you said, you've covered this a long time, I've been doing this for many years, and you're kind of just getting through this process. You want the jury to remain emotional and engaged and not check out.
Yeah, because, I mean, this is really the first day of the trial where I've just gone, okay.
Yeah.
Whew. Because every other day.
I hope it's not because of me.
No, you're great, Tolly. You're great. I think it's just, and some of it's just the nature of this kind of evidence, right?
Yeah, sure.
But, you know, yesterday we had his, the searches. He was doing searches for the case.
The camera, like, was the FedEx camera truck almost continuous? Yes.
I'm like, well, the answer apparently sounds like it's yes.
And that's the thing, that as a juror, I'm like, my gosh, I mean, this guy wasn't out of his mind. There's no, I mean, he is concerned about getting caught. He's concerned about evidence, what's getting preserved or not. That's impactful. I mean, if I was a juror. And
he's downloading her photo. He's
I would be on the edge of my
face.
seat listening to that.
Oof.
Whereas I can just picture them here, leaning back, eyes probably barely open. Not that they're not trying to be attentive, but this is, like you said, this is dry stuff.
It's human nature, and a lot of this stuff, even for those of us who have heard this kind of evidence many times, it's just hard to follow at times.
Yeah.
I know, like yesterday when they had the last witness at the end of the day, who was talking about where, you know, which pieces of clothing and items that they had found DNA or blood. And one of the things that I had Jen Falk on yesterday, and Jim was saying, boy, they really needed some what I guess y'all call them demonstratives. Like, in other words, some show and tell, because it was pretty dry.
Right.
Whether, you know, some way to help the jury really follow, because I was struggling.
Oh, yeah.
To follow. Not bored, but just struggling.
Right. Yeah, anytime you can introduce, especially, look, this day and age, the past 15, 20 years of litigation, I think jurors expect and want to be a little bit, not entertained, but shown things. I mean, you're not just hearing it, you're seeing it, reenactments and maps and all that we have available to us as trial attorneys should be used. And that does keep them focused and engaged on the trial and the testimony. Because just listening to somebody go on and on can get a little boring. But when you're listening to something and then you point it out on a, you know, blow up map or a PowerPoint presentation or a reenactment, I think that definitely helps keep things going.
Okay, so I've got a few questions here in the chat that we will answer or try to answer while we're waiting. I think this judge is, Gallagher's running. I expect them to be back here pretty quickly. So somebody wants us to talk about the detective letter that he wrote. So back in 2023, he tries to kill himself, and he's taken to the hospital. And he writes, I think it was 4 letters. He wrote one to a church, one to Athena's family, which was a whole lot of I, me, and I'm sorry, but you know, this is really hurting my life kind of thing.
Right.
He wrote one to his girlfriend, one I think to some other family members. I guess it was 5 total, and then one to detectives. And in the 5th one, he spun a completely different tale. Okay, so this time we don't get 0. We get man with a rifle.
Yeah.
Basically, man with a rifle made me grab Athena, and I handed Athena off to him.
Yeah. Yeah, a whole different story. Yeah.
It's a whole different account of how, I mean, one that he had not brought up in hours and hours and hours of interrogations with law enforcement. How do you think that kind of thing, all these letters he wrote?
First of all, that's highly unusual. Having somebody accused of a crime, writing all these letters and reaching out to different individuals, especially law enforcement and the victim's family, and putting all this stuff out there. I mean, I've seen it before where someone accused will, you know, they'll obviously contact their attorneys. Sometimes they'll write to the court because they're frustrated with the system, or they're frustrated with their lawyer. You know, they think something's happening that's prejudicing them, and so they'll complain, but it's extremely rare that they'll say something to law enforcement, to the detectives investigating a case, or to a family. So again, it's hard to understand, his motivation or what he was thinking by it.
That's why I think you might take the stand.
Yeah, possible. I mean, but you go back to, if this was the case, then why have him plead guilty? Because if he has these different personalities and these different ideations that, he felt like he was having to give her to somebody else, truth or not truth or whatever, or it was this other identity that would take over, why would you say, okay, you know what, I did it.
Right.
I understand what I did. I'm pleading guilty to it. The question is not my culpability. The question is what should happen to me.
Okay, guys, we have put that. There we go. We're getting movement in the courtroom. That door has opened, which is indicative of that he's going to be. That Tanner Horner's going to be coming out of the hold over there. He is. He's coming back in, and I assume we'll be getting underway here in a couple minutes, and hopefully, pretty quickly we'll get to. And the judge, again, a reminder everybody, the judge has been very strict about making sure that when the jury is not in the room, that we are careful about audio and video coming out of that courtroom. So that's a lot of the reason why the photographers are being very careful, because as Tolly knows, judges have absolute and utter authority about whether or not there's a camera in that courtroom. And you practice in federal court where there are no cameras, none.
A little bit stricter rules.
I've covered federal cases, and they're so, as a TV reporter, it's so hard to cover a federal case with no TV.
Oh yeah.
I mean, with no video, it's just really, really hard.
Very difficult.
You just
go with courtroom sketches and descriptions from what you witness in there.
Yeah, it's when I was a newspaper reporter, not a problem at all. But it's a TV reporter. It's like, whoa.
Yeah, it's difficult.
How are you telling this story? Because people, we live in such a visual society now. People expect it.
100%. Well, that's what we were talking about earlier about presenting evidence, right?
Right.
And being demonstrative and showing the jury things, and not just talking to them.
Yeah. And I assume
I'm assuming they're waiting. They're about to bring the jury back in. I'm curious what that delay was for, though.
Well, they stood up. So I'm guessing that's going to function as our mid-morning break, and then we'll probably go pretty close to noon. What he's been doing is, whenever the jury's lunch arrives, then we get a break.
Oh, okay.
That's been his. And so,
time.
like yesterday, I think that was around 12:30 that the jury got there. Okay, so there we go.
Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Berry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Kelly.
Good morning.
Would you please state your name for the jury?
Ruby Kelly.
And would you spell your first and your last name?
Ruby Kelly.
And what do you do for a living, Ms. Kelly?
I am a forensic scientist in the DNA section.
And where specifically?
At the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Lab in Garland.
And how long have you been doing that?
About 6.5 years.
And what type of background and education did you have to, first of all, be hired to do that job?
I have a Bachelor of Science with a major in biology and a minor in chemistry from the University of North Texas, and a Master of Science in Pharmaceutical Sciences with a concentration in DNA analysis and serology from the University of Florida. And I also have a license through the Texas Forensic Science Commission.
And in addition to you being licensed by the Texas Forensic Science Commission, is the lab accredited through that same organization?
It is, yes.
As well as ANAB?
Correct.
Okay. Now, since you've come on, once you were hired there, what have been your duties since you've been there?
My job duties include screening evidence for the presence of biological fluids like blood or semen, performing laboratory procedures for DNA analysis, making interpretations and comparisons of known evidentiary profiles to known reference samples, preparing reports of my findings, and testifying in court.
May I approach Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to show you number 297, and which shows the suspect, the victim, and the lab report number. Are you familiar with that particular case that we're here talking about today?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And with regard to that case, did you perform some work that was ultimately reflected in the final reports that were issued, I believe, in September of 2025?
I did, yes.
Okay. Can you talk to us about the work that you did in a general sense, and then we'll talk about what specific items that you were dealing with?
I performed the laboratory procedures. It's a 4-step process that we use to obtain the DNA profiles, and I did this for both our autosomal testing and our YSTR testing that is male specific.
Okay. And autosomal, is that sometimes also referred to as STR testing?
Yes, autosomal STR.
Okay. So there's YSTR and autosomal STR. Is that right?
Correct.
All right. So you did work on items for both of those. Let's talk about those two categories. Is the work that you did different for those two categories or the same?
They will differ at the 3rd step, the amplification step, where we use a different set of chemicals to target specific regions on the Y chromosome for the YSTR testing.
Okay. And is that part of the work that you did in this case?
It is, yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the different items that you dealt with in this case. I believe you have the lab submission form there in front of you. If you need to refer to that, you can. Does that match your records as far as the items that were submitted to be tested?
Yes, it does.
So using that maybe as a reference, can you tell us what items that you worked on? Would it be easier to talk about them in the two categories, the autosomal and then the YSTR?
Yes.
Okay, so let's talk about, first of all, the items that you did the analytical work for the autosomal STR. What items were you involved in that process for?
There were several stains from the polo, a sweatshirt, jeans, underwear, sock, and another set of blue jeans, as well as bungee cords in different areas of a vehicle, a truck.
In all of those, none of those items that you just mentioned were related to the YSTR, correct? Those are all autosomal?
Correct.
And now let's talk about the items that you processed related to the YSTR process.
Those would have been the vaginal swabs, anal swabs, oral swabs from the sexual assault kit, and then the known sample from the suspect.
And were you involved in the process before or after the depletion had already been separated out?
That would have been after. I would have come in afterwards.
So you didn't deal with any of the items that were sent to Bode Lab or Bode, correct?
That's correct.
Only the items that were ultimately dealt with in the reports that were issued in September of 2025.
Correct.
So you dealt with the swabs from you said YSTR for the swabs from the sexual assault kit, and what other items again?
And then the known reference sample from the victim.
Okay.
I mean, excuse me, the suspect.
The suspect, okay. And
just kind of, let's talk about those two items again. You talked about the 4 parts and that there's a difference between the two. Is there any additional information you think the jury needs to understand what you physically did in this case?
No, I don't think so.
Okay. So, do you have specific protocols and procedures that you have to follow in your work there at the DPS lab in Garland?
Yes, we do have standard operating procedures.
And did you follow those standard operating procedures in this case?
I did.
Okay. And is your work just, and this relates not only to you, but to all of the people involved in the process of testing evidence, how is that work verified after your work is done? Does somebody else look at it to make sure you didn't make a mistake?
Yes, so after the 4 steps are completed, I put all of the documentation together, and that batch paperwork will go through a technical review by another qualified analyst.
And if that ends up being an issue, then are the corrections made and re-reviewed to make sure that there are protections along the way so that there's no inaccurate results?
That's correct. If any corrections are found, I would have made those corrections, and then the batch is signed off so that the cases in the batch can be assigned to an interpretation analyst.
Okay. And the interpretation analyst in this particular case, what was that person's name?
Her name is Kristen Casota.
Okay. And with regard to this particular case, once you kind of just briefly explain for the jury, how you receive your assignment, where you go to get the samples you're going to work on, and after you're done with the work that you've already described, what you do with the samples at that point.
Typically, a supervisor will assign the batches to be run, and the samples would have already been prepped. So a small cutting is prepared in a sterile tube, and that tube is barcoded so that we are able to track it through our chain of custody. And it's usually kept in a refrigerated space until I am ready to start my process.
And then once you get done with the process that you are doing, what is the state of the evidence at that point?
So the results from my process, we will retain the DNA extracts frozen so that they're available for any future testing.
Is there anything else you feel like you did in this case that you feel would be relevant to the ultimate results that are contained in the reports in September of 2025?
No, I believe we've covered everything.
Thank you. I'll pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Ms. Kelly.
Good morning.
Good to see you again. I have just a couple of questions. Now, Ms. Casota was the interpreter, correct?
Correct.
And that's the person who would make any kind of subjective decisions about the analysis?
Correct.
And that would be things like what is an artifact, what is not, that sort of thing?
Well, I would have sort of done that as well. That is the last step where we use a software tool to visualize the DNA profiles, and I evaluate each profile before giving that final copy of it.
So can you tell me more about that, the parts of your process that involve you making a determination rather than just following a protocol?
So that part is still in our protocols for me to do. It's called data analysis. So once we obtain the data from that final step, I will go through each profile as well as use a profile comparison tool to compare all of the profiles in the batch, make sure there was no contamination, and verify that the positive and negative controls that are included also worked correctly.
So does that include, and I know most people aren't familiar with this, and I'm not super familiar with it, but how you have the printout that shows where the alleles are, and it's really like a gray fuzzy line, right? Is that part of what you do is determine is this an actual marker or not, or is that wait for Ms. Casota?
Right, so the DNA profile, it looks like sort of like a graph with peaks. And sometimes there could be peaks that might be at the baseline level and could just be noise. So if the software is calling that a real peak, it is my job to go through it and evaluate and ensure that it's either marked off as an artifact or it remains as a real peak.
Yeah, so that's not just left up to like the computer. There's actually a human being that is involved in interpreting DNA.
That's correct.
That's what it's showing.
With regard to that, is there other human beings that are involved in checking those results and making sure that they are accurate through that process, both technically and subjectively?
Yes, that's correct. So the technical reviewer who would have reviewed my batch paperwork is doing the same thing I am doing, as well as Kristen later on in the interpretation process would have also looked at each profile separately.
Thank you. No further questions?
Mr. Goble?
And that would be kind of where it would end, is with Kristen and whoever's doing her reviews.
Correct. After Kristen is finished with her report, we also have another set of technical review and another administrative review before that report is issued out.
Pass, Your Honor.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
May she be excused subject to any potential recall?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Our next witness is en route. So, gonna have to make you sit in the jury room, and as soon as he gets here, we'll bring you right back in. I don't know how long it'll be, so bear with me, okay?
Okay, Tolly. What was the purpose of that witness?
A little bit more of the same in terms of, we're hearing background training, what she does on a daily basis, and the evidence that was procured in this case. Yeah, I think we're still waiting, anticipating some shoe to drop.
And presumably, you kind of hope because this morning we've heard from 4 DPS forensic scientists, and the shoe has not dropped yet,
Right.
so to speak. It just sounds like it's testimony about
Arguably testimony and evidence that could have been stipulated to, like we discussed previously.
Do you think that their defense refused to stipulate?
Again, I would refuse to stipulate to evidence if this were a trial, in the sense of, are you being found guilty or not?
Right.
But that's not the case here. And the reason you would not stipulate there is you never know what nugget could come up that you might be able to hang your hat on and appeal.
Mm-hmm.
Say something comes up about one of these analysts, all of their examinations had been tainted in the past.
Right.
Maybe there's some little, minutia of evidence that you could claim was tainted, and that ruined the whole trial, I guess, that you were prejudiced. But here we're not dealing with that.
He's pled guilty.
He's pled guilty. And it's interesting that neither the court, the judge, or either side has just said, hey, listen, we're not really contesting this evidence. So again, we can only presume that it's being done for a reason, that the state wants to be able to get up at the end of this and say, you heard from all of these analysts.
Right.
This was done perfectly well, to the best of their abilities. There's no doubt about this DNA collection.
Right.
But again, it comes back to a strategy question. What is this going for? What is the ultimate purpose of all of this? And you and I have been doing this for a long time. If we can't see it already, I'm not sure the jury can.
I mean, again, the only thing I can see is the question of whose DNA is on that vaginal swab. Presumably, it's going to be Tanner
And wouldn't
Horner's.
you think that would have been presented earlier on? I mean, that's a pretty compelling piece of testimony.
Yeah, that came out that was that yesterday? Yes, that was yesterday. Sorry, it's all
Yeah.
starting to run together. That was towards the end of the day that
Yeah.
we got that testimony that, about that vaginal swab. And they did say and I keep going back to this in opening statements, the lead prosecutor said that there would be, his DNA would be in places where it shouldn't have been.
Yeah.
Which to me was a hint.
Yeah.
To me that was like the first indication. But the medical examiner testified, not yesterday, but Monday, that there was no evidence of, sexual assault.
Right.
In terms of like what we would think of as sexual assault.
Sure.
So but that doesn't mean there wasn't some form of sexual abuse or something that.
Right. Well, or some sort of, depravity. Like, who knows what he may have done.
Well, we know he's depraved.
Well, right. But to the extent of, a sexual component being there, even though he may not have assaulted her. Maybe there was some other twist in his brain.
Right. Yeah.
And maybe that's what they're getting to.
So somebody's asking, here's what Christian Legault asked. Are they doing this to make sure the evidence wasn't tainted?
Well, yes. I mean, of course, the reason you call these witnesses, like we discussed before, is you want to make sure the chain of custody, chain of events, the witnesses, that the evidence wasn't tainted, that nothing was done improperly or wrong, and that you can rely. You can imagine from a crime scene occurring where there's a lot of external factors that could affect the evidence. When that is obtained, from the point it is actually tested and analyzed, a lot of time goes. And so you want to make sure that everything was done along the way properly. And that's what we're hearing. And again, if his identity was an issue, if his location was an issue, if there were some concerns about proving that, then I think it'd be a little bit more compelling, especially to the jurors.
Right. That's what at play.
Right. I mean, you've got video evidence that's already been showing him in the truck with Athena.
Well, no, we've seen the picture yet. We've seen the picture. We haven't actually
seen the actual.
Yeah, and again, I want to remind folks, the judge is not going to allow us to live stream that. So that we expect that to happen on Thursday.
So it's just the photograph that shows.
Yeah, that video and there's audio is going to be played on Thursday, but the judge, rightly so, has decreed that we can't live stream it. And as I've said before, I'm perfectly okay with that.
Yeah.
But yes, then there's that picture. You can see that picture. Of
right. Well, and that goes towards, again, DNA evidence is for identity, for location. It's used for certain reasons, for certain types of offenses. And again, this photo obviously puts him there, puts him at the scene. His guilty plea does that. So for those purposes, it's somewhat redundant. So we have to think that it's building up for something else.
So so trying to go back to the note. Sorry, the comments move fast, so I'm trying to go through them all. But yeah, it's been interesting. But I'm kind of like with bated breath. Can we get to the heart of it?
And I assume the jury feels the same way.
Oh, I know what I want to talk about. We earlier when we were right before they came back in, we were talking about. Okay, so let me go back. So we have been told by the judge that there will not be live streaming Friday. We may do something alternative, but there won't be live streaming from the court on Friday, Monday, or Tuesday. And now Rebecca may, pop on, but in terms of the jury's not going to be there. They're going to be having these hearings. Our understanding is they're going to be qualifying these witnesses, these experts, right? Because our understanding is, and we think that the prosecution is probably going to rest on Thursday. And we think, and again, this is what we're kind of hearing, is that the parents are going to testify, which, the parents of Athena Strand, a hugely emotional testimony, and then this video is going to be played, and presumably they'll rest at that point. And so again, we're not going to be able to live stream that video and audio. I want to remind folks out there, so it's not going to happen. What's the purpose? Talk to us about these hearings and what's the purpose of these hearings?
These Dober hearings, before someone can be to testify and give opinion testimony as an expert, they have to be qualified. And so a judge is essentially the gatekeeper for that. The judge gets to determine whether or not that individual can pose an opinion, because you're not talking just about a fact witness, but their opinion based off of what they've observed. Of course, some of them are fact witnesses and it's an analysis combined, but a lot of times it's, I'm an expert in this field, this is what makes me an expert, this is what I've done in the past, this is why the jury should be able to believe what I have to say in terms of my opinion on this. And the reason such care is taken, that a layperson, a juror, who doesn't have presumably any kind of expertise in these fields, they take a lot of what witnesses say for truth. And if a judge is saying this person has been qualified as an expert,
right,
it's still up to the jury to make the decision as to whether what they're saying, their opinion, is valid or invalid. But of course, a jury is going to lean towards, well, the judge lets it in. This is an expert witness,
right?
And so why wouldn't I? Why would I question this? So a lot of care is taken into that. So whichever side is planning on calling the expert witnesses, say it's the defense, they would call that witness to the stand. Again, this is all done outside the presence of the jury or the public, and essentially you go from start to finish. What is your education, your training, your background? Have you testified before? How many trials have you testified in? Have you written opinions? Do you have peer review articles out there that have been looked at? Has all of this been tendered to the other side for them to review and cross-examine and really flesh it all out? And then a lot of times you'll have the judge will ask some additional questions. And then once the judge is satisfied that yes, this person has crossed that threshold and can testify as an expert and give that opinion testimony, they'll be let in.
Right. So do you think that we'll hear, okay, so the defense has argued that this is that he is, or they're expected to argue, and they've argued in court filings that, his autism, his Asperger's, that he didn't understand, that he didn't understand when he gave his confessions, that he didn't have the moral, this is not the word they use, but moral culpability, basically. And that, what do they gotta put on to even try to make that work?
Well, I mean, this comes back to that point we made earlier. By pleading guilty, you've somewhat taken that defense away, that he didn't have a full understanding. Maybe you are legally competent, but you don't really understand all the aspects, or there's a difference between a legal understanding and a moral understanding, and there's some gray area there. But by entering that guilty plea at the start, you've eliminated that, and you've acknowledged he understands what he's doing and he's willing to accept responsibility and go forward. So very difficult to ascertain what these experts are going to say.
How do you mitigate this?
Yeah, I mean, again, you're maybe you can bring up some childhood trauma, some prior undiagnosed or diagnosed psychological disorders, anything you can say that would, again, somewhat not take away his culpability or his understanding of what he has admitted to, but have some level of sympathy for him in a way, or maybe he doesn't fully grasp everything, and there's something we can argue.
Yeah, they said in their opening statements that that his mom, when he was little, was a stripper, which nothing illegal about being a stripper,
right.
And that he was exposed to alcohol in the womb,
right.
And that he had also later on had lead exposure, and of course Asperger's, but
sure.
So that kind of seemed to be their what they were trying to bring in as mitigating.
Right. Yeah, and I mean, of course, you will find, you can find a defense expert
that'll say anything.
Pretty much anything, honestly, if you interview enough of them. And so it's quite possible 1, 2, 3 of these experts will come forward and say, we understand he has pled guilty. We understand all that. However, him as an individual, this is the harm he suffered. These are the challenges he's had throughout his life. So, again, we're trying to spare this individual's life because of these background issues. How compelling they are, who knows?
Yeah, I think that when you have a 7-year-old that died the way Athena Strand died,
Yeah.
that's a heavy lift.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to be very compelling because, as you said, I mean, having a mother who's a dancer or a stripper or having some issues like that when you're a child, it doesn't necessarily excuse actions. I mean, it provides some context, and yes, it's not a ideal way to grow up, and maybe you are exposed to things that most of us in the mainstream are not. However, does that raise the level of saying, you know what, we're not going to give you the ultimate punishment here?
Okay, folks, I'm monitoring this chat as best I can. I want to be clear. We do expect to hear the parents testify. We think that might be Thursday, but trials can throw us a curveball. Who knows? But we do expect mom and dad, the parents of Athena Strand to testify, and we will be live streaming that as long as we're allowed to. We have no reason to believe we wouldn't be. The only thing, to my knowledge, we have been told that we will not live stream, that the judge will not allow us to live stream, and again, we're all fine with that, is the audio and video from that FedEx truck when he kidnaps her. We have been given to understand that it is blood-curdling stuff. The jury obviously has to hear this, but the judge is making a call here that there are things that the general public doesn't need to see. Okay, so we're seeing, let's put that up. We're seeing a live look again in the courtroom. Tanner Horner should be coming out any minute. Somebody's asking, was the public allowed to sit in the courtroom? Yes, as long as there's room in the courtroom, you can get into a courtroom. We live in the United States of America currently, and you can, courtrooms are public and you can sit in them. Now, sometimes there can be like overcapacity issues if there's too many people, that sort of thing. But in general, you can sit in a courtroom.
Yeah, as long as you're not disruptive, you're trying to taint the jury, trying to cause commotion.
Right. You can go in there and sit
basic
down.
decorum.
Yeah, just the normal rules, and the normal rules apply to this trial. Okay, we're starting to get sound from that courtroom. Okay, let's take a listen.
All right, everyone may be seated. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Bear.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Becker, would you please introduce yourself to the jury by telling them your name?
Yes. My name is James Becker.
And feel free to talk to them. I'm going to ask you the questions, but they're the ones that need to hear your answers. So, can you just spell for the court reporter your first and last name, please?
Yes, James, James, Becker, Becker.
And if somebody would refer to Jim Becker, would that be you as well?
Yes.
Okay.
So, tell us a little bit about yourself. How are you employed?
So I work for Veloster Solutions. I'm their vice president of product.
Can you spell that? Spell your...
Velocity.
Veloster, yes. Veloster, Velocitor. Solutions, Solutions. UTIONS.
And when we're here in court, it's difficult for me and everybody else, especially witnesses, to kind of make themselves slow down a little bit and talk, because the court reporter's taking down everything that you say, and we can't talk over each other. So we just kind of focus a little bit on doing that as we go through this process. Is that all right?
Yes, sir.
All right, thank you, sir. Now, with regard to Velociter Solutions, what do you do for that company?
So I am the Vice President of Product, so I guide our product strategy, including our software, which would be mobile applications and our web platform, and then hardware integrations to go alongside that.
All right. And tell us, how long have you been working for this particular company?
I've been with Velociter Solutions for 15 years.
And were you there at the beginning of this company, or were you hired by this company after it was already?
I was hired by the company after.
Okay. And so since you've been employed there, has the company grown both in scope and also the different things that they do?
Yes, sir. Yes, we've grown in scope from our products to the hardware we work with to the employees we have and customer base.
And talk a little bit about that. Talk about the company itself, kind of what are the different things you do, and how many people work for you, that sort of thing.
Yes, sir. So Velociter Solutions is a mobile software company. We develop mobile applications for customers with a mobile workforce. The company's been in business for 26 years. We have our main product is VTrack, which is our fleet management driver safety platform. We also have another product, Field Services, which is our mobile field software for, could be delivery, sales, or service in the field. And then we have some other minor product lines to go along with that.
And as part of the software that you offer to these fleets for mobile tracking, do you also, is part of what you offer to them, cameras that go along and utilize the software that you're talking about?
Yes, sir.
In addition to just being a standard type camera, are these something, what do you call the camera, the actual device that you use in the vehicle?
So it can be referred to as a dash camera. In this program for FedEx, it's a VEDR, Video Event Data Recorder.
Okay. So if I call it a dash cam or a VEDR, it's the same thing in your mind? So,
Yes, sir.
Does that do more than just record video?
So the device is designed to start recording, turn on when the vehicle is turned on. It will record forward-facing video and driver-facing video. The onboard device will have a storage card. In this case, the device has a storage card that was capable of storing 40 hours of video, and then it will overwrite sequentially. The device sends up GPS breadcrumb with a cellular radio that's embedded inside of it.
Okay, so you're going to have to slow down there just a little bit. Okay, so let's talk about what you mean by GPS breadcrumb.
Yes, sir. So it's the latitude and longitude of the device. So it has a GPS radio and antennas that'll connect to GPS satellites to determine its location, along with a cellular radio to communicate that data via the cellular networks to our cloud.
Okay, so embedded within the camera, you said there's a cellular device that communicates with the cellular network. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Right. And because those breadcrumbs, why do you think they call them breadcrumbs? Or do you know?
I don't know that I could answer that question.
But
it's from the tail of dropping breadcrumbs to find your way back.
So does it create a trail that you can then follow to determine somebody's movements later?
Objection, leaning your arm.
Go ahead and finish the question, and then don't beat your witness.
Well, I'll rephrase. You said from the story about dropping breadcrumbs, what was the purpose of dropping the breadcrumbs?
So you can retrace your steps.
Right. And does the breadcrumbs that you're talking about allow you to do that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So does it also have certain things that you potentially call events?
Yes, sir.
And can you explain what you mean by events?
Yes, the device contains an accelerometer, which will detect G-force for events such as hard brake, hard turn, hard acceleration that are set at a threshold. Those events will be set up to our platform, and then we request the video footage from the camera at that time to be able to show what happened during those events and track additional behaviors that we note during those events. There's also a panic button for the driver to press, which would be a panic event to our system.
What would you call a panic event?
Usually drivers will use that for if they're in trouble, if there's an accident, if there's something that they want their management to see, they're able to press that button.
So for instance, if somebody was hurt like if a person had run into somebody, would they be able to press that button and notify management that this had happened and somebody needed to respond based upon that?
Yes, sir, that's the intent. The platform allows companies or users to set up notifications via email and SMS text based on events. So one of those events that they can use for notifications is panic, and they would be notified in near real time that the event occurred and be able to see the video footage from that.
Because if it's working properly and you have both of the cameras that you described, what should you be able to capture if that button is pushed?
Well, what we send as footage, or what we request from the camera footage when a panic alarm is pushed, is 30 seconds prior to the button being pressed to the point the button is being pressed. The goal is, as you can see, forward facing what was happening the 30 seconds before they pressed the button up until they pressed it, and also driver facing to observe anything that happened in the area of the driver's view, out the windshield, and then within the cab as well.
And the utility of that, you give all those possibilities of what can be used from your software. Do all potential users of that software and camera equipment, do they take advantage of all those opportunities?
No, sir.
Okay. Let me ask you specifically about your relationship with some of the clients that you, I don't know if you call them clients or customers, but the people that you sell your equipment to and you sell your software to. What kind of companies are those generally?
They are typically a customer with a fleet. A fleet would be defined as a number of vehicles. At the time, it would have been 100 vehicles or more. So a business that has a fleet of vehicles that they want to track and help with their driver safety program. Today, we do much smaller fleets, down to as low as 5 vehicles, to provide the same sort of utilities as well. So really, it's a business with a fleet of vehicles.
Understood. So, do you have you're a vendor, or I don't know if you're a vendor, I keep using that word, but you, are the company that produces the camera equipment and the software. Are there other companies that do that same thing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Not maybe exactly the same way, but same type of thing.
Similar to industry, yes.
Yeah, okay. And so within your customer base, do you have some larger companies such as FedEx?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you do all of the cameras for all of FedEx across the United States, or just certain areas, or what?
So we work with FedEx Corporation, which has several entities within them. FedEx Ground has independent service providers that they contract with to deliver packages and pick up packages. As part of this program, we are one of several vendors chosen that comply with the program that FedEx has aligned with on what events we would send and what data we would provide to FedEx along with that. And FedEx Express, we also provide cameras to, but again, not the sole provider.
So within the FedEx company, you said they have a different name for what we would call the dash cam, and that was VEDR, is that right?
Yes, sir. VEDR.
And what does the VEDR stand for again?
Video Event Data Recorder.
Okay. So Within the FedEx company, have they established some protocols that their subcontractors would have to have these type of equipment within their vehicle in order to be a subcontractor for FedEx?
Yes, sir.
And are you familiar with a company by the name of Big Topspin?
Yes, sir.
And also Southern Star?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were those companies in relation to FedEx brand?
They were independent service providers.
Okay. And you call them within your industry ISPs, correct?
Yes, sir.
That's not internet related, it's independent service providers.
Yes, sir.
Gotcha. So both FedEx and Southern Star were ISPs, is that right?
No, sir.
No, okay. Not FedEx, but thank you for correcting me. Both Big Topspin and Southern Star were ISPs related to FedEx Ground. Is that
Yes,
right?
sir.
All right. Did you have these video event data recorders in the different vehicles for both of those two ISPs?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the specific location of the FedEx ground facility that you were working with in this particular case, not address-wise, but general area, do you know where that is located at?
I don't.
Okay. But in the area, was it here in Texas?
Yes, sir.
Versus where you're from?
Yes, sir.
And where are you from?
Charlotte, North Carolina.
And is that where your company is based?
Yes, that is our headquarters.
Now, with regard to these ISPs, once those routes are assigned to whatever ISP that they have through FedEx, are they essentially independent from FedEx as far as who oversees their drivers and their vehicles?
Objection, Your Honor, I'm not sure this is within the scope of his knowledge.
I'll let him answer it if you know.
I would say it's my understanding that the management of those routes is the independent service provider, whether it's the owner or a business manager under their staff.
Now, under your contractual relationships with these ISPs, who owns the camera?
The ISP.
Okay. And as far as the data that is downloaded onto that camera, same is true, is that right?
The actual, I believe, per contractual with FedEx, the breadcrumb data is owned by FedEx, but the video footage is owned by the ISP.
Gotcha. So with regard to that, the driver doesn't have any ownership interest over any of that, correct?
No, sir.
All right. They're the ones that the data is being recorded based upon what they're doing with the vehicle at the time, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So I want to talk to you about the specific date of, I believe in your case, it would be December the 1st of 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, sir.
Why is it that you remember that particular day?
I was in a meeting and our customer support manager came into the meeting and asked for my assistance because they had a law enforcement call and they were not sure how to handle it.
So tell us what you did next.
I went to our customer support center, to the agent that was taking the phone call. They briefed me on what was happening, that there had been an abduction, and that there was video footage, and that they had, I believe it was an FBI agent on the line.
Okay. Now, before we go in any further down through what happened next, I want to ask you, are you familiar with the product, the V-Track product, and how it works?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And let's talk about that for a moment. What kind of information, just from the video itself, if you're watching a video off of one of these recorders, what kind of information would be available to you other than just what you're seeing on what's being videoed? What kind of things are you going to be able to see?
So the video includes an overlay that contains the serial number of the camera. It will include a timestamp in UTC or GMT time. It will include the speed of the vehicle and then the GPS coordinates as they're updated through that video footage.
And so, as you're watching the video, will you see the speed change based upon what the driver is doing?
Yes, sir.
What else would be changing as it's going on?
The time will change as it goes on, and also the GPS coordinates.
Okay. And with regard to the time, is that time in a specific time zone?
It is in UTC or GMT. They're the same.
All right, so just for purposes of the record, is UTC universal?
Coordinated universal time.
Coordinated universal time.
Yes, sir.
All right. And then GMT, what is GMT?
Greenwich Mean Time?
And are those the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And with regard to that time of year, specifically, late November, early December of 2022, what would be the difference in time between UTC time and time here in Texas, in Central Standard Time?
So here will be 6 hours prior to UTC time.
And the way that that's noted often is like UTC -6, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So if UTC time showed 23 or 11 p.m., you would have to back that up. You subtract 6 hours from that, and that would be 17, which
Yes, sir.
would be what time?
5 p.m., sir.
5 p.m. Okay. So just so that it's understood that what you're watching, the time's not going to be exactly the same as it is here, but the reason is because of what?
The reason UTC time is used is it doesn't change. We don't have the daylight savings time. You don't have time zones that a vehicle could cross. So that way it's a coordinated time that can be seen through footage.
And based upon your knowledge of the software, if you're able to examine a specific camera, specific downloaded storage device from that camera, are you able to tell whether or not you believe that is operating correctly and capturing the time correctly based upon the event data and everything else that goes into the video event data recorder other than just the video itself?
We would use additional items on our platform where we have the owner's time zone, which helps us determine that offset from UTC time.
And were you asked to, let me ask you, how are you able to get video off of the video event data recorder?
There's 3 ways to obtain video footage from a better camera. The first is through a cellular connection to download a video clip from the platform. At the time, our platform offered 30-second video clips. So you do a manual download, you find the time that you're downloading, and you choose to download it, and you wait for that video to be downloaded through the internet. Another option is to remove the storage cards and use a proprietary tool to play that footage, and you can export that footage. The third option is you can attach a USB drive to the camera itself and connect to the camera with the manufacturer's application and download that footage as well.
Now, what type of storage device is maintained within this video event data recorder?
It was a standard SD card for that model.
And when you say a standard SD card, a lot of people know what that is, but some people don't. So can you describe it, please?
I say standard meaning the size. I don't know how to describe a SD card, but today there's micro SD cards and there was mini SD cards, but this was a standard SD card, approximately 3 inches wide by 1 inch and maybe a 1/16 of an inch thick.
And were you asked to access remotely some footage from a particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And did that particular vehicle relate to a particular driver?
Yes, sir, it was a driver.
Okay. And so what kind of information, you were at the point where you'd been called out of the meeting and now you're going to talk to your people about what's going on. So pick it up from there and tell us how it went from that point.
I'll be honest, this wasn't something that had occurred in the past. So I think the first thing I tried to do was establish that the people on the phone were the FBI. I remember asking them if they could send an email so that I could verify their email address to determine that. The next piece is technically the footage is owned by the independent service provider. So I was able to, I think through that phone call, reach out or speak to that owner to verify I could release the footage, which he agreed. And then once the FBI I had received the email to know they were who they were, I started the process of trying to locate the footage in question.
Okay, so let's stop there for a second. The person you talked to, would that have been related to the big top spin, the owner of the vehicles?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And do you remember that person's name?
I think Mr. Davis, sir.
Richard Davis?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was there another person that you were communicating with that was associated with FedEx ground facility?
I do not remember interfacing with anyone from FedEx.
Okay, so you talked directly to Mr. Davis, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And if there was issues with one of his vehicles, he would be the one that would have the information you need to access that particular vehicle's SD card, is that right? Or better?
Mr. Davis would have had the ability himself to access that footage. If I remember correctly, they were asking us to obtain that footage on their behalf.
Understood. So when you received that information, what information did you have to get from Mr. Davis in order to be able to know which camera that you were trying to access?
The vehicle number.
Okay. And where is the vehicle number located on the vehicle?
It's my recollection the vehicle numbers are on the back of the vehicle, above the back door. They may also be on the front of the vehicle, but from my experience, they're on the back of the vehicle above the door.
But somewhere on the vehicle, there's a number, and if you have that number, then you can access that vehicle and download remotely clips from that vehicle. Is that right?
Yes, if you're an authorized user with our software.
Were you?
Yes, sir.
Okay, understood. So based upon that, did you get that information from Mr. Davis?
Yes, sir.
And did you then download clips or several clips or a clip off of that vehicle's video related to a certain time frame? Yes,
sir. We were able to view footage from a time frame. From the description of what the FBI had described, we thought that was the footage. We downloaded video footage, but unfortunately, the downloaded footage was an hour off because I was in East Coast and the owner was in Central Time. And because of the urgency of it, I took a screen recording of the video and sent it to the FBI agent with my phone. Sorry, I took a video of the screen with my cell phone.
All right, so you're looking at something on a computer, and you said you took a video of what you were looking at with what?
With my iPhone.
Okay, and then what did you do with that video that you took?
I sent it to the FBI agent, I believe, via text message. It may have been over email. I don't recall.
And once you had done that, I guess let me ask you this. I want you to describe, you go into the room, you begin to try to download the video. You were given a time frame to look at. What did you see when you pulled up the video for that particular time frame?
I believe it was a driver.
Just, Your Honor, here's a second. I don't think that video's been admitted yet.
I'll let him answer your objections overruled.
It was a driver of a FedEx delivery truck, and there was a small child in the truck as well.
May I approach you, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
All right, so based upon that, what you saw, kind of what's going through your mind at that point?
I don't recall. I mean, I think panic, to be honest. That's why I was having trouble downloading the actual footage and urgency from the FBI agent on the phone for them to be able to see what I was seeing.
And is this, what date, if you remember, is this taking place on?
I believe this happened on December 1st.
So this will be Thursday, December 1st, one day after Wednesday, November 30th, 2022, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So once you send that video, did you stop there with what you were doing?
On that day, yes, sir.
Okay. So did you do anything else with regard to doing any research related to this particular situation?
So on the following day, I had seen on the news that they were still looking for Athena, and I thought, well, there's more that I have access to. So I took it upon myself to pull that vehicle back up in our B-Track platform. I was downloading footage, now knowing the time zone difference, and I started looking into the breadcrumb trail of that vehicle on that day, and I found several locations where the vehicle had stopped in the time frame that the FBI agents were speaking to me about. And so I took screenshots of that and provided that to the FBI agents as well, because I thought it might help in their investigation.
And can you describe these specific locations where you determined the vehicle had stopped?
I believe one location was at a gas station. One was at a bridge. To me, it looked like there was a boat ramp where it was stopped, and then I think one was just on the side of the road.
And did you communicate those, other than just a screenshot, did you communicate those specific locations GPS-wise to FBI agents?
Yes, sir.
All right. So once you have done that, did you receive some further communication from investigators related to how to access the data, the complete data off of the SD card from that particular camera?
Yes, sir. I was contacted by the Texas Rangers.
And do you remember the person that you spoke to?
Joe Espinosa.
All right. And when you spoke to Ranger Espinosa, what was the subject matter of that conversation?
The subject matter was how to access the video footage that was on the SD card of the camera.
And did you give them some specific warnings and admonitions as to how to handle that particular item?
Yes, sir. The video format is a proprietary format that's on the storage card, and when you insert that storage card in a Windows computer, it does not recognize it as a valid file format, and you'll be prompted to format the SD card, which in previous situations where we had accident footage or other footage that people wanted to get on the SD card that's detrimental to having the footage, so I had cautioned that there is risk when inserting that into your computer.
Okay. And the risk is that if you were to reformat that card, what would happen?
It will wipe the card. It will erase what is on the SD card.
And so based upon that, did you and Ranger Espinosa make plans to do something other than just have the detective download that onto a regular computer?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead.
Ranger Espinosa made plans to come to Charlotte, North Carolina to our facility for us to work together to retrieve the footage from the storage card.
And did that take place?
Yes, sir.
And at that time, were you looking for just a specific time frame on that SD card?
My recollection from that day is we were looking for footage because of the UTC time. I believe Ranger Espinosa had the current footage of up until midnight UTC time, which would have been 6 p.m. In Texas, but he did not have the following day UTC, which would have been 6 p.m. to midnight on there, and so we worked to get that footage for him. So the complete day of November 30th, 2022 in Texas time.
Understood, because UTC time, it would already have been, at 6 o'clock in Texas, UTC would have been midnight.
Yes, sir.
It would have been a different day, UTC-wise.
Yes, sir.
So are they separated out like that as far as how the videos are categorized one day and then the next day, but it's in UTC time?
On the cameras, they are, yes.
So once you downloaded the rest of what would have been Central Standard Time, November 30th, 2022, did you give that download to somebody?
Ranger Espinoza took that video footage back with him.
Okay. Now, were you then contacted later to actually come to Texas to re-examine the SD card with the defense experts present to make sure that the complete download of everything related to the defendant that was on that SD card could be recaptured?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Can you just kind of explain the process of how that took place and what, if any, special equipment you brought with you in order to make that happen?
I brought with me one of the cameras. It's an older model camera that we do not sell anymore, but we had some, and a power supply, because these are usually plugged into a vehicle, so they run on 12 volts and not your standard 110 in an outlet. So a power supply to be able to power that camera, so that we could insert that SD card in that camera and use a USB drive to be downloaded directly from the camera to the USB drive.
I'm focusing on the day of November 30th, 2022, Central Standard Time, so that would include part of both days, UTC time. Were you able to recapture all of the video from that particular day, the entire route from beginning to end, that Mr. Horner was driving that vehicle?
We were able to recover all of the video that was on the SD card from that day or days from the camera. I do not recall if there were any breaks where the camera may have turned off.
Okay, understood. And let's talk about that before we ask anything else. Are there parameters as to when the camera will turn off in relation to when the vehicle is powered down?
Yes, sir. The camera works, it will turn on with ignition, and then when the ignition is off, we have a timer set for the FedEx ISP program. It's for 15 minutes, so the camera will stay powered on for 15 minutes after the ignition has been turned off, and at that point it will shut down.
Okay. So, in addition to the date of November the 30th, at that time, were you able to recover additional days on which Mr. Horner was driving that particular vehicle?
Yes, sir.
And if you remember the dates, do you remember the dates?
I believe there were a few days prior, but there were some breaks in that from a calendar perspective, and I believe the following day also had video footage.
And is it possible that it was both the following day and the day after that as well?
Yes.
Okay, I apologize. The following day, on December the 2nd's videos, was there actually a different vehicle that was owned by Southern Star, I believe, or a different company, ISP, that was, the video was downloaded off of that?
There was a second card that was introduced to look for footage.
Okay, and were you able to access footage from that SD card as well, on which the defendant could be seen driving the vehicle?
Yes, sir.
Okay. In order to do that, you had to get the SD cards from somewhere. Where did that come from?
Someone from the Wise County Sheriff's Department or law enforcement brought evidence in packages. They pointed out that it was sealed, I think more for the other people in the room, not maybe me, and opened those and had some sort of log to record that.
Okay. May I approach you?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you two items. First is, do these in order of the exhibit. First is State's Exhibit 95, and the second one is State's Exhibit number 116. And do these appear to be the packages that were opened in your presence where the SD cards were retrieved from?
Yes, it's the same type of packaging.
Okay. And just looking at the different license plates and the time frames, do those appear to be related to the vehicles that we're here talking about?
I don't see a license plate.
Okay, yeah, right here.
I don't know what the license plates were. The vehicle numbers would be what identify for myself.
Based upon the fact that they were open, you examined them and saw the videos that we were just talking about.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe that these are where they came from?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, with regard to what I would call the abduction vehicle, were there 4 separate days or 4 separate days of routes driven by the defendant?
Objection to leading, Your Honor, I think.
I'll rephrase that. How many separate days were there of video that were able to be recovered on that from that particular vehicle related to the defendant?
I believe there was 4 that we downloaded.
All right. And then on the final day, what we call the arrest vehicle, how many days were on that particular one?
I believe just 1 partial day.
Okay. You said that you brought these are already in evidence, so I'm not going to move to admit them, but you brought a special camera. Kind of explain the process of how that went down.
Yeah, it was not a special camera. It was just a camera, the same model that was installed in the truck in question, and a power supply to be able to power that camera, and an adapter cable or USB to be able to insert a USB drive into that camera.
And did you then, in the presence of myself and others, download those videos one by one onto, I guess it was a flash drive, USB flash drive, or a number of them, so that they could then be accessed through a regular computer, either through MP4 or AVI formatting?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that something that was a quick process, or?
No, sir. It's quite time consuming to download the footage or export that footage. And we did it in segments of 30 minutes to an hour.
Okay. And is it a straight 1-for-1 download? You understand what I'm asking?
I do not.
When you're watching it, does it take 1 minute to download 1 minute of footage?
I don't know if it's exact. It's close to that, yes.
So if there was 5 different days of routes, this took a significant amount of time to do that, correct?
Yes.
All right. Once that had been done, on the next day at the Wise County Sheriff's Office, what happened?
I believe that is when the defense joined the room, and with a video expert that they brought in as well to get copies of the footage.
And were they given copies of the footage that you downloaded?
Yes, they were given jump drives that contained the footage, or a hard drive that contained the footage. I'm not sure which.
And did their expert also download the actual SD card in a device that he brought to be able to do that?
Yes, he brought a device to make a copy of the SD card.
Do you, based upon your expertise related to your own software and hardware that was accessed in this case, do you have an opinion as to the validity as far as the information, other than it being off by 6 hours because of UTC time, coordinate-wise, time-wise, and speed-wise? Do you believe that that video event data recorder was operating correctly?
Yes, sir.
And that it was capable of making an accurate recording?
Yes, sir.
And that it did, in fact, make an accurate recording on each of the days that was downloaded?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Yes.
One of the parties reached out.
Okay, Tolly, so we've been watching this guy, I believe it's James Becker with this company. I mean, he really goes out of his way.
Yeah.
Out of his way to make sure that this footage is saved and available, and I think it's going to be pretty key footage.
It's impressive. You know, I mean, we expect and we hope that people would just do this, but a lot of times you don't have this. He went through, saw it, testified that he felt panic and wasn't sure what to do, and immediately started tracking where the truck went and trying to procure footage. Took care to make sure that the SD card was saved, and
And didn't get destroyed. Yeah, let them know that, hey, if you stick this in a regular computer, like,
yeah, what could happen?
Be
it could
careful.
Be wiped. So it was it's very impressive. I mean, I will say, we take a step back, little confused about the witness lineup.
Yeah, okay.
You know,
yeah,
we were
talking
going
about
DNA, thinking some next big revelation was going to occur, and then kind of turned left.
Yeah, I didn't understand the. Okay, wait a minute. We've got him back on the stand. We don't have.
Mr. Becker, I want to thank you.
Yes, sir.
Seriously. For what you did in this case. Now pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Morning, Mr. Becker.
Good morning, sir.
Good to see you again. I have a few questions for you. Okay, I know this was 2022, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know if Mr. Horner's vehicles that we're talking about actually had that panic button back then?
The panic button was supplied. I do not know if it was installed, sir.
Okay. I just didn't remember us talking about that in your prior testimony. So you don't know that his vehicles had a panic button?
I do not know.
Another thing, earlier I think you testified in response to Mr. Berry's question about Southern Star being an ISP for FedEx. I don't think that's correct. Do you think maybe they were an ISP for Amazon?
I'm not sure, sir.
What about a company called Polaris? Does that ring a bell?
It does not, sir.
V-Track is the name of your fleet management system. I think you described it as a fleet management driver safety program.
Yes, sir.
And that software you use includes machine learning, correct?
Today it does, yes, sir.
Okay, I believe you had earlier testified that it included machine learning to alert the driver if they're not driving safely, such as using their phone, following too closely, not wearing their seatbelt, things like that.
Our current generation of cameras do have machine learning for events like you just described. The generation of camera that was in place at the time did not have those capabilities. It was accelerometer-based events.
Just a minute. Do you recall testifying about the operation of those cameras in December?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the
Do you
question?
recall testifying about the operation of the cameras in this case in December?
I can't recall specifically if that was a question I responded to or not.
Do you remember when you described the EDRs, and what does that stand for?
Video event data recorder, sir?
And at that time when you were asked what they do, you talked about them recording events. So now it's your testimony that they don't, the cameras at that time that we're talking about don't record events.
No, sir. The cameras do record when the vehicle is turned on. The camera turns on and starts recording to its internal storage. It then will stay on until 15 minutes in this case, after the vehicle is turned off. It will send, that camera in particular, sent events such as hard brake, hard turn. That camera had the functions to be able to send events for hard brake, hard turn, hard acceleration. It just wasn't the expanded set of events that we have in products today.
Okay, so it's your testimony today that those cameras only dealt with the driving features of the vehicle, not what the driver was doing.
So the events were based on accelerometer events of the vehicle, so G-force of the vehicle. The video footage was forward-facing, driver-facing. As part of the FedEx program, we have a video review center where when those events are retrieved, we review those events and we mark for behaviors. And some of those behaviors are driver-facing behaviors. As an example, if a driver was using a phone and a hard brake occurred, we would mark that hard brake event as driver using the phone.
So, but even then, it was sending that data to the cloud.
The
An event.
The device would send an event and our cloud retrieves a specific time based on an event. So for events, the standard is 6 seconds before and 6 seconds after the event, so a 13-second clip. But as an example of a difference would be a panic event, we do 30 seconds before up until the event.
Okay, and the purpose of that, making that 13-second clip is so that the ISP or whoever your client is can review those clips.
Yes, the clients can see what was happening before the event was triggered and after a short period of time.
And I believe you testified for so that they could do any kind of rating or any kind of coaching they needed for the driver.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
They could do ratings or coaching of the driver based on that event.
That is correct, sir.
And FedEx is a client of yours?
Yes, sir.
And you provide FedEx with these visual event data recorders?
So FedEx does utilize our video event data recorders in some of their vehicles, yes.
But FedEx requires their contractors, their ISPs, to use these VERs?
Yes, sir.
Now, you talked about those contractors for FedEx can remotely pull those videos and download them.
Yes, sir.
So now that would mean that if the driver had their phone out or anything like that, those would get recorded as an event. But you're saying for these cameras, it would only be the hard turns, the hard brakes, the speeding, things like that?
Yes, sir.
And the contractor we're talking about here was Big Topspin.
Yes, sir.
And all of their cameras were equipped with all their vehicles were equipped with Veloster cameras based on the FedEx requirement.
I believe that all of their vehicles, I cannot confirm that. It's not a requirement that all the vehicles have the same vendor such as Veloster Solutions.
The vehicles in question today, though, had your cameras.
Yes, sir.
And it's your testimony before and today that Big Topspin was not using any of those download features?
When I looked into it, there were no downloads from the owner.
And you testified today that Mr. Davis needed you to access or asked you to access the video for him, even though he would have had access to it.
I think I asked for his permission, sir, via the phone.
To your knowledge, did Mr. Davis ever access those videos?
To my knowledge, no.
But he could have.
Yes, sir.
And this is a fleet safety program.
Yes, sir.
And it's meant to monitor the driver's behaviors.
Yes, sir.
You also testified previously that these video cameras can be viewed in real time. Would that include the video cameras from that day?
Yes, sir.
So not only could you download data of the driver's performance, you could download data of those specific 13-second events, but you could also monitor drivers in real time.
Yes, sir.
To your knowledge, Topspin wasn't doing any of these things.
I wouldn't have any ability to see if they
just
used
going
it
to
or not.
object to the relevance as to whether they were or not. I think he's going to answer this particular case, and I just object.
Overruled.
You want me to repeat that?
Yes, sir.
I think I was asking to your knowledge, Topspin wasn't taking advantage of any of those features, reviewing the downloads of the events, reviewing in real time, doing any other monitoring.
So From my analytical perspective, the tools we have in place, I can see if a user has logged into the system, and we would be able to see if there were videos downloaded. It's my recollection I did not see either of those.
That's what it's showing.
Redirect.
Just one further thing. When you downloaded that original video that you described before, did you download other clips as well for the FBI?
I believe so. I don't know in particular. I'd have to look at, I had a log that I sent. That's what we had.
Okay, all right, thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Goldman.
Nothing further down.
And Mr. Becker, be excused finally.
Can we approach before we do that?
Okay, so Tolly, we're continuing to listen to them, you know, with this guy, James Becker, who works for this company, where they would have downloaded this footage from this FedEx truck. I'm kind of struggling to understand why the defense attorneys are fighting this. He's pled guilty.
Right. Yeah. I mean, not really sure where they're going with the cross-examination. You know, if you wanted to contest and try to keep the footage out, if there was some kind of disagreement or dispute about how it was obtained or preserved, it'd be a lot more understandable. But I'm not really sure. Maybe just throwing some questions out there.
Okay, we're going to break for lunch. Your lunch is not here yet, but as soon as it gets here, we'll get it to you. And I anticipate that we will start at 1 o'clock. Okay, so enjoy your extended lunch, and we'll see you at 1 o'clock.
Okay, so Tolly, we've been watching this. They've now taken a break for lunch. We've been listening all morning we had 4 different people from the DPS crime lab, and then we had James Becker from this company where they were able to retrieve this footage from this FedEx truck. I'm going to go back to something you and I were talking about. Just trying to understand why we went from the DNA. We had this build up, and then we went to this. I'm struggling here to understand.
Very strange. Now, sometimes logistical things happen and you don't have the next witness available, and so you have to go out of order. Typically, the judges will give you a little bit of leeway. Maybe your witnesses are moving a little bit quicker than you anticipated, and so you have to go out of order in that sense. Giving them the benefit of the doubt there, it seems like they've had their witnesses lined up and ready to go. They were calling them in quick succession, so it's possible they just wanted to lay some groundwork and say that the DNA, get this evidence out there, that the DNA was gathered correctly and preserved. But big turn to all of a sudden hear from, I mean, it felt like a build-up all morning, and you were going to hear why it was preserved that way and what was going to happen and how it's connected. And then all of a sudden you have somebody talking about the cameras. So now, I presume, and I mean, again, if I was prosecuting the case, the next big thing would be trying to put on that video. I mean, I think that's what the jury wants to see now. They heard about how this vice president of the company preserved it and what he did and what he saw and what he described. And so if I'm a juror, that's the next step. So are you going to show me the video next?
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so we have Rebecca Lopez, our senior crime and justice reporter, here and in the courtroom. And so just, interesting morning. Tolly and I have been trying to understand why we went from these four witnesses. It felt like a lot of buildup, and then we took a right turn to the video.
Yeah, I know. I was a little confused by the DNA experts as well because they were never really able to say or put on the witness that said, yes, we found his DNA on something that was related to Athena Strand's clothing. And so I'm not sure about the DNA experts, but I do know that they are building up to play the video tomorrow. It should be, my understanding is the last thing that the jury is going to hear, and they will play it in its entirety. And that video begins from the moment that he puts Athena Strand in the van until he returns the van back to the depot or wherever they drop off their vans. That is my understanding, and it is an hour long. And there are parts of it, I am told, where you can see inside the vehicle, but then he covers up the camera during the time that that he commits the murder, and so we will not see that, but we will hear it. And I can only imagine how difficult that is going to be for the family. It's also my understanding that the mom and dad are both expected to testify. The mom might testify as early as after they finish with these witnesses. We're also going to hear from Ranger Espinoza again. They're going to bring him back up. And so when we see Ranger Espinoza get up on the witness stand, that is the cue that they are about to play the tape.
Right. So that's the signal basically, because he's the one that goes to North Carolina and retrieves that video. It was interesting.
Yeah, and I think that what they're doing with the witnesses is they're just, it's a whole chain of custody issue. The defense has made a big deal in this trial about chain of custody, who got what. So I feel like the prosecution is just going through its due diligence, even though he's already pled guilty, in order to introduce this video that there's no chain of custody issues, Tanya.
Does that make sense to you, Tali? I mean, the guy's pled guilty.
Yeah, I mean, again, if you want to, even though he's pled guilty, the defense has to put up some sort of argument, right? They're trying to find some sort of mitigating situation. This isn't typically, again, something you'd see at punishment. It's more of a guilt-innocence issue. So kind of strange for us to see it this way. But, I mean, to Rebecca's point, I think you're right. I think the defense is looking to hang their hat on something, say maybe there were some issues with the gathering of evidence. But if I'm a juror, that's not my focus. My focus is on, is he a future danger, or is there any reason to justify a mitigating situation where we keep him just in prison for the rest of his life?
Yeah, I'm struggling with it. Rebecca, do you have any questions for Tali?
Yeah, no, I mean, again, just would that be the last piece of evidence that you would want the jury to hear, Tali, that video?
Yeah, you always want to end with the most powerful evidence, right? And from the very beginning, that's been what everybody's been focused on. And so, you know, knowing when to stop and knowing when to leave the jury, you know, of course there's going to be some closing arguments, but the last thing you want them thinking about and having that visceral reaction, that emotional reaction to what they're going to hear and see on that video, it'll be very impactful.
And they're going to marinate on that for a while, because once the jury sees this video, my understanding is that the prosecutors are going to rest. And then on Friday, Monday, and Tuesday, there will not be, the jury won't be here. There will be court, and they're going to be going over some issues, but you know, that obviously are being brought up by both the defense and prosecution. And then we'll get the jury back on Wednesday. So they'll have days to think about that video once they see it.
And just imagine replaying that in your head over and over for several days. I mean, that's going to be very difficult by the time the defense gets up and puts anything on. The jury may have already made up their minds to a certain degree.
Yeah. Are you expecting more DNA this afternoon?
Quick question.
Go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't think so. I don't think that. I don't expect that there will be more. I really do think that they're gonna move on and hear from at least one of the family members. But I also was curious to see, when it comes to the mitigating, there's 19 the mitigating circumstances. There's 19 witnesses the defense is going to bring up. So I guess they're trying to obviously say that he's got some mental health issues, that he's not really responsible for his actions, that there were these mitigating circumstances. Tully, how powerful do you think that will be to the jury?
Well, it's interesting, and you know, you talked about the number of them. there's two ways of looking at it. If you have really impactful witnesses who you think are convincing, arguably you don't need 19, right? So the more powerful they are, I think the fewer you need. Whereas if they're not super convincing and they're just adding little bits here and there, you throw 19 people up there. And so if I was a jury, sitting in the jury box, I might not take everything that these witnesses say to heart, because you've got so many, right? I mean, if this was super impactful, one or two would get the point across. Maybe you have 4 or 5 witnesses who could make the point. 19 seems like you're reaching.
Seems like overkill.
Yeah,
actually.
You're reaching
Right,
to find
like
somebody to say something.
As if you don't really have much, really. It seems like a lot of witnesses. I mean, I don't know how many witnesses we've had so far for the prosecution, but maybe it's approaching 19 now, but maybe not. I haven't been counting, but that just seems, how many experts can you really call?
Yeah. It reminds me, Tanya, a little bit about the Uvalde police officer trial, where we saw the defense going through every single bullet casing, and I think at some point, and the prosecutors, I think at some point, or the prosecutors rather, going through every single piece of the bullet casings. And finally the judge said, you know what, let's move this along, we get the point, let's go on. So I feel like with the 19 witnesses, there might come a point when somebody says, you know what, it's time to move this forward and do our closings and get this to the jury. We'll see.
Yeah. Rebecca, I think you're right. I mean, how many people can say or offer a diagnosis or an opinion of a diagnosis of his mental health? At a certain point, you're just becoming redundant over and over with the thing. So.
Yeah, that's what it strikes me
And character
as.
witnesses, who are you going to get up here to talk about that? I mean, Cassie apparently has not had a lot of communication with him. That's the fiance or ex-fiance, and we've not seen any of his family members up here. So I'm not sure, who you call as character witnesses, or if they will call any character witnesses as well.
Has his mother not been in the courtroom?
Not that I've seen, but it's kind of hard to tell a little bit. It's the courtroom is really just packed. The gallery is packed with Athena supporters.
It'd be a difficult situation, and they didn't. His mother and his grandmother, they didn't do this crime, but that would be a difficult situation to come and sit in that courtroom.
I tell you, it's difficult, but in a death case, I mean, you'd want some support.
You'd want somebody
right?
to say
and
that.
If your mother isn't, I mean, talk about an argument for the prosecutor. I mean, it's pretty telling who's not there to support you. If your mom can't come in and be there for you day in, day out, even with the most difficult of facts that you have to hear, who else is there for you?
Well, it's kind of telling.
Yeah.
Are we getting some sense of what's coming this afternoon, Rebecca?
No, we just keep hearing rumblings from the court that we will hear from Athena Strand's mom. And the judge earlier told us that we are going to have to blur both the mom and dad's testimony. I guess I'm not sure, why, because we have been seeing, cutaways of the mom in court. We all know who she is. But, and I don't know if this is something that the family requested or something that the judge or maybe the attorneys on either side are asking. I'm not quite sure, but we are being told that their identities will be blurred, or their faces will be blurred when they talk.
That one's Rebecca, that's a little hard. I mean, I guess on one level I understand, on another level I have a hard time understanding, because they have been in court, and Athena's mom has given interviews, and I know it's hard, but there's something about seeing someone. I mean, and the impact. I don't know. But on the other hand, we don't have streaming trials is a privilege, not a right. So, you just have to go with whatever.
Well,
rules
and at the
they
end of the
establish.
day, yeah, and the people that really matter are the jurors, and they're going to see her in person. So,
right. Well, Rebecca, we'll let you go so you can go get some lunch. And is there anything else that we haven't talked about that you want to talk about?
No, that's about it, Tanya.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Rebecca. Appreciate it. Oh, we'll chat for a bit while we. Yeah, I'm still struggling with the right turn from the DNA to the. I mean, are we done with DNA?
Maybe so. Sometimes you put evidence on there just to take the wind out of the sails of the other side. And so I'm not really sure the defense was going to make a big deal about the DNA and how it was collected or not. Because, to Rebecca's point, we didn't really hear from anything that was too damaging, saying, "Oh, this was Horner's DNA found on,
But again, they
shirt."
said it in the openings.
Yeah.
When you, let me ask you this. Okay, so we're not. This is not over, right?
Yep.
I mean, so they could still.
Sure.
What happens if you? And I guess this is a little different case because there's so much overwhelming evidence. But what happens in cases if you promise someone in the openings and you don't do it?
Yeah, that's always a bad look. There's that old adage, and they tell trial lawyers this when you first start: you always underpromise and overdeliver. Don't go in there promising the world and then you not be able to meet it. And I always tell jurors, this is not this is real life. It's on an episode of Law and Order. There's no Tom Cruise, Matt McConaughey's coming in here, and we're not going to connect all the dots. There's going to be a lot of missing issues here, and that's why it's not all doubt. It's a reasonable doubt, right? And so this day and age, that's what people want. They want everything to be answered, and they want all of this evidence. And so it's important to establish from the very beginning that's not reality. This is what we believe is going to come forward, and it's always good to err on the side, especially if you're not exactly sure what a witness is going to say, err on the side of, again, under-promising. I do think it creates a great argument for the other side to say, where's all this? They told you were going to have this and this and this, but you didn't hear about any of it, and don't you know if they had it, they would have put it in front of you.
Yeah, people in the chat are still saying that, that there's a witness that's late. And sorry, folks, we didn't catch that. So maybe that is the case. Maybe we still are going to hear that. Because I have to believe. Because so far these prosecutors have delivered what they said they were going to deliver. So, they delivered on the lie upon lie. They walked people through that step by step. And so we're not, it's not over with. So, but it was a very, because I thought when James Becker got on the stand, the guy with the video company, I thought, okay, here it is.
Right.
Here it is. This is going to be the thing.
And they did. I think the judge during a break did say there was a witness en route or something like that.
So maybe they put up a different witness.
So again, maybe
sense.
Logistically, the judge said call your next witness, and he wasn't ready to take a break for a certain amount of time. Who do you have? Well, we've got the video guy. So let's put him on, go out of order. And unfortunately, that's not something that the judge or the prosecutor can explain to the jury as things are going. You can't just push pause and say, well, we've got to go out of order here. So it could just be a logistic little blip.
And that happens in trials.
It happens.
It's happened to you, I'm sure.
It happens. We anticipate it's going to take, you don't want to inconvenience witnesses too much. You say, well, I anticipate you're going to go on at this time. Things go faster, things go slower. They have jobs and lives, and maybe they get stuck doing something. So it is possible that we hear something else about the DNA after lunch.
And folks, we are listening. It's just that sometimes people are saying, we are listening. It's just that sometimes stuff gets by us, and that does happen. When you're, this is about my 6th or 7th trial, and frankly, a lot of times I rely. Sometimes you guys in the chat will catch stuff that I didn't catch. All of a sudden, something will happen, and you're like, "Whoa, wait a minute! What did we just miss?" And so you guys are always great to make sure that y'all keep it real and y'all hold us accountable. But that I did hear the judge say, before he got on. Trying to think, it was before him or before that last person that there was someone they were waiting on, and then they took that break, and then he came on. So maybe that makes sense to me.
It could be.
For you, what has been, and we're going to take a break ourselves here in a few minutes. What do you think, if you're sitting on this jury, are the most compelling reasons up to date to give him the death penalty?
So there's different factors that you look at. Somebody's history, what potentially might occur in the future, But here, what I would focus on, and what I am focused on, is just the fear factor that we were talking about before. That violent crimes like this rarely happen between strangers. This was an opportunistic crime, like you mentioned before. It's the fact that someone maybe had these ideations and then acted upon them is pretty terrifying. And there's a lot you can justify in this world, but the killing of a child is absolutely one of the most heinous things you can imagine. So I think if I was a prosecutor, I would really focus on that feeling.
Right.
I mean, we've all either have children, nephews, nieces. We've all been around children, and Athena looks like this innocent little thing, and it's everyone's nightmare.
Oh, I mean, I don't even know if nightmare is like enough to even cover, the horror of what happened here. Somebody said, saying he should get the chair. For those of you that are not from Texas and don't know anything about our system, we don't actually have the electric chair. Here in Texas, we have lethal injection, and I've actually attended a couple of executions.
Is that right?
I will say this: Texas has it. Not to be cold, but they have it down.
Yeah.
I mean, it is the two people that I saw executed. This is pre-pandemic. These were both cop killers.
Okay.
And the first one was kind of eerie in the sense that you don't know what to expect, because the witnesses, and when they do executions, at least back then, I don't know. I haven't been to one since the pandemic, so I don't know. They could have changed it, but they have these two little rooms, and you have the witnesses for the family.
Yeah.
And then you have the witnesses for the accused, and there's a couple of media representatives in either room, and these rooms are tiny, little bitty rooms, and it plays out like clockwork. I mean, it is very eerie
I
to
would
watch.
imagine. I mean, you're describing like a very sterile environment, very kind of stark, and I mean, the emotions got to be running high with both sides there.
Okay.
Wow.
Okay, so we've got Rebecca. She has called back in. She has some additional information. Rebecca, what have you heard?
Yes, the judge just came in. He's been really good about telling us what's happening so that we can prepare the cameras and the streaming and what have you. So he says that there will be a DNA expert that will be testifying. It's a woman. She'll be testifying around 1:15. And initially, she was not expected to arrive until 3, but she will be testifying at 1:15. And then after that, we will hear from Athena Strand's mother. And we asked the judge about the blurring. And so I think that they're trying to decide if she wants that done or if not. So we should be getting an answer on that pretty quickly here, Tanya. But she will be testifying. That's the last thing that the prosecution wants to end with today. Then tomorrow, there is possibility we'll hear from Athena Strand's father. And then we will hear from Trooper Espinoza again. And there will be 3 hours worth of videos that will be shown. And none of the videos will be streamed out. The judge says he's going to cut the cameras. And even like you can see behind me, that's the courtroom feed that we're actually seeing. That you guys can't see, or we're not streaming out because the judge has just requested. That's just for the media room and the overflow room if people want to come in and see the trial. But and they can't get into the courtroom, but that will be cut off as well tomorrow. So none of the videos will be seen except for the people that are in the gallery itself.
So Rebecca, even the videos that are not from her actual abduction, but like other videos that won't be shown as well. That's interesting.
Yeah, and so they're going to. I mean, it sounds like they're going to show videos of other videos, maybe from the day before, the day after, because remember the day before, I'm told we might not have seen all of the videos from the day before. We just saw, remember we were left kind of like puzzled, like, why did they say that they were going to show that he had been stalking Athena and the other little girl the day before Athena's kidnapping, but they never really got there with the neighbor. But there might be other video from that particular day, the day before, the night before, involving that neighbor that might be introduced that is going to clear some of that up for us, Tanya. So we might see some of that, as well as obviously the video from inside the truck and some other things, I guess, that he was doing at that time.
And for you people watching us on the live stream, Rebecca's going to be in court when they are playing these videos, and so after that she will be, coming back out and telling us what she has seen and heard. And yeah, but again, I am a little surprised they're not. I guess I was expecting that if there were other videos that we would see them, not the one that shows Athena, but I'm still trying to understand the thought process there. I guess I'm sure I know the judge has a reason. We've seen him. We covered him with Aaron Dean, and I've covered him in other cases. He's a great judge, so I know he has a good reason, but it's a tough one because this involves a child.
Yeah, and he is very media friendly, and he is very he keeps us up to date on what's happening. So and most judges won't even talk to you during the trial. In fact, he's really the only judge, I think, except for maybe a couple of judges in Dallas, that will even speak to you during the trial. So this is a little bit unusual, but I do think that there might be, in the case of the other girl, maybe she's on there as well, and it's just something that they want the jury to see, but they don't want the public to see this little girl the day before. So I don't know, but that might be part of why we're not going to get to see all of the videos, or you guys aren't going to get to see all of the videos.
Okay, Tolly, you want anything to add?
No, I mean I that kind of clears things up about that DNA. That the next will tie some of these things together. So I'm glad Rebecca shed some light on that.
I mean, I would expect that we're going to get the answer, from what the prosecutor promised us in the opening statements, that Athena's DNA, that Horner's DNA was found in places where it shouldn't have been found. I feel like that answer is about to come after lunch.
I feel like that answer, and then again, the answer that they also promised was that we were going to see that he might have stalked somebody else, another little girl, before kidnapping Athena. So maybe the testimony in the next couple of days will tie all of that together.
Okay. All right, Rebecca. Well, we're gonna take a lunch break ourselves, and we will. So let me before are they going to come back at 1 or 1:15? You think?
1:15.
So 1:15. Okay, so
1:15.
All right, so we're going to take a break, and we'll start the live stream. We'll come back around. Tolly and I will come back shortly after 1 o'clock. Then, and Rebecca, if you have any updates, you obviously can hop on with us. We appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Okay, alrighty.
Okay, we are back. I'm Tanya Iser. I'm a senior investigative reporter here at Channel 8, of course, joined by Tali Hafar, our legal expert for the day. Tali, as I mentioned earlier, is a former federal prosecutor, a former Dallas County prosecutor as well, and so he extensive experience in the criminal justice system. And so this morning we've been watching, we watched I think it was 4 witnesses testifying, building up, as we're, I think, going to culminate with this witness that's going to, I suspect, deliver the verdict on, I'm making my guess here, the DNA on that vaginal swab, if I had to make a guess. And then, of course, we heard from the James Becker with this company where they were retrieving this video, which to me was kind of an amazing story about just, you know, be careful, there's video everywhere.
There's video everywhere, and, you know, he took it upon himself to go preserve it and look into it, and you know, kudos to him for really doing a lot of the investigative work.
Well, yeah, because he said that, you know, he gets contacted by the FBI, and he initially gives them a couple of clips, but there's an issue with downloading it, and it's you know, it's also the vagaries of technology. But he, like you said, he does more than they asked him to do. He goes back and begins proactively looking for more video, and finds video of Tanner Horner at a gas station, at a bridge, on the side of the road, and he, you know, really, and then of course ultimately Ranger Espinoza is going to fly out there, and they're going to download this video. Apparently it has SD cards, and it's a proprietary system, and if you put it in the wrong computer, it could potentially, if you know, hit the format button, it would delete that video. He indicated it would be a problem to put it in any other computer but theirs. And so with this afternoon, we're expecting this DNA witness, and then also we're expecting Athena Strand's mom to testify, and then they would wrap up for today. So just your reaction so far about where we stand right now.
Well, it's a little bit more of an understanding as to, you know, the confusion about them going out of order. Sounds like the DNA expert who's going to testify wasn't able to get to court on time, so they had to go out of order. And again, that's not something you can explain to the jury in the middle of it, right? You can't just push pause and explain that. So that kind of explains why they're going a little bit out of order. I'm sure the jury was a little confused, and then the prosecutors will kind of sort that out with that, you know, by calling that witness after lunch here.
Well, they'll explain it to them. Okay, so folks, I'm going to ask I'm texting Jason to ask him to block La Pride. I'm trying to tell our team to block La Pride. 247. We got somebody who's up here saying justice for Tanner, which is kind of, you're going to take care of it. Thank you, Jason. It's kind of ridiculous. You know, go somewhere else. Because, you know, Tanner Horner has pled guilty. He murdered this little girl. So he is going to get his justice, and it will be from this jury of 12 people who will decide his fate. They will decide whether or not he gets life in prison without parole or the death penalty. Let's talk about what would you expect? Well, first of all, what would you expect to hear from this DNA witness? What's the importance of this, given that he's already pled guilty?
Well, again, you know, DNA evidence is often used for specific reasons, to put somebody at a location, to describe, you know, intimate some kind of action, or here I think the concern is if something of a sexual nature may have occurred. Not really sure exactly what it is, and we might not know, but you know, it's going to be pretty moving if his DNA, especially his blood or his semen, found on anything belonging to or Athena's body. So that would be pretty powerful evidence.
Well, and I think it's going to go to what they're going to try to prove in terms of future dangerousness, right?
Right. Again, because this is there's a stranger on stranger offense. He just picked up this girl. It was an opportunistic crime, and if there is a sexual component, that's just raising the level of concern about who this individual is.
Okay, so I am going to, while we're waiting, now is a good time to answer your questions. Somebody put in the chat, what is trace evidence? Well,
trace evidence.
Trace evidence. We'll say it was, maybe we probably can't stump you though.
So trace evidence, a lot of times you're just going to have, again, almost like what the word means, small amounts of something that is left behind. So anytime we're holding on to something, say, this pen, and I put it down for a little bit, even if it was a brief amount of time, there could be some DNA, some things you could pick up on it. With technology these days and forensic analysts, they'll be able to do what they can. They can discover all sorts of stuff with trace evidence.
Right, and it's kind of, I've been aging myself here. I've been a reporter for 30 years, and you've been doing this a while
long
too.
time, yeah.
And
about the same.
And things have changed.
Yeah.
So rapidly, right?
Oh yeah, very much so.
I mean, I think about when I first started as a reporter, young newspaper reporter. You didn't have dash cameras, body cams. I mean, what's that? Nobody would. And so, just and then cell phone cameras but in this case, and of course I'm backing into something. In this case, this video, how just how critical this video is. Certainly, if you don't have this video, and Tanner Horner doesn't confess, and you don't have DNA yet,
right? There's a chance it goes unsolved. I mean, and that's really terrifying. But you're absolutely right. Yeah, but for these videos being, and we live in a day and age where everything is recorded, and so it played out to be a crucial piece of evidence.
Well, and it gave them, I think, also initially in those interviews with Tanner Horner, at that point the Ranger has clips, right? He has clips, and he has the screen recording because James Becker had not yet been able to fully download it. So he has clips, so he knows Tanner Horner's lying.
Right, because his original story was something like he backed up into her or panicked, and it wasn't that he had taken her and put her on the truck and tried to abscond with her.
Well, the original story, if we want to go original story is it wasn't me. It was the guy in the green Astro van. The Hispanic guy in the green Astro van. So, but yeah, you're right. I mean, the progression of his story, and so as he's telling them things, well, they've got these videos, these little snippets, and of course later on they're going to get the full video, and they know he's lying. Yeah. And his story about hitting her with the van is a lie. It's just a lie. Didn't happen. He just snatched her. And even if that was the case, even if he had hit her with that vehicle, it wouldn't justify what happened.
Yeah, of course.
I mean, in no way, shape, or form. But there just lies up and down the line. What do you? Just in terms of how prosecutors have laid this all out over the past 7 days, what's your just overall?
Up till today, it felt like it was building and building and building. Of course, putting on the DNA evidence, I think we're about to see the importance of it, but kind of hit a little bit of a stump. So it felt like you're building to this crescendo, this emotional plea to the jury of why this is such a dangerous individual and why we're asking for the death penalty. I mean, the state doesn't ask for it in every case, so I think it's they need to really put that out there. So I imagine the prosecutors are going to come back with it. We've heard that the parents might testify. Athena's mom and dad may testify, and we're going to see that we won't see that video, but the jury will. I think you'll see another pickup, and then they're going to leave the jury with those raw emotions.
So when you have a situation like Athena Strand's her mom testifying, are there limitations on the type of testimony she can give in a punishment phase? I mean, because this is obviously not victim impact yet.
Right. Honestly, not many. One, the judge is going to have give a lot of respect and leeway to the mother. Now, what she's going to be able to add, obviously she's not a fact witness. This isn't a victim impact like you're saying. So it'll be moving. She'll identify Athena. She'll give some descriptors of her. They probably won't get too much into the emotional toll. She'll talk about it a decent amount. It's going to be evident. Cross-examination. I can't assume there's going to be much at all.
Would you cross her?
You know, the only thing I would do is say, I'm so sorry for your loss. And that's it.
Because if you say much else,
yeah, I've seen defense attorneys attempt to try to take a little bit of the emotion out of it by cross-examination, but it's never a good idea to cross-examine mama.
no.
Yeah.
And that, given the circumstances and where things stand for Tanner Horner.
Yeah.
Okay, we're getting a live look now from that courtroom. If you can put it up, Zeke, we can see one of the defense attorneys. We don't have sound yet from the courtroom. Oh, maybe we are getting some sound.
Testimony in this cause is true, whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. The rules are not that, okay? Be sure to follow. Both sides ready for the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, let's go. All right, everyone, may be seated. Good afternoon. We are ready to proceed. Ladies and gentlemen, this witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Barry.
Thank you, Your Honor. Ms. Casoda, would you please introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Kristen Casoda.
And would you spell your first and your last name for the court?
Kristencossota.
And Ms. Casoda, how are you employed?
I am a supervisor team lead within the DNA section of the Texas Department of Public Safety Crime Laboratory in Garland.
And how long have you been working for that agency?
Hang on, let me check the mics. I don't think they're, oh, again, my bad. Imagine that. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Barry.
How long have you worked for Crime Lab, DPS Crime Lab there in Garland?
Since September of 2013.
And what type of education and experience did you have leading to your job there at the Crime Lab in Garland?
I have a Bachelor's of Science in Biology with a minor in Criminal Justice Forensic Science and a Master's of Science in Forensic Science, both from St. Houston State University.
And did you go there directly out of college, or were you employed at other places before you came to?
I was previously employed at a private DNA laboratory in Dallas called Orchid Cellmark for about 3 years.
So, in your capacity, can you kind of just briefly describe what your duties are as far as your work there at the DPS Crime Lab in Garland?
As a forensic scientist, I screen evidence for biological materials such as blood or semen. I collect and preserve biological and trace evidence. I perform DNA analysis, DNA interpretation, and prepare reports of my findings, testify in court when needed. As a supervisor, I manage a team within the DNA section where I am in charge of managing their caseload, answering questions, and performing HR duties such as timekeeping and evaluations.
Understood. So, but you still perform analysis, interpretation, and issue reports on DNA findings yourself, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, with regard to the case that we're here for today, may I approach Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to hand you 3 documents that have already been admitted into evidence. State's Exhibit 297, which is lab submission report. State's Exhibit 298, which is a DNA male screening laboratory report. and State's Exhibit 300, which is the biology laboratory report.
Okay.
And just if you need to refer to those items, you can.
Oh, I have copies of them, but thank you.
Understood, but what I'm saying is if we refer to those items, if we could do it by exhibit number so it's clear in the record.
Yes, sir.
Now, Bree, with your job there at Garland, were you involved in the processing of evidentiary items for potential DNA evidence related to this cause number that I showed you as State's Exhibit number 290, not cause number, but laboratory case number that I showed you on State's Exhibit number 297?
I performed the interpretation and comparisons for both the DNA and YSTR in this case.
And we've heard it referred to several different ways, but there is two different types of DNA testing, correct?
That we perform, yes.
And one, you just call it, the first one, just straight DNA testing. Is that what is sometimes referred to as autosomal STR testing?
Yes, it's the autosomal STR testing.
And with regard to the others, that's YSTR. And we've talked about that with some other witnesses. So I'm not going to have you go into great detail about that. But what would, you said that you did what with regard to those two different categories?
I performed the interpretations of the DNA profiles that were obtained. I then compared known reference samples to those and then issued my reports.
And so let's just kind of walk through that process. And if we need to set it up by, if it's different between autosomal STR and YSTR, let's talk about one and then the other. Which one should we address first?
The interpretation is the same. The calculation of the statistics is different.
Well, let's just talk about the initial autosomal STR samples that you were involved in testing. There was a number of items that were tested at the DPS Garland crime lab, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then in addition to that, were there other items that were, some initial screening was done there at your lab, but then were identified as depletion items that were then sent to the Bodie crime lab in Virginia?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So tell me about where you kind of come into the process. Are you involved early on or not until after the testing resumed, after the divide had been made between the depletion samples and the samples that were to be obtained at DPS Garland?
I did not get into the case until once the DNA profiles had been obtained by the other analysts.
Understood, but you did issue a report. I believe the first report that you issued was April of 2023, is that correct?
Sorry. I believe it was, but then we issued a supplemental of that report as well.
Understood.
Yes.
Understood. So early on, you issued this April 19th report called the DNA Laboratory.
Yes, sir.
What is the purpose of that report and what is it intended to show?
That report was for the processing of the sexual assault kit that was collected, and there is a state law that requires us to process sexual assault kits within 90 days. So in cases where there is other evidence, those are typically processed first to abide with that law, and then the other evidence will get processed.
So that would be a reason that the vaginal swabs were separated out from the other swabs in the sexual assault kit, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. And can I approach her? Yes, sir. Understanding that there was another supplement that replaces this report, essentially.
Objection, Your Honor, he's testifying.
Rephrase your question.
I was just, let me ask the question. The question is State's Exhibit number 299, do you recognize that?
Yes, it's a copy of that report.
And with regard to that report, I'm going to offer states 299 into evidence.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 299 is exhibit.
Now, with regard to this report, you said something about a supplemental report that was issued later. Can you explain what you were talking about?
Yes, so in November of 2023, we changed the way that we report our statistic. We ended up adding a verbal qualifier to essentially help those reading it understand how much support is actually given to that statistic that's being listed. And so I issued a supplemental that just added that qualifier in so that it would be consistent with the other reports.
But did it change the results as far as the actual analysis or anything other than the verbal qualifier?
Right, it did not change the statistic.
Okay. So on that report, you're only looking at the vaginal swabs, is that correct?
Correct.
And just go ahead and tell the jury what your finding was with regard to the vaginal swabs on State's Exhibit number 299.
The DNA profile from the sperm cell fraction of this item is interpreted as a mixture of two individuals with the victim as an assumed contributor. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from the victim and one unrelated unknown individual is 2 times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from the victim and the suspect.
And you talk very fast. Go ahead.
This likelihood ratio indicates support for the proposition that the suspect is excluded as a possible contributor to the profile. Internal validation has shown that a likelihood ratio of this value may also indicate support for the exclusion of a true donor from the profile. The DNA profile from the epithelial cell fraction of this item is consistent with the DNA profile of the victim. The suspect is excluded as a contributor to this profile.
At this point, the suspect was excluded with regard to that particular profile. Now, does that necessarily mean that the suspect is excluded as a contributor altogether?
From this analysis, it was a exclusion with, at that point, we called it limited, like it was a limited support for exclusion, is what the verbal qualifier was.
Given the fact that it's just, the ratio is so close, it's like 2 to 1 rather than big, huge numbers.
Honor leading.
Let me hear the question.
What, if any, significance did you put to that at that time? As far as whether or not further testing should be done to see if the defendant was still potentially a contributor to that swab, or whether we should just set that aside and say, no, he's not.
Objection, same, Your Honor.
Now, overruled. Go ahead.
When we process samples from sexual assault kits, especially vaginal swabs, we know during that laboratory process when they're identifying how much, if any, human or male DNA is in the sample, we know that there was male DNA in the sample. When you have a lot of female DNA, the female can kind of overtake it. So in cases or samples where there is a lot of female in the profile, we can try the YSTR analysis, which essentially eliminates the female from the profile and looks at locations only on the Y chromosome from a male.
And was that done with relation to this swab?
Yes.
Was that also done with relationship to the other swabs from the sexual assault kit?
Yes.
And so further testing was done on those items regarding the YSTR. What other YSTR analysis was done in this case? As far as what other items were submitted through your lab for YSTR analysis? If any.
In addition to the items from the sexual assault kit, the buccal swab from Tanner Lynn Horner was also had YSTR analysis performed on it for comparison.
And did the YSTR, were you able to get results from each of the different swab samples, meaning the vaginal swab, the anal swabs, and the oral swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand?
Yes, I was able to interpret profiles from each of those items.
And may I approach her on?
Yes, sir.
First, I'm going to hand you State's Exhibit number 303. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
And is that, what is that?
It's the supplemental report to the April 19th report.
And is that, what is the only difference between those two reports?
It was the addition of the verbal scale for the statistics.
Okay. Now, with regard to State's Exhibit number 302, thank you. You recognize that?
Yes, it is a copy of the YSTR report.
Okay. And does that report document your findings related to the YSTR analysis for the vaginal swabs, the anal swabs, and the oral swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand?
Yes, sir.
This time I'll offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 302. Oh, I'll also offer 303 as well, which was just referred to.
Your Honor, I've reviewed these already. No objection to either of these.
States 302 and 303 are admitted.
Now, before I ask to publish this, Ms. Casoda, I want to talk to you a little bit more about the differences between the findings that you might see for autosomal STR versus YSTR. And kind of, can you explain the differences and why they're different, if you understand? I mean, if you can do that for the jury.
For the statistics?
Yeah, yes, the statistical, how it's reported as far as whether a person's excluded or not, why the numbers might be different on one versus another.
Yes. So for the autosomal STR analysis, it is a more discriminatory statistic that is used because you get half from your mom and half from your dad, and each person's DNA is unique with the exception of identical siblings. So for the statistic for this, we use a likelihood ratio, and this is where it's a probability of two differing scenarios or hypotheses, and it determines which one is more likely and best explains the data that it sees in the profiles. The YSTR, it is paternally inherited, so each male within a paternal lineage will have the same YSTR profile, so it's not as discriminatory. And since there's only one piece of information that we get from each location we look at, the statistic there is what we call a counting method. And that is where we look at a certain database to determine if it's seen within that database, and then we give a confidence interval to help turn that number into how many times, the maximum number of times it should be seen within the U.S. male population.
And are the numbers themselves, as far as the statistics, because you said that autosomal STR is more discriminatory, is that what you're?
Yes, sir.
So are the statistics higher in general than they are generally on the YSTR?
The numbers are larger, it's just a completely different statistic.
Understood. Okay, so with that understood, let's talk about your report on 302, which is your DNA YSTR laboratory report, admitted into evidence, issue date September 15th, 2025. Do you have that in front of you?
Yes, sir.
You may have published, Your Honor?
Yes, sir.
This is a PDF document, so it displays a little different from the photograph. There at the top where it says DNA YSTR laboratory report, correct?
Yes, sir.
Who's the person that drafted and issued this report?
I did.
Now, before you issue this report, is there some type of a review process that it goes through to ensure that both your analysis, your statistical numbers, everything are consistent with the protocols for your lab and for under the Texas Forensic Science Commission as well?
Yes. For each report that is released, it is first technically reviewed by another qualified analyst. Then it will also go through an administrative review process before it's released.
So let's look first of all, it says that 0101AA was used for comparison. What is 0101AA?
0101AA is the right buccal swab 1 from Tanner Lynn Horner.
So first we're going to look at item 0201. And what is 0201?
0201 are the vaginal swabs from Athena Monroe Strand.
So let's talk about the first paragraph there under 0201, vaginal swabs from Athena Monroe Strand. If you would read that first paragraph, and then I may ask you some questions about that before we move on to the next part.
Okay. The YSTR profile from fraction 1, epithelial cell fraction of this item, is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile. The selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total individuals within the U.S. database, YHRD version R69. Applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%, this profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of this male DNA profile.
And so because of that, if there were no other evidence to tell you one way or the other, that any people that would not be excluded would include who related to Tanner Horner.
Can you rephrase that?
Yes, I'm sorry, that was poorly phrased. You said certain people cannot be excluded other than Tanner Horner. Who would those people be?
So any paternally related male relatives could not be excluded because the Y profile is inherited paternally. So each male within a paternal line will have the same YSTR profile.
And that would include who within his family?
son, father, uncle, grandfather, cousin, as long as they're in that paternal line.
Now, a couple other things, YHRD version R69, what's that talking about?
That is the database that we use. It is the Y chromosome haplotype reference database, and the version R69 is just the current version.
And so, of all the people that were in that database, the 16,000, whatever, no one had this profile, correct?
Correct. It was found 0 times.
All right. And so how do you do this statistical analysis from 0 of 16,000 to 1 of 5,471?
To accommodate for the small sample size that is currently in the YHRD database of 16,388, a confidence interval is used to determine the maximum number of times that this profile would expect to be seen in the U.S. male population. It helps keep it from making it seem like it's maybe more rare than it is because it's 0. So with the 95% confidence interval, it is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males.
Can you explain what that 95% confidence interval means?
The 95% confidence interval is just that we are 95% confident that that profile wouldn't, the maximum times you would see it would be 1 in 5,471. And it's at the lower end of that confidence interval to make sure that we are being the most conservative in our reporting.
Understood. Okay, so talks about from fraction 1, and then the second paragraph we're about to talk about, so it talks about fraction 2. What are those fractions?
During the first step of the process, I believe y'all may have already talked about this, but it's the extraction process. This is where we remove any possible DNA from the substrate that it's on, such as a piece of cloth or a swab. And for samples where there could be possible semen present, we do a type of extraction called a differential extraction. This just allows us to essentially try to remove any possible DNA from sperm cells from any other DNA that may be in the sample. And as I spoke of previously, right, with some of those samples from orifices, they can have a lot of the individual's DNA whom it's from. And so that also allows us to try to separate out and get better interpretable profiles.
So let's go on to the first fraction was epithelial cell fraction. What is epithelial cells?
It can be any cell that is not a possible sperm cell.
Okay. So let's go on to the second paragraph, and I think that spans both pages, so I'll put it at the page break. So go ahead and read that second paragraph related to the vaginal swabs.
The YSDR profile from fraction 2, sperm cell fraction of this item, is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile. The selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total individuals within the U.S. database, YHRD version R69. Applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%, this profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of this male DNA profile.
So is it essentially the same finding on both fractions, that Tanner Horner cannot be excluded?
Correct.
Now, cannot be excluded is not necessarily saying a perfect match. That's why we have the statistics, correct?
Objection leading.
Sustained. Rephrase your question.
So I'm just trying to explain for somebody who might not understand, because it's a little tricky when you're talking about something. You know, people want to say, is it a match, right? And do you ever say it's a match? Absolutely.
No.
Okay, even with autosomal testing.
Correct.
Why do you say it as cannot be excluded?
That's just the wording. With single source samples in either autosomal or YSTR analysis, we don't call it a match, but if at any location there is information that is in the profile that is not consistent with a person being compared, they will be excluded because it can only be coming from one individual. Therefore, all of the information within the evidentiary profile needs to be consistent with the person being compared. So we don't say it's a match, it's just the way that we are worded.
Understood. So let's go on and let's talk about the next set of swabs. Why is there not two fractions related to this next set?
These went through the laboratory process at different times, and that was due to the amount of male DNA versus the amount of female DNA in the samples. So for the vaginal swabs, there was enough where we thought we might be able to get an interpretable profile using autosomal STRs. We know that at certain levels of a male to female ratio that female may mask that male that would be present and you wouldn't see a profile. So those we preserve straight for YSTR testing. And so they just go through a single extraction. Instead of separating it into the two different fractions, it stays as one.
So with regard to the swab, the anal swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand, which are listed up here as item 0202, can you tell the jury what your findings were related to that?
The YSTR profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile. The selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total individuals within the U.S. database, YHRD version R69. Applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%, this profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of this male DNA profile.
And then with regard to item 0203, the oral swabs from Athena Presley Monroe Strand. Can you read that?
The partial YSTR profile from this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a contributor of the male DNA profile at the following loci: DYS 448, DYS 19, DYS 549, DYS 437, DYS 390, and DYS 456. At these loci, the selected profile is found in 0 of 16,388 total individuals within the U.S. database, YHRD version R69. Applying a statistical confidence interval of 95%, this profile is not expected to occur more frequently than 1 in 5,471 U.S. males. In addition, any paternally related male relatives of Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as the contributor of this male DNA profile.
Now, this was explain the difference between the first sets of swabs and this one as far as the profile that was obtained.
The first ones don't have partial, so a full profile is where we get information of every location that we're testing for. A partial profile means that we are missing information within those locations that we're looking at.
But not that you have the wrong information, correct?
No, it most of the time is due to the quantity of DNA that's in the profile.
And even with the partial profile, were you able to get essentially the same statistical probability or likelihood ratio?
It was the same statistic.
And just to summarize, can you tell us whether or not Tanner Horner was excluded as a possible contributor from the vaginal swab with Athena Strand?
He could not be excluded from fraction 1, the epithelial cell fraction, or from fraction 2, the sperm cell fraction.
And can you tell us whether or not he can be excluded from the anal swabs of Athena Strand?
He could not be excluded.
And can you tell us whether or not he could be excluded from the oral swabs of Athena Presley Monroe Strand?
He could not be excluded.
Now I want to talk to you about your other report. I think we have, can I check with the court report, 299 and 302 have both been admitted, is that correct?
Yes.
With regard to the other swabs, are those documented on a different, or the other items that were tested for autosomal STR, were those documented on a different report?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit number 301 and ask you if you recognize that.
Yes, it's a copy of my report.
And does that document the findings that you made related to the items that were tested for autosomal STR?
Mine and Elizabeth C. Strunk's.
Okay. And her, before I offer it, explain what she did as opposed to what you did for this report.
Elizabeth C. Strunk cut the samples. Once they were chosen to be sent forward for the DNA analysis process, she cut them and got them ready for that process. She also, from I believe 2 of the items, collected apparent trace evidence, which could be hairs or fibers from inside of some of the baggies that we store them in. And so that's documented on here.
But as far as any analysis, that was all done by you, correct?
Correct, of the DNA, yes.
All right. I will offer the evidence State's Exhibit number 301 at this time.
No objection.
State's Exhibit 301 is admitted.
And may I publish it?
Yes, sir.
So we've already kind of talked about the process that has taken place leading up to your analysis and interpretation. Kind of walk us through on the autosomal what you do when you get a certain item that's been gone through the process as far as the extractions and all those things, but now you're interpreting the data. Can you walk us through that?
Yes, so similarly to the YSTR profiles, when I get a profile, I will look at it, determine if it's partial or full, whether or not we got information on all of the locations or only some of them. I will also then try to determine how many individuals I believe are contributing to that profile. Then I will run it through a program called StarMix. This is a probabilistic genotyping software that just aids the analyst in separating out any possible contributors within a mixture profile. And then if there is a known reference to compare to, it will also provide a statistic, the likelihood ratio that I spoke about.
Now, on the autosomal STR analysis, let's just kind of start going through your report, and I want to make sure we understand what you dealt with. So you're taking one of the, let me ask you about the profile from the DNA swab, the buccal swab from Tanner Horner. Is that also, has that been separated out as far as portion for the different profile for the YSTR, or is it the same profile?
They're different profiles, but from the same sample. So in the process of the DNA analytical process, the third step, amplification, they're just using different kits, and that is just one is for autosomal STR analysis to obtain that profile, and one is for YSTR to obtain that YSTR profile. But it's the same sample.
And so let's talk about, start going through the actual items. So the first thing we see is 0102AB, and what is that?
That is a stain from left sleeve from FedEx Polo from suspect's property.
Okay. And I'm not going to have you read every word of this because we'll be here all afternoon if we do that for every item. But let's talk about, is this on fraction, was this divided into the two fractions?
Yes, it was.
Okay. And was, with regard to the fraction 1, I want you to explain a little bit, get an understanding is, with regard to fraction 1, might you see both the suspect and the victim of a case in the same statistical analysis, like in this case, potentially?
Yes.
Okay, and that's the epithelial fraction, correct?
Yes, we started referring to them as fraction 1 and fraction 2 instead of the sperm cell fraction, epithelial cell fraction. But yes, the fraction 1 is the epithelial cell fraction.
With regard to fraction 2, if it's a female's DNA, are you going to ever have that person within that fraction?
If there's a lot of female in the profile, it could also be present in that. When you're doing the differential extraction process, it's almost, kind of think about it as like when you mix oil and water and you're trying to get that top layer off, you don't want to go down too far to go into that bottom layer, so you may leave a little bit, and then those cells are actually extracted during that process. So you can have both in that.
Okay. But let's talk about, first of all, on this, the epithelial cell fraction. So we're talking about the left sleeve of the FedEx Polo from the suspect's property. And as far as whether that was from his house or whether it's from his property in the jail, that's explained in the, I think, in the previous testimony as to which is which. I believe from Jackie had done the initial screening.
Correct.
So on this, with regard to this particular, would this be a stain? So a stain is something that's cut out of an item of clothing, correct?
It could be cut out. It also could be swabbed. It was just a specific area on that clothing that was determined to be sent forward for processing.
And what was sent forward for processing, can you give us what the findings were for that particular item?
The DNA profile from fraction 1 of this item is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 53.1 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
Okay, stop there for a second. So in this part of the statistical analysis, you're just determining whether Tanner Horner can be excluded, is that right?
Correct. Every known reference that we have is compared to every evidentiary profile to determine whether or not they could be included or excluded.
So then you next look at whether or not the victim can be excluded, is that correct?
Correct.
Correction waiting, Your Honor.
Sustained no visual witness.
Apologize, Your Honor. What were your findings with relation to the victim as far as whether or not she could be excluded?
The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Athena Strand and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 951 trillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals.
So now we know, what do we know as far as them individually? Can either one of them be excluded?
So those likelihood ratios, they are an inclusionary likelihood ratio.
Okay. So both of them are included, is what you're saying?
Correct.
All right. So now, when you put them both together, do you do another statistical analysis as to what the likelihood is that they both are contributors?
Yes. So when we run the statistic with each individual and there's an inclusionary statistic obtained, we want to make sure that while they are included separately, that they also are included together in that profile.
And what was the likelihood with regard to both of them being included in the profile?
The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, Athena Strand, and 1 unrelated unknown individual is 133 duodecillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These likelihood ratios indicate very strong support for the propositions that Tanner Horner and Athena Strand are both contributors of the profile.
And at the end of State's Exhibit number 301, do you have some graphs that show the different likelihood ratios and what the propositions that come from them and the numbers related to that?
There is a chart, and that's it tells what the likelihood ratio number is, and then the verbal scale, that was the addition, and how much support that likelihood ratio is actually given to that hypothesis.
And what does it have to be in order for it to be listed as very strong support?
That would be a likelihood ratio of 1 million or more.
Okay, and in this case, I believe you stated it was 133 duodecillion times, correct?
For the co-contributor statement, yes.
For both of them being contributors?
Correct.
As opposed to 3 unrelated, is that right?
Correct.
So, with that, can you kind of give us a frame reference for what duodecillion means? Because that's not a number I think a lot of us use.
No, so a duodecillion is a 1 with 39 zeros. A billion is a 1 with 9 zeros. A trillion is a 1 with 12 zeros. So it kind of, those are numbers that you may be able to grasp.
So, and we're going to go down through, kind of use that as a framework with which to discuss the other statistical findings from the different stains. So there's, the next item is 0102AB. Is that another stain from the same shirt?
Yes.
Okay. And is that essentially, maybe not, the numbers are not exactly the same, I don't know if they are or not, but does it basically still have very strong support that both of them are contributors?
These likelihood ratios indicate very strong support for the propositions that Tanner Horner and Athena Strand are both contributors to the profile.
In this case, it was only 73 octillion times greater, is that right? Am I looking at that incorrectly? Maybe I'm looking, oh, I'm sorry. In this case, it was 245 quattrodecillion. Is that more or less than duodecillion?
So a quattrodecillion is a 1 with 45 zeros.
Okay. So very strong support, both contributors. So let's go on to the sperm cell fractions of those two. Was Athena Strand excluded from the sperm cell fractions of those first two items?
The DNA profile from fraction 2 of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. I'm sorry, this is for a 102AB.
Yes. So we're looking at, I asked you about two at once, and that's my fault. But 0102AB, let's talk about that first.
The DNA profile from fraction 2 of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. The probability of obtaining this profile, if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, is 112 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from an unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner is a contributor of the profile. Athena Strand is excluded as a contributor of this profile.
And I guess the reason I was asking about the female DNA earlier is you have one fraction of the same swabbing or material that is sent forward. One she's included, one she's excluded. Give us kind of the reasoning for that. You understand what I'm saying? You got the epithelial section, you got the sperm cells fraction. One, she's strong, very strong support. She's one of the contributors versus the other, she's excluded.
Correct.
So, is that because it's really just looking for male DNA?
Sustain, don't lead your witness.
Yeah, reasoning for that, or is there?
It could be that it doesn't separate it by male, and the extraction process itself is made to try and separate any possible sperm cells. That doesn't mean that it is from sperm cells, it's just that it's possible sperm cells. And like I said, there could be that bleed over where someone could be included in it, but we can't say what exactly type of DNA that sample is from.
But on these two samples that we've talked about so far, when the sperm cell fraction was separated out, can you tell us whether or not Athena was actually excluded from the sperm cell fraction?
She was, for a 102AB, she was excluded.
And what about the next one, a 102 AB?
The DNA profile from fraction 2 of this item is interpreted as originating from a single individual. The probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner is 116 septillion times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from an unrelated unknown individual. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner is a contributor of the profile. Athena Strand is excluded as a contributor of this profile.
Okay, now let's talk about, we know that the first several swabs or cuttings that were sent forward were from the FedEx polo from the suspect's property, correct?
Correct.
So that would include 102AB, AD, AE, AF, and AG, and a H and a I as well, correct?
Correct.
And were those similar findings on the others as what we've already described? I mean, I don't want to go, maybe I won't ask you to compare because I know you got to read the whole thing if I do.
Correct.
So what I'm going to do is just say, those come from the same item of clothing. So essentially the results that we've already received kind of give us the information we may want to know about that particular clothing item.
Your Honor, objection,
I
lady.
was going to say, is there a question?
Okay, let me move on.
Please do, let's move on.
Let's move on from the polo shirt. Now let's talk about the swabbing of the stain from the inside of the gray sweatshirt from the suspect's property. Okay. What were the findings related to that item on the autosomal STR?
For a 103 AA,
Is that one? Some of these, I don't necessarily. If there's not findings that connect both the two, I'm going to skip over those. Is that one? If it comes from, if an item of clothing comes from a specific individual, can you tell us whether or not what your expectations would be as far as finding that particular individual's DNA on that particular item?
I can't speak to if I expect DNA, but when the transfer of DNA from your skin, whether it be on clothing or something you touch, there is a possibility that there is transfer of your DNA. So it is not uncommon to find a person's profile on something that they wear.
All right, I'm going to skip all the way down to some of the swabs that were collected in the truck. I'm going to look at, go down to 0115 AA. And what was that?
A 115 AA is passenger side cargo door step swabs from truck.
Give me just a second. Get ready. So this would be a swab, is that correct?
Correct.
And can you give us the findings for that particular swab from the passenger side cargo door step from the truck?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile, if the DNA came from Tanner Horner and 2 unrelated unknown individuals, is 894 quintillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Athena Strand and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 8,640 times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates moderate support for the proposition that Athena Strand is a contributor to the profile. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, Athena Strand, and 1 unrelated unknown individual is 17 octillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. This likelihood ratio indicates very strong support for the proposition that Tanner Horner and Athena Strand are both contributors to the profile.
Going on down to 0115 AE, the passenger side wheel well. Can you read that as well?
The DNA profile from this item is interpreted as a mixture of 3 individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 10.5 million times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Athena Strand and 2 unrelated unknown individuals is 334 trillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. The probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from Tanner Horner, Athena Strand, and 1 unrelated unknown individual is 2.59 octillion times greater than the probability of obtaining this profile if the DNA came from 3 unrelated unknown individuals. These likelihood ratios indicate very strong support for the propositions that Tanner Horner and Athena Strand are both possible contributors to the profile.
Thank you, Ms. Casoda. At the time that you were working on these items and obtaining the results in your report, had the depletion items also been sent to the Bodie lab in Thornton, Virginia?
Yes.
Okay. And somewhat close in proximity in time, did they also come back with the results from their analysis of those items?
I believe so.
Okay. And may I approach Your Honor?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what has been marked as State's Exhibit number 304. Would you look in that and see if you recognize that or have seen that before?
It appears to be a copy of their report.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to offer the evidence, State's Exhibit number 304, pursuant to some previous.
Yes, Your Honor, no objection pursuant to our previous discussion.
Okay. State's Exhibit 304 is admitted.
So on this report, do you have a copy of this?
I do.
Okay. And I'd like you to look at just two specific items, and that would be the what was from our lab, I believe it was 0112AB01, the swabbing from the right hand fingernail clippings and clipper from Athena Presley Monroe Strand, and then the next item 0102AC01, swabbing from the left hand fingernail clippings from Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
0112 AC.
0112 AC01. Is that good?
Yes.
All right. So if you can find those in the results, I'd like to just read their results in related to those items. They have a different number, so you got to go back to the front.
Mm-hmm. So there's some results at the beginning.
Were those YSTR or were those autosomal STR?
There was male DNA screening conclusions.
Okay. I'm not worried so much about that. I want to look at page 4 on the YSTR profile obtained from those items. Can you read the results on those?
Their report states samples CCX 2517-0764-E-05 and CCX 2517-0764-E-06 were processed for DNA typing by analysis of short tandem repeat, STR, loci specific to the male Y chromosome, also called YSTRs, using the PowerPlex Y23 kit.
All right, so if you go down to part 2, under there, where it says a YSTR profile was obtained from the sample ending in 05, which corresponds, if you look at the first page, what does that correspond with?
That corresponds to 0112AB01, which was the swabbing of right hand, fingernails, clippings, and clipper from Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
And what was the result, looking back at page 4, with regard to the YSTR profile obtained from that item?
The report states a YSTR profile was obtained from sample CCX 2517-0764-E-05, male 1 in parentheses. Tanner Horner cannot be excluded as a possible contributor of the YSTR profile obtained from sample CCX 2517-0764-E-05. The YSTR profile obtained is at least 1,923 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Tanner Horner than if from an unknown, unrelated male individual from the U.S. population.
If you just skip down to page, continue on page 4, but number 3, I don't want you to read the whole thing, but just as far as the numbers, the ratio, is that the same in that item as well as the previous item you just read?
I'm sorry?
Is the number of not 1,923 times more likely to be observed if it originated from Tanner Horner, is that the same on that item as it was under item number 2?
That number is the same.
Yes, okay. The item is different, but the number is the same, is that right?
Correct.
All right. Are there other results in this report as well from different items that were tested?
Yes.
Okay. But that report is now in evidence and the jury can see that for themselves. So with that, Your Honor, I believe I am ready to pass the witness.
Briefly, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Ms. Casota.
Good afternoon.
Good to see you again. Thank you for coming in today. Just want to ask you a couple of follow-up questions, okay?
Yes, sir.
We've talked about this before. The way your submission form is set up, when you receive the materials, it will identify whether it's from, in this case, Athena Strand or Tanner Horner, correct?
Could you repeat that?
Yeah, when you, materials come in, it'll say that it's sample believed to be from the suspect, or is it sample believed to be from the victim, correct?
For both, like known samples or from evidentiary samples?
I think for both, because the evidentiary samples, I believe, illustrate like shirt from defendant's locker, right? You're not dealing with, I guess what I'm saying, you have some idea of who it's believed to be from.
Correct. Whatever is listed on the submission form by the agency, that is what we label it as in our system.
And I'm going to focus more on just kind of the YSTR testing that you did. So I believe from Ms. Ferrera's report and all the way through your work, there was no additional testing done to determine if there were sperm cells in the semen, meaning none of the microscopic examination was made on the sexual assault kit swabs.
Correct. We do not process sexual assault kits for the presence of semen. They go straight for DNA for any possible male DNA.
And it was not requested that you do that kind of microscopic examination.
Correct.
Now, two of the items that came into evidence, one was State's Exhibit 299, which is the April 19, 2023 report. And I believe it's State's Exhibit 303, which is the supplement.
I'm not sure of their numbers, but yes, I know which reports you're referring to.
And that the supplement was dated September 15, 2025.
Correct.
And you said that you had issued the supplement in response to some new guidance about the, what do we call it, the verbal indicators that you had?
The verbal scale, yes, sir.
But that didn't change the findings in the report.
Correct. It did not change the statistic.
So the statistics was that, if I understand it correctly, it was 2 times greater the probability of obtaining the profile from the victim and one unrelated unknown individual than from the victim and the suspect.
So the probability of obtaining this mixture profile if the DNA came from the victim and one unrelated unknown individual is 2 times greater than the probability of obtaining the profile if the DNA came from the victim and the suspect.
Now, I know you already explained why, so I'm not necessarily going into that, but this biased DR testing was done in 2025, correct?
Correct.
And I know that Ms. Ferreras, she testified yesterday that in doing her male screening on the oral swab, it was inconclusive as to male DNA being present. Is that correct?
Her report states the detection of male DNA on this item was inconclusive, utilizing the Plexer HY quantification kit due to the low male quantification value. The item was collected and retained.
That's the same swab that you used in your testing, correct?
Correct.
Now, earlier when you were testifying about the persons who are not excluded, you talked specifically about male relatives of the defendant.
Correct.
But that wasn't, the statistics are a little confusing. The 1 in 5,471 U.S. males means that there are other males that would not be excluded as well.
That is a possibility.
Because there's, I don't know how many males in the U.S., but 150 million plus.
Correct. It's used to put the statistic of 0 in 16,388 into the maximum number that it could possibly be seen within the U.S. male population.
We talked a lot about the small sample size and maybe being overwhelmed by the female DNA. Is that correct?
Are you talking about like in a profile where you might have a lot of female that any possible male profile? Yes, it can. The female essentially masks a low level or could mask a low level male profile.
Now, we talked about separating it into fraction 1, the epithelial fraction, fraction 2, the sperm fraction, but you testified today that that doesn't necessarily mean that all of the DNA in the sperm fraction is from semen.
Correct.
And probably the same with the epithelial side. You don't know you can't know all the sources of DNA, but you're trying to separate them.
Correct.
Do you know, if I said a single drop of semen contained roughly 1 million sperm cells, 750,000 sperm cells, do you know if that would be roughly accurate?
I think that could be dependent on a lot of factors that I probably can't. Some people make more sperm than others. Some could have low sperm counts. That I can't really answer that.
Okay. So you wouldn't necessarily know if on average ejaculate would be around 300 million sperm cells.
I'm not aware of the number.
So on the measurements that you made for the vaginal swab, is the DNA roughly 1 nanogram?
For which one? I'm sorry.
For the vaginal swab.
For which fraction?
May I have a shot?
Yes.
It's very small.
I'm not going to seek to admit those, but I was relying on that calculation. I believe it's the first two we're talking about.
Correct. So it's yes.
Okay. You can hold on to that for a second.
Okay.
Okay, so we're talking about roughly 1 nanogram of DNA material.
So in the quantification step, we look at how much total human DNA is within the sample as well as how much male DNA is within the sample. In the sperm cell fraction, or fraction 2 of the vaginal swab, the total autosomal amount of DNA within that sample was 4.46 nanograms per microliter. And then the epithelial cell fraction, or fraction 1, it was 117 nanograms per microliter of total DNA.
Okay, so the DNA in a single sperm cell is roughly 0.0035 nanograms.
I don't know the exact number.
Okay, and so, but we can take your numbers divided by that, and we'd have some idea of how many, if they were actually sperm cells, how many sperm cells would be present.
I guess theoretically you can, but I can't say what it's from or that it's sperm at
No.
all.
I'm just saying, if we assumed it was all from sperm cells, we're talking, for 1 nanogram, we'd be talking 285. If it's 4, we're talking 4 times that, 1,000.
I would need a calculator.
Okay. Now, you are obviously not involved in actually collecting those swabs, correct? That's from the autopsy.
Correct.
And we talked before, and I talked to Ms. Kelly a little bit about the portions of your job that are kind of subjective, why we need a human interpreter. Can you talk a little bit about that, please?
The interpretation itself can be subjective. I am, based on your training and your experience, you are looking at these profiles and looking at a lot of different factors within each location that we look at and the entirety of the profile to determine how many individuals we believe are contributing to that profile.
And I use the example with her, and I believe I've talked to you about this before too. I'm not a microbiologist, so I see the little chart that prints out, and you've got the gray lines showing where the alleles would be, and that's kind of the thing you have to look at and decide what's an artifact, what's real, what's a mixture, that sort of thing, correct?
Yes, sir.
So, and specifically with the YSTR, you don't get to use the StarMax software with that, correct?
StarMix.
StarMix, sorry.
Okay.
And that's not available because this is a different thing you're looking at, so you're having to do those calculations differently?
Correct.
Okay. And then that's kind of where your interpretation comes in, and then you get others to help you review it.
Correct. Each one is technically reviewed by another qualified analyst and then administratively reviewed.
Now, also on your lab, it noted that the information you came in was submitted to CODIS.
Which, I'm sorry, can you tell me which report?
The 3 Should be 302. I'm sorry, I just have the state exhibit number. That would be the
Hold on.
September 15th, 2025 sexual assault kit one.
That's none of these. Which one?
I think it was the September 2025 sexual assault kit one. It may have been on the other one, last one you looked at.
But for the vaginal swabs on that report? Yes.
Okay. So what is CODIS?
So CODIS is the Combined DNA Index System. This is a national database that offender and arrestee and detainee samples are entered into, as well as any profiles from evidence samples. And then this is used to hopefully connect either cases to each other or cases and unknown profiles to individuals.
And to your knowledge, there were no hits, there were no connections made from that entry?
Not that I'm aware of.
Pass the witness, Your Honor.
Read the record.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be excused?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you, ma'am. Let's take our afternoon break, okay? Call you back in 10 minutes to 3.
Okay, so Tolly, we've been listening to this DNA testimony, and folks in the chat are really wanting us to break it down. Of course, you and I have been sitting over here Googling and texting with people to make sure we understand
We
it.
are many things, but we are not DNA experts.
No, but the way I understand it, I've been texting with another legal expert who's coming on tomorrow, is this YSTR testing is done in cases where you have really like minute sample. And by the way, it's Keith Harris who will be on tomorrow. He has been texting me.
He's a great attorney.
Fabulous
Great guy.
attorney, and
As is his
basically,
brother.
yes, and Kevin was on last week. But essentially, it's when they can't do regular DNA testing. We heard some of that testimony earlier, trying to explain that, and now that starts to make a little bit of sense.
Right.
And so they did this YSTR testing where they
Focus on the Y chromosome.
Right, and,
Yeah.
and so they were able to determine they could not exclude Tanner Horner, right? And now the odds are not like you would get in regular DNA testing, which are like gazillion, quadrillion, decimillion. I don't even know. I can't even say all the numbers.
Right.
Dewey million or whatever it was. I mean, so it was. So the odds are much smaller, but it's still telling.
Yes, yeah. I mean, and DNA evidence as a whole works like this, and it kind of came up. I'm sure that's a question a lot of people ask. There's this assumption that DNA evidence is a match, right?
Right.
This person left this DNA, but that's not really how it works.
Isn't that how CSI does it?
That's how all those movies do it. But in reality, it's we all have a specific DNA profile, and what analysts try to do is eliminate all other potential profiles. And so they give you odds and probabilities. So the chance that the DNA left behind on this pen that belongs to me, you can exclude a trillion other people because that DNA is so closely resembling mine. Mm-hmm. And so that's what we've got here. But specifically with this YSTR, a little bit of a smaller number, something like 1 in 16,000 or so.
Yeah. Which
is still, I mean, it's telling, because why would his DNA be anywhere around there or anything close to it? Yeah.
It's significant. It tells you something, but it certainly leaves some questions in your mind about it.
And my question to you while we were listening is, the past hour and a half almost of testimony, was it impactful enough for you to push you in one direction or another?
No.
And no, it really wasn't. And part of that, analysts sometimes are a little bit dry. They're not professional witnesses. They don't do this often. So part of it's how it comes across. Also, lots of numbers and jury trying to figure it out. But at the end of the day, you can't say he's been excluded, and you also can't say 100% 1 in 3 trillion chance it's him. But again, I mean, you look at the totality of the circumstances. You look at a picture of him and Athena in the truck. You take his statements, his guilty plea. Again, we come back to plus the DNA. It just more and more and more.
Well, because reality is he is guilty, guilty, guilty.
That's it. Yeah,
and the question is
no
this jury
debating
going to
that,
give him
yeah.
the death penalty? That's really where we're at. And then, of course, no shocker, her DNA or the odd, these crazy odds that because they were able to do regular DNA testing on that. Her DNA was found on his shirt.
Right, in the truck and different parts of swabs there, which is
no surprise,
exactly.
Right? So I still struggle here. I understand the desire to in a way by him pleading guilty you sort of short circuit the prosecution, right?
Correct.
And so is the prosecution just saying, we're going to present all of this. We would have done this in guilt, innocence, but it just feels like if you and I are, struggling, like I was sitting here just at times just going, we have heard so much more stuff that is so compelling and just like hit you in the heart and take the knife and just twist it. This is, I'm not sure what the purpose is. If this was guilt innocence, okay, then makes a lot of sense.
I agree, and I think a lot of what we have seen is the prosecution's case as it was going to be laid out for the guilt innocence. They likely were also caught a bit off guard on a day of the trial starting.
Absolutely.
A guilty plea, and maybe didn't have the time or the opportunity to reassess and say, okay, well, what is our strategy now? We need to take all this evidence and all this witness testimony that we've gathered. We need to tailor it towards just seeking a death case or the death penalty here. Whereas it does seem like they are still trying to show that there is very little doubt that Tanner Horner, wasn't in contact with it. They're just trying to connect all the dots still when the
dots
really
have
need
been
it. The dots have been connected.
He did it. He's confessed to it, and my God Almighty, between his confessions, I mean, regardless of the fact that he was lying, but when you combine all that with the video that the juror's going to see and everything else, and then of course his internet searches and the letters that he wrote, I mean, it's just the evidence is so overwhelming.
I mean, again, it just comes back to is it necessary and is it impactful enough to get to your ultimate goal at this point, which is not him being found guilty, but that he is deserving of the death penalty.
Right.
I think had there been evidence of sexual trauma on little Athena, I think had there been an overwhelming amount of his DNA found on her body, I think those are things that would have been much more compelling. Trace amounts of DNA, some part of a connection of DNA on her clothing, hers on his clothing. I think it establishes that there's they were in contact with each other. I think there's some question as to what degree. I don't think you can go so far and say, yeah, he sexually assaulted her with what we've got here. I think there's some questions.
Well, yeah,
but
what is likely to be his DNA is on a vaginal swab.
Yeah.
And, if I was going to present DNA evidence, I would get that in. Yeah. But like that I could see getting in, but the rest of it,
right?
Her DNA on his shirt. I mean, again, he's confessed.
Right.
It's kind of like do what you need to do.
Exactly.
And don't because it is really telling us. You're telling a story to the jury, and you don't ever want to essentially bore them. Because this scientific stuff is, again, every time we do a trial, the scientific stuff
it's tough to get through
is where I start to go.
Yeah, it's tough to get through. Yeah, for sure.
But I think the word that we had gotten from Rebecca was that. And they had gotten this from the judge, was that we were going to hear this afternoon from Athena Strand's mom, and so we're waiting to see if she's coming up next. And we have been given to understand that we will be able to stream her without a blur. There was some question earlier about whether or not we were going to have to blur her, which kind of didn't make sense to me because, for one thing, everybody knows she is, and her testimony, I think, is going to be incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
I mean,
I think from everything we've heard so far, it's going to be the most moving. There'll be some tears and emotion in the courtroom. It'll be hard for anyone to sit in the gallery in the jury box and not feel a lot of emotion. And I tell you, I bet you that camera will be trained on Mr. Horner a lot as well to see how he responds and reacts to what she says.
So somebody says, can you address, he has something written on his hand. Have you noticed something written on his hand? I think they're referring to Tanner Horner. I don't know. I haven't noticed. I don't know that I've noticed his hands. Most of the time when we've had a shot of him, you just see his kind of his face.
Yeah.
And by the way, somebody said, Tolly, that they like your name.
Yeah. Well, it's very nice.
It's only taken me about 4 trials to get to where I'm pronouncing it correctly, but I've been working on it. So.
Well, it's very nice.
So, but no, it's somebody said I don't know. We'll have to take a closer look if we happen to see his hands next time. Somebody's saying the camera shows it. Huh. I need to.
I'm not sure.
I have not.
Yeah, I haven't noticed that.
I've missed it. Well, we've
seen mostly just that side profile. So.
Yeah. And typically
Again,
you and
the viewers are picking up on things.
Well, in every single trial that we have done, there have been many occasions where, again, stuff is happening really quickly, or something gets by me. Because sometimes we are sitting here, we are listening, but we're also kind of talking sometimes, because we're sort of trying to figure out, okay, when we come back out to you guys, what are we going to say? Because we're like, when we were watching this DNA testimony, Tolly and I'm Googling YSTR and texting with Keith and just trying to understand the importance of that testimony so we could come out and explain it to you guys. So, assuming we hear Athena's mom this afternoon, we're pretty close to the end then.
Yeah, I would assume so. I think there would be a question as to whether or not Athena's father would also testify. They might just see how mom goes. And then you go right into that video evidence.
Well, I think that'll be tomorrow.
Yeah.
I mean, we know that'll be tomorrow.
Right. And so really not much more to put on. If you're the state, you've covered all the bases. You just have to decide if you feel comfortable with ending the way it looks like it's going to end, which is the raw emotions from family members, especially the mom, and then going into the videos and then resting at that point.
Hey, there's a few questions that folks have been asking that I think. Oh, hold on. I think we've got a live look again. Somebody was asking though, why is he not handcuffed and shackled in court?
Right, that's actually a good question. Similarly to why individuals are allowed to wear regular clothes, a lot of times judges will not want the presumption of create a prejudice. And when somebody is shackled, there becomes this notion that a jury might hold it against him and think negative thoughts. So a long time ago, you used to have to wear the orange jumpsuit for your trial, and they got rid of that for a similar reason. But as soon as he gets taken into the holdover and stuff, they're taking a lot of precaution. And you can see that there's two bailiffs staying right behind him at all times.
All right.
Maitland, M-A-I-T-L-Y-N. And my last name is Gandy, G-A-N-D-Y.
We have one in the restroom, so.
I'm sorry?
Right.
Nope.
Everyone may be seated. right, we are ready to proceed, ladies and gentlemen. This witness has been previously sworn to testify truthfully. Mr. Staten.
Thank you, Judge. Ma'am, we've seen you sitting here in court since this case started. Would you introduce yourself to the jury?
My name is Maitland Gandy. I'm better known as the mother of Athena Presley Monroe Strand.
And I'm going to show you something that's been admitted already in the evidence. Would you please?
Yes.
Ms. Thompson talked about this picture here, and I want to ask you, she mentioned that she had a little grin on his face. Do you have a better explanation about why she has a grin on her face?
I do. So this was taken about a month before she was murdered, and we were at a Mexican restaurant in our hometown, and I wanted to get a picture of her and her baby sister, my baby sister, all together, and she stole an orange from my drink, and she had it in her mouth to look like it. She looked like a little monkey, and I took the original picture, not noticing the orange in her mouth, and then of course, being the mom that I am, I said Athena Presley, and she immediately closed her lips around that orange so she could hide the orange and take the picture that I wanted.
That's the reason for the grin.
Yes, sir.
You said this picture was taken when?
About a month before she was killed.
Let me show you another picture that's been admitted into evidence. And I think we've seen this one. When was this picture taken?
That was taken on November 26th of 2022. It was a Saturday. It was about 1:30 p.m. And that was in the front seat of my Jeep.
And notice she's got a white shirt on here. What's the symbolism of this white shirt? What's she wearing?
It says, "We are family 2022," because we always had matching fall pajamas for Halloween and matching Christmas pajamas. It was a part of our holiday traditions.
And was it just her, or was there somebody else with her we know this?
No, you can see my baby, Rylan.
Is this right here?
Yes.
And how many days before she was murdered was this picture taken?
4 days.
4 days. And I'm noticing something on her head here. What's on her head?
That is her red bow for Christmas, because red was the theme for our family that year.
Ma'am, I notice you have something in your hand there. Show that to the jury.
This is her red bow.
Is that the same red bow that we see in that picture?
Yes, sir.
Do you leave home without that?
Not when I come to this state.
Okay. Maybe back home every once in a while?
Every once in a while. Quick trip to Walmart, maybe.
Something else about this picture. Was this one of the last times you saw Athena?
I had a little bit more than 24 hours left with her. I just didn't know it at the time.
And we heard from Ms. Thompson that Athena was living here for a little while. And I guess that little more time is the time it took you to get from where you were in Oklahoma to the meeting spot with Jacob. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And I say Jacob. Who's Jacob?
Jacob is Athena's daddy.
And where do y'all normally meet?
ASAP in Bowie, Texas.
Okay. Is that a convenience store?
It's a gas station of sorts. It's gotten better over the years.
Okay. Stop and rob, if you will.
Yes, sir.
And so y'all exchange on that day, right?
We exchanged Sunday, November 27th of 2022.
You remember the last thing you said to Athena?
I told her that I loved her and that I would see her on Friday. We had a quick drop off because her daddy was going to take them to the Christmas lights that night. So it's not the goodbye that I would have wanted.
So you and Jacob, when is Athena born with you and Jacob? What's her birthday?
She was born Saturday, May 23rd of 2015 at 9:01 p.m.
And let me ask you, from the time she was born until the last time you saw her, how would you describe her as a child?
She was the perfect mixture of me and Jacob. She loved to wear her pretty princess dresses, but at the same time, she would play in the dirt in those same pretty princess dresses. And she was free, and she was wild, and she was bright, and she was loving. She wanted to be loved and to give love, and that's it.
Now, as she got older, did she have some things that were kind of her favorites and the things that she liked to do?
That's a broad question to ask. Athena loved everything. She loved life. We liked to watch movies together. It was very common for us to have movie nights, popcorn and candy. It was very common for her to want to ride her horse with her Aunt Kate. It was very common for her to want to do anything outdoors with her father, so long as her father was around. She watched him butcher animals. She watched him clear property. As long as Daddy was around, she was great with being dirty and being outside.
So that people are clear, or you and Jacob, would you agree with me, y'all live a country life?
Very much so.
Okay. And when you say butchering animals, Jacob's a bit of a hunter, right?
Yes.
I just don't want people to think that we're out, on the other side of Fort Worth doing that in the front yard, okay?
No.
So let's talk a little bit about you and Jacob. You and Jacob were young when you had Athena.
Very
and how
much
old
so.
were you?
I was 19 when I had Athena.
And Jacob was a little older than you?
Jacob was 23. He had just turned 23.
And we may have heard this. We heard from Ashley, Jacob's wife at the time. You and Jacob didn't stay together.
No, we didn't.
Permanently. But let me ask you, how do you feel you and Jacob were as parents for Athena?
There were rough moments, but we always had an agreement that those rough moments didn't need to enter into our children's lives. We co-parented, in my opinion, pretty dang well. Because as long as Athena's needs were met and she was happy, that was important to him and I.
Any doubts at all that you or Jacob or your family in Oklahoma or his family here in Texas absolutely loved Athena?
There is no doubt whatsoever that every single person that has ever met Athena, besides maybe one, absolutely loved Athena.
Is that the kid on the bus?
It's actually the defendant in this case. I would like to think that he doesn't love her. That kid on the bus may also not particularly care for her.
The one she smacked in the head with a water bottle.
Mommy did teach her that no means no.
Right. So, independent?
She gets that from me.
Okay. And strong?
Physically, she gets that from her father.
Now, you told me about an event. It's actually a tragic event. Your mother died 4 or 5 years ago. Is that right?
It's been, oh God, it's been almost 8 years. This year will make 8.
8 years ago. And tell me what happened with regard to that. And I don't want to ask you about your mom's death, but I think it involves Athena, and I'd like you to tell the jury about that.
Well, it was Friday, December 28th of 2018. I had went to work early that morning, as I did all the time, and my mom wasn't supposed to die. She was just fine, but she used to keep Athena for me whenever I went to work. And she just died. But Athena, being Athena, I don't know how she knew. I didn't train her. I didn't teach her what death was. She hadn't had death in her life. But she ran out to my Nana's house, which would be her great-grandmother. And it's about an acre away. Each of these houses are on about an acre. And she went and got help. And the only reason we know that is because there's a Ring camera outside of the house. And she just kept telling my Nana, Grammy's dead. My Nana, being my Nana, didn't grab her phone before she left the house and couldn't get into my mom's phone because it had a code on it. So she sent Athena another acre away in the opposite direction to get more help. She was only 3.5.
So at 3.5 years old, she's toddling herself all over the place to try to help your mom.
Yes. Next to me, pretty positive my mom loved her more than anyone else in this world did.
Do you remember when you got the call and when you received the information that Athena had gone missing? Do you remember that time?
I do.
And where were you at that time when you got the information that she had just been missing?
I was in my house. My phone had died, and Jacob called my little sister, who was too far out from me. So she called my older sister, and my older sister came banging on the door like you would have thought the house was on fire. And I opened the door and she said, Athena's missing. And immediately I said, no, she's not. So I went and got my phone, and Jacob's name popped up on my phone.
So you knew something was not right.
Yes.
Now, how far is it from your house in Oklahoma to County Road 3573 that we've been talking about?
Typically, it's about a 2-hour drive.
And how fast did you make that drive on that particular day?
I made it within 45 minutes.
Now, let me ask you, did you go straight there, or did you have a stop along the way?
Unfortunately, I let my car run pretty clear out of gas, and I said that I would get gas before work the next morning. So I had to stop and get gas in Comanche.
And so then you found your way this direction.
Yes, I did.
Some people will say that moms know when things happen. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
How do you know something wasn't right?
On my way down to Jacob's house, I stayed on the phone with him pretty well most of the way until I got to about Ryan, Oklahoma. And then it felt like I was dying. I couldn't breathe, but I knew I had to keep going. I almost tapped the brakes because I thought I was having a heart attack. But I just told myself that if I kept going, it would be okay and I would find her.
So long as Mama can get there, it's gonna be okay.
Yeah.
You get there, Dina's still missing.
Yeah.
What do you do in that time period between when she's missing and when we, and then we find out what happened? What do you do during that time period?
When I got there, an officer asked me who I was. I told him I was Athena's mom. He directed me back inside my Jeep and told me that they were bringing dogs out and that my scent could throw the dogs off, so I had to stay inside my Jeep.
And then during those next 2 days, what are you doing during those next 2 days?
At 4 o'clock in the morning on Saturday, December 1st, an officer had told me that they had taken away the dogs and I could get out of the vehicle, and I asked him, can I search myself? He said yes. So Ashley's dad, Jacob's dad, my uncle, and Jacob and I went out and searched all of Jacob's property and the surrounding properties, even though all of those people were probably sound asleep in their own beds, and we didn't ask permission. And later that day, when more volunteers had come out and more officers arrived, I had talked to a few different investigators throughout the time. I walked lineups. I walked that county road over and over and over again. I searched Jacob's ponds, but she wasn't there. And I'm not from that county, so I didn't know where else to go, and I didn't know where else to look. I just knew she wasn't there.
I heard from Sheriff Aiken that he had a meeting with you and Jacob, actually, and some of your family members at a church in Cottondale. Do you remember that meeting?
Yes, I do.
And I know this may be tough, but I think it's important. When you're told that Athena's no longer with us, what's your first reaction?
I wanted to tell Sheriff Aiken that he didn't know what he was talking about. I asked him if I could confirm that that was my daughter, and he told me no, because she looks too bad. And I went into a place of denial. I stopped breathing and I started to black out as I heard Ashley screaming. I knew it. I knew it was him.
At some point, you gotta be a mom again, don't you?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you gotta plan a funeral, don't you?
Yes, sir.
At some point, you've gotta see Athena for yourself. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that happen?
Yes. On Tuesday, December 6th of 2022, I was allowed to see Athena for the first time. I went in about an hour before I'd actually told Jacob to show up, because I didn't know what she would look like, and I didn't know how bad it would be. And I didn't want him to see our daughter like that. So I went in around 8 in the morning with just my dad.
Right.
and her ears were messed up, and she had incision lines, and her chin was scraped up. And so we put her in a hospital gown because I didn't have clothes for her, and she was naked. And I searched her body looking for any reason that that wasn't my baby. And then we did her makeup so Jacob wouldn't have to see the discoloration and how bad it was.
Still gotta be a mom, don't you?
Yes, always.
Always. I'm gonna make a guess that Athena didn't stay in that little gown very long, did she?
No, she did not. It wasn't pretty enough.
Tell me what mom does to go fix that.
Well, I wasn't from Wise County. I didn't know where to go or what to do, and I couldn't sleep. So I wandered around Walmart until I found a few dresses to pick from, and I wanted to make sure that she was just, when I got to her, she was so cold, and she didn't like the cold. So I wanted to make sure that she was dressed. So I picked out clothes. I picked out socks and panties and shoes and leggings and dresses. And I wanted to make sure she had one of her bows. So I got her some bows.
It's a pretty consistent theme with her with the bow, wasn't it?
There's actually a joke that me and my cousin do. We have a child. I did have a child around the same age. But back in 2014, 2015, it was very common to put bows on little girls that were bigger than their head. And Athena just kind of adapted that and never grew out of it.
That's why we got this picture here.
Yeah.
Now, do you have another daughter?
I do.
And what's the age difference between your other daughter and Athena?
4 years and 7 months.
Now, I've asked before of witnesses to describe for me their favorite picture of your younger daughter and Athena. Do you have one?
It was the first one I ever took of them together.
So that'll be right after your daughter was born.
Yes, sir.
And what's Athena doing in this picture?
She's holding Rye, and she is beaming. She'd been asking me for a sibling for a year or more, and she finally got her. I didn't want her to be alone if something ever happened to me. Because when Mom died and Athena was asking for a sibling, I looked around and I said, hey, at least I've got my sisters.
Let me ask you about your daughter. How old was your second daughter? Athena was your first.
Yes, she was.
She also Jacob's first too.
Yes, she was.
And how old was your second daughter, Riley, when Athena was born? When Athena was born, I want to get this exact.
When Rye was born,
Yeah, when I was born, how old was it?
Athena was 4.5.
And then when Athena was killed, how old was Ryan?
We had Athena's funeral on December 9th of 2022. I got her ashes the next morning on December 10th of 2022. And that was also Ryland's 3rd birthday. And I brought her sister home. It just wasn't the way I was supposed to.
How'd you go about talking to little sister about what happened to her big sister?
I didn't know how to tell her, and I didn't think I was strong enough to tell her. So I lied to her for a long time. I would tell her that she was just staying with her daddy for a little bit longer. And when she asked to FaceTime her or to call her, I would tell her that she was at school, or she was sleeping, or she was I'm sorry. I would lie to her. Until about a year ago, she didn't know the whole truth. And, but I didn't tell her that Athena was dead and that she had been killed until Athena's, or what should have been Athena's 8th birthday.
So let me ask you about that. Today, how old would Athena be today?
She would be 10.
And if I remember correctly, she has a birthday upcoming, isn't that right?
Yes, sir.
When would she turn 11?
May 23rd.
2026.
Yes, sir.
She'll be a 4th grader. Is that right?
She would be a 4th grader. She'd be getting ready to go into her 5th grade year.
During the course of this case, have you ever missed a hearing?
One.
And why do you make it a point to be at every hearing that we've had in this case?
Because I had to cover up handprint bruises around my daughter's neck. And because she no longer has a voice. And I want people to know that she's not just some story. She's not just some number. She's not just some picture you see in a headline. She was loved. She is loved. And she is missed. And she was real. And she had a life. And she wanted to live. And no one can take that from her. Not a single person can take that from her. And I will be her face, and I will be her voice, and I will make sure that every person in this world knows that she was loved and that she wanted to live. And we want her in our lives.
You've been getting evidence information about this case since the beginning.
Yes.
And you've been sitting here and you've heard most all the evidence in this case.
Yes.
But in the very beginning, what kinds of things were you being given? What kind of information were you being given in the beginning?
I read Tanner Horner's arrest affidavit where he said he hit her with a truck and he panicked. So he attempted to break her neck and then it didn't work, so he strangled her.
Do you have a chance to look at the autopsy or anything else in this case?
When it came out, I read it. I drove down here the moment that my attorney contacted me and said it was being released. Got pulled over in Bowie for that one because I wanted to read it before the media released it to the public.
Now, if I remember correctly, you've got a little bit of medical training and knowledge, don't you?
Yes, sir.
What stood out to you when you read that information?
That there were no items of personal belongings listed with her, and that the only thing that was with her was the hands, or the bags around her hands. And I knew that that meant that she didn't have anything on her when she was found.
And how far along into this process was that?
That was in the summer of 2023.
And I'm just going to ask you, how did you react to getting that information in the summer of 2023?
I didn't want to believe it. I told myself that I was wrong. I told myself that y'all just do stuff different down here in Texas. And because I'd rather be wrong about that than be right.
Ranger Espinoza has, we've talked a little bit about some videos in this case. Excuse me. Did you have any chance to view or look at any portion of any videos in this case?
I did.
How much of it were you able to look at?
Maybe a minute, maybe two. I couldn't. I can't. And I'm very sorry to all of the innocent people that do have to watch that. I am so sorry. I'm sorry to you, and I'm sorry to y'all too. Because none of us, not Athena, not me, not anyone in this room besides Tanner Horner, asked for what's on that video. And Athena definitely didn't. I really am sorry.
We've been here a little over a week and a half. We've been here, seen some of the evidence in the case. What is it that sticks out to you? What do you want to know?
I know it sounds stupid, and I know it sounds selfish. I know he will never tell the truth. But I want to know where my daughter's shirt is. I want to know everything, but he won't tell me that. And I highly doubt that he cared enough to pay attention to when my daughter took her last breath. Because I brought her into this world, James. And I know when she took her first, I was there for that. I was there when she took her first steps and said her first word. But I wasn't there when she took her last. So I want to know where her shirt is. Because maybe he could give me that much grace.
I've got a couple more questions for you, maybe. Athena stood in your life, didn't she?
Athena is in my life every day.
Every day.
Every day.
And I think I would be missing something if I didn't point out that you tend to have an affinity for a certain color. Would that be right?
For her, yes, sir.
And is that Athena's color too?
This is her favorite color, yes.
Not Mom's favorite color?
No, sir.
You keep her both? You got your pink?
Yes, sir.
But do you talk to Athena sometimes?
I talk to her every day.
What do you say to her when you talk to her?
I tell her that I'm sorry. That I wasn't there to protect her and to stop him. I tell her that I love her. And I talk to her about Rye and what she's doing in life and how much she loves and misses her. And I tell her about you and about Pat and about Michelle and about my attorneys and how y'all are working really hard to make sure that she's not forgotten and that she didn't just die and that we'll get justice for her.
We hear people say that if they just had a few more minutes to talk to somebody that they no longer have. You heard that before?
I've thought about it a lot.
Let me ask you. If you had those few minutes to talk with Athena right now, today, sitting in this room, what would you tell her?
I'd tell her I'm sorry. And I would tell her how much she means to me and her daddy and to her sisters. And how much she is loved. And how much we want her. And just, I'm sorry. I'm sorry I am that I didn't protect her.
I know how hard it was being here, Maylin. And I want to thank you for being here and opening up your world to us today.
Cross-examination.
Ms. Gandy, I'm very sorry for your loss. I'm not going to ask any questions today. Thank you very much.
May this witness be excused. Thank you, ma'am. Okay, we're done for the day. We'll start back up at 9 o'clock. Okay, see you tomorrow.
Wow, Polly, emotional, difficult to listen to. Doesn't even. I don't even think I can. It was hard.
Yeah, it was very difficult. She was emotional. It was visceral. The way she described seeing Athena for the first time after her death. Just everything about it was very moving.
Oh, and then going out and then just her description of that she decided she wanted to get there before Jacob. That she didn't want Jacob to see his little girl like that, and how she it was really emotional.
I think we both have kids. I think anybody who has children, is around children, feels it. I got emotional as well, just listening to her and thinking about it. Describing how she'd be a 4th grader and the dynamics between having another child and having to continue being a mother. When she said she was there for Athena's first steps, but not her last.
And not hearing, that she wants this shirt.
Yeah.
What did you do with this shirt? I just, as a mom, I'm just going, oh my God, I just wanted to reach out and hug her and then to have to make the decision to tell your own other child, and you don't tell the other child, because I get it.
Yeah.
How do you explain?
No, there's no. How do you
explain to a 3.5-year-old?
There's no understanding.
So somebody's talking in my ear. Hold on, let me turn my earpiece up. But yeah, it was, so for the jury.
Yeah.
How are they reacting to this?
Earlier we talked about, a change in strategy and how every witness the state put forth, are they having that impact? Are they pushing people in that direction of, this is an incredibly egregious crime. This is a heinous crime. This is a crime that deserves a maximum punishment. The way we're feeling about it, I think if the jury has the same emotional reaction, it would be hard. They'd be hard pressed not to say, this is horrific. When a mom is talking about having to put makeup over her daughter's neck to cover the bruising and the handprints, and apologizing for the jurors and the defense counsel team and the prosecutors to have to watch the video that we assume is coming tomorrow. It was very powerful.
It was hard. Again, hard doesn't describe it. It's Rebecca High. Just powerful testimony from Athena's mom. What was the reaction inside that courtroom to what they heard?
Wow, Anya, there were people just sobbing, tears running down just about everybody's eyes, face. The jury was passing the Kleenex box around. There was one female juror that was very moved, 2 of them actually that were visibly crying, and the jury looked very and I looked over to see what Tanner Horner was doing, and he's just sitting there stoically, literally no reaction. And then I think the most the hardest part that I think that we had to listen to in that courtroom was when she was begging him to tell her where her shirt was. Yeah. I just want my daughter's shirt. Tell me where my daughter's shirt is. And I looked over at him, and he's showing no reaction at all. And, you know, a lot of times maybe, you know, the defense coaches them to do that, but still, I mean, it doesn't look like he, you know, feels anything for what this mom was going through on the stand. Her family is still in the courtroom, hugging each other, very emotional. And it was just very difficult for everyone in that courtroom to listen to, but you could just feel the heaviness and the grief that people were feeling for little Athena in their 20th.
Yeah, and when the prosecutor asked, you know, why do you come to every hearing, and she says, I have to, you know, she talks about, I will be her voice, and I will make sure that everybody knows that she was loved and that she wanted to live. And I underlined that because, I mean, the courage of this mother to make sure that her daughter is not forgotten is just, it's so moving, so moving.
And I think when she also said, I am so sorry I wasn't there to protect you, you know, I can only imagine as a parent, you know, Tanya and I are both, you know, moms, how she feels like I could have done something. And a lot of times that's just survivor's guilt. Like, why didn't I do more? Why couldn't I have protected them? And I thought that was very poignant and just heart-wrenching to hear her say that. I just wish I could have protected you, and I'm sorry, when she says that she talks to her every day.
Yeah. And then also when she talked about that, you know, she's asked, did you see the video? And she said she watched about a minute of it. She just said, I can't. And then she apologized essentially to the jurers, to the people, to the word she used was innocent people that will have to watch it.
To the defense team. She apologized to the defense lawyers
and to the defense.
And said, I'm sorry you all have to see this. I can't imagine as a parent, I mean, I understand her desire and, you know, when something, God forbid, happens like this to one of your children, you want to know everything, but actually seeing it happen is terrifying. I can't imagine. I don't know how she did it even for a minute.
Yeah. Are you getting a sense of
and then
go ahead.
Okay. And then the fact that she said that she did see she read the affidavit and she read the autopsy report because she wanted to read it before it got out to the media. She wanted to know all of that before it went out to the public, and she had to pull over and read that. I mean, all of that, and just the information that this poor mom had to read and to ingest about, you know, her little girl, that she said, you know, I wish I had known that it was going to be the last time I talked to her. You know, our goodbye might have been, you know, different, because she said, you know, she just was going to see her, you know, in a few days. And those were the last words she said. She told her, I love you and I'll see you in a few days. And then she never saw her again.
Well, and there's so many things she said that were moving, but also she described bringing home Athena's ashes on her other daughter's third birthday. That just, and again, just to have to make that decision, what Talia and I were talking about before you called in, that, you know, she didn't want to tell her little daughter, her other little daughter, what had happened to her sister. And I don't know how you would have explained that to a toddler anyway. Then for a long time she just told her that, oh, Athena's at school, Athena's busy, and that so many heartbreaking decisions. That do you believe she will be in court tomorrow when they play that video, or do we have any sense of?
I don't know. You know, I would assume that if she had tried to listen to it, that she's probably not gonna want to sit through that tomorrow. But there are other family members here with her. And I suspect that they'll probably be in the courtroom, just as a show of, you know, a support, and you know, they're all wearing pink, and that's something that initially the defense did not want the family to do, because it was Athena's favorite color. She says, this isn't my favorite color, it's Athena's favorite color. She told her mom did, and so there are a lot of people in there wearing pink in solidarity with this little girl, and in remembrance. And so I suspect that some of the family members will be there, but I don't know that her mom will be able to sit through that.
Yeah, I imagine the prosecution team will probably tell her, it's best for, I mean, if she doesn't decide to stay out, they'll probably tell her, that's not a way you want to remember. Those aren't the last memories you want of your child. And, it's been 4 years of processing grief.
Yeah.
It would be very difficult. So I imagine they would ask her to probably stay outside of the courtroom.
Something that struck me too, Tanya, was when she said that she was the first one. She wanted an hour with Athena at the funeral home because she wanted to make sure that she was presentable. And then she said, I had to put her in a, I believe she said a hospital gown or something like that because she said she didn't have anything. I didn't have a dress.
She
for
said
her.
she was naked.
She talks about having to go to Walmart. Oh yeah, she was naked. She's like, I didn't have anything to put her in, but I wanted her to look presentable. I didn't want her dad to see her that way. I mean, and that just takes a lot of strength for her mom to go in first to and to think of somebody else as well and how they were going to react to seeing Athena. And she wanted her dressed and at least presentable for the rest of the family to see her home.
Yeah. Well, and even her description of when the sheriff came and told them that Athena had been found, and she basically told him she didn't believe him, and she wanted to go see Athena's body, and she said he told me she looks bad. Basically, he did not want her to go and see Athena, and so that just there's so many things about this story that are just, I don't know. Her testimony was
I mean, when
some
you
of the
hear the
most-
medical, I'm sorry, Tanya, when you hear the medical examiner say there was not one single part of her little body that did not have bruises or injuries, you can only imagine what, they saw. I think she even said that she had like a scrape on her chin, and she described some of what she saw when she saw her at the funeral home for the first time. And, no parent should have to see that.
No, absolutely not. Rebecca, as far as tomorrow, are we expecting, I know you have the best, in terms of information about what we can expect tomorrow. Do we expect to hear from Athena's father, and then can you give us a roadmap about tomorrow?
Yes, so we are expecting to hear from him, but we have also heard that he is a little quieter and that he may not want to take the stand. So, and it's his choice that they might not put him up there, depending on how he does in the morning and whether or not he'll actually take the stand. But he is scheduled to do that. But we may or may not hear from him, and then we'll hear from Trooper Espinoza again, and that's when they will introduce those 3 hours of videotapes, and the judge is going to shut again all of that down so that the public won't be able to see that, but the people in the gallery will, because there's obviously some very disturbing things in that video, and the judge it's his courtroom, and he just doesn't feel like everyone needs to hear that.
Yeah,
Understandable.
I think so.
Yeah.
I agree.
I think that we just keep going back to, there's just things in life there's things that the general public doesn't need to see, and that is one of them.
Absolutely.
So, Rebecca, anything else you want to add? I know you're probably on deadline for our some of our shows. So.
Yeah, I have to go put some sources. No, just that, I think I don't see how the jury gets past that. That the defense has a really tough job because their witnesses are all very clinical. They're going to be people that are going to talk about, psychiatric type stuff, medical things, and the testimony is definitely not going to be heart-wrenching and emotional like that. And so I think the defense has a really, really, really tall mountain to climb to get him from not getting the death penalty, and this jury imposing that on him, because based on what I saw today in that courtroom and the jurors handing out Kleenexes and sharing a Kleenex box and wiping away tears, I just think that's going to be a really hard mountain to climb for the defense.
Tolly?
Yeah, I agree. And, Rebecca, you mentioned this earlier, the fact that this was an extremely emotional testimony from the mom, that they're going to essentially witness what occurred with their own eyes. I mean, not everything, but a lot of the offense, and then have 3 or 4 days to ruminate about it. I think as the defense, like you said, has a very tough hill to climb. I mean, that pulling that back from that emotional pull and having just analysts or experts who are going to talk about maybe a psychological issue here or there, it's going to be difficult.
Absolutely. Well, Rebecca, thank you so much. You've been great in terms of helping keep us up to date about what's actually happening down at the courthouse, and we will see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Thanks. Wow. So I guess we're going to start wrapping up for the day.
Yeah.
So today it started off dry today. We had testimony, DNA testimony. There was evidence of where Tanner Horner could not be excluded from a vaginal swab.
Right.
There was this DNA testing that was done that showed that, but it was a special kind of testing. Let me start that over.
Yeah.
See if I can start that over. So we started the day with DNA testing, and they took the vaginal swab. They were not able to do the regular DNA testing. They did what's called YSTR testing, which isolates the male chromosome, the Y chromosome, and they were able to determine that Tanner Horner could not be excluded. But because that's a special kind of testing, the odds aren't like regular testing, which is like 1 in a gazillion or something. So it was I think it was about 1 in 16,000 or something. And then of course they found her DNA on his shirt and in that truck.
The truck, yeah.
Yeah. So that was important testimony, but of course we ended the day with just incredibly emotional testimony from Athena Strand's mom, just recounting the terror that she felt when Athena went amiss. The search for her, how they got out on the property and went looking. When word came that Athena was dead, when the sheriff told her disbelief, as a mom, I can just imagine how that would feel. And then going to the funeral home and seeing her daughter's naked body and going to Walmart and clothing her and making sure that she looked pretty. And then just, how she still talks to her and tells her she loves her and tells her about Rye, her other daughter. And then addressing Tanner Horner directly and saying, where is her shirt?
Yeah.
Where is her shirt? And, talking about how she saw her first breath, but she didn't see her last breath. And that just all of it,
those are the raw emotions we think we can understand and we think we can grasp, but until you actually hear it from a mother, then it really sinks in. And I think that's what happened. I mean, you and I were thinking about and talking about her testimony all day, but until it actually happened, and then it was incredibly moving, incredibly emotional. We've seen all sorts of things, and it affected us. So I can't imagine what it's doing to that jury.
And I've often said, I've been doing this for 30 years. We've been doing it for a similar amount of time.
Yeah.
I've often said that if I ever reach the point that testimony like that something like that doesn't affect me, then it's time to do something else. Because that's just, it's what this mom, what this family has been through didn't have to happen.
Yeah. No.
And it's, I don't know, it's hard.
And she said that, by the way. She said the only one who made that happen or wanted that to happen that day was him, Tanner Horner. He is the sole cause of this. He is the reason they're all there today. He's the reason the jury has to hear all of this. He's the reason we're having to recount all of this. And he's got to be held responsible.
Well, and this jury is certainly going to decide that. And tomorrow we're expecting probably potentially to hear from Athena Strand's father. And also we expect Ranger Espinoza will take the stand again. Ranger Espinoza was the investigator who led the questioning of Tanner Horner, did a masterful job of getting Tanner Horner to admit to killing Athena Strand, and also got him to lead them to Athena Strand's body. So definitely looking forward to hearing more from Ranger Espinoza. And then, of course, from what Rebecca's told us, when Ranger Espinoza takes the stand, that will be the cue that they will play. They will begin to play this 3 hours of video. My understanding is about an hour of it is from when he kidnaps her, and then the other couple of hours apparently is from maybe the day before and the day after. But the judge has determined that none of that video will be aired publicly. So only the people that are sitting in that courtroom will be able to view it. We will be back in the morning at 8:30, and we will live stream as much as we can. And then we will, and then the other thing is also the judge has told us that Friday, Monday, and Tuesday they're going to be having hearings. So we don't anticipate live streaming on those days unless something's happening that would make sense to pop up on being on a live stream. But and then after that, we'll be getting into the defense's case. And so, any final thoughts after today?
I would say that the state ended the way they wanted to. The day started off, like we talked about, a little dry, lots of numbers, lots of science, but it was incredibly impactful, incredibly moving. Again, if the state's ultimate goal is seeking the death penalty, I think that Athena's mom was incredibly moving. I know her testimony will stay with me. I'll be recounting it for the next couple of days. I'm sure you will. And these cases are always extremely difficult. And they remind us, we live in this incredible world, but there's also this horrible underbelly that we have to deal with.
Well, if ever you wondered if there was evil, this case, there is definitely evil, and what happened to this little girl was evil and was a terrible thing. And this jury will decide whether Tanner Horner spends the rest of his life in prison or is put to death. Thank you for watching, and we will see you tomorrow at 8:30 in the morning.